pitch to the final out. Nobody covers the game like Baseball 95. Saturday, 11:30 Eastern on CNN. Morning, 7 to 10 Eastern on CNN.
A makeshift morgue just outside the federal building in Oklahoma City has been told to expect as many as 120 bodies throughout the night. But rescue workers are finding some people alive. At least one survivor was pulled from the rubble just hours ago, and rescuers have been working to free a woman trapped in the basement. The woman has told them that 2 other people were down there with her. Federal officials say 550 people worked in the office building, and as many as 200 were still unaccounted for late Wednesday.
Federal officials are investigating Wednesday's bombing as a terrorist attack, something that's still fresh on the minds of Japanese officials. Japan had another incident yesterday, their second in a month. CNN's Andrea Koppel joins us now to bring us up to date. Andrea?
Joe, it's been just over 24 hours now since panic struck Japan's second-largest city, located 30 kilometers south of Tokyo. On Wednesday, mysterious fumes sent hundreds of railway passengers in Yokohama, Japan, rushing to the hospital. But in spite of the rumors and in spite of the speculation, one day later, the only thing local authorities will confirm is that those mysterious fumes were not the deadly sarin gas.
It was eerily reminiscent of a scene that played out in Tokyo almost 1 month to the day. Commuters choked, ambulances raced. Investigators suited up and later determined the cause. Most of the close to 400 victims, like this woman, complained of pains in their throat and eyes, as well as nausea. Things were in quite a panic, said this woman. Panic, yes. But while the March 20th sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway system killed 12 people and sickened more than 5,000 others, no one died in Wednesday's incident in Yokohama, which affected lunchtime passengers on one train carriage. That single carriage stopped at 3 stations before help arrived. The company that owns the train said the fumes appeared to have come from air conditioners on board, which had just been turned on for the first time this season. Wednesday's incident is yet another reason for Japanese citizens to feel less than secure. Most recently, thousands of security forces were mobilized last weekend to ensure a prophecy that a major disaster would occur on Saturday did not occur. Police paid attention because the prophecy had been issued by the doomsday cult Aum Shinrikyo, the prime suspect in the Tokyo subway attack.
Still, prime suspect or not, no one in Aum Shinrikyo has been charged or arrested in connection with last month's attack. And as for Wednesday's incident, and I want to stress incident because no one is yet calling this or may call this an attack, no one has been charged or no one has claimed responsibility for that incident. Where does that leave the Japanese public? Well, they're stuck in the middle.
I just rode the subway, and when I was on, I thought, could I be next?
We didn't really have any public fear or major crime problems, so we really didn't know about what this was all about until the sarin attack.
We came to Tokyo today for a field trip, and my mom said before I left, maybe it's better if you didn't go.
Riding the train can mean meeting your destiny. It's over. So I'm doing everything I can not to ride the train.
We can't just think anymore about these particular gassings or religious cults. We also have to consider other terrorist attacks and set up a system of public self-protection.
It is mid-afternoon here on Thursday afternoon in Japan, and at this hour we have thousands upon thousands of troops that have been mobilized around the Yokohama train station. Again, that's 30 kilometers south of Tokyo. They're trying to determine the cause of yesterday's incident. At the same time, north of here, about an hour's drive north of Tokyo, in the Aum Shinrikyo compound near the foot of Mount Fuji, daily raids are going on as they have for the past several weeks. Again, no one has been charged in that incident, Joe.
Andrea, Japan, like the U.S., is known as a very open, very public society. How has that changed in the past month since the original attack on the subway?
Well, I don't know if the Japanese would be called open. They're certainly very almost reserved. As far as the average Japanese person, they're going about their daily life here as they would on any day, simply because they have no choice. They have to go to work, they have to pay the bills. But on the minds of everyone here, the Japanese and the foreign community alike, there is certainly added concern now in light of yesterday's incident in Yokohama that this city, Yokohama, Japan, or Tokyo, Japan, may have been thought in the past to have been a very safe place to live, but certainly it is not.
CNN's Andrea Koppel in Tokyo. Thank you very much.
Incidents like these leave one asking what on earth is going on here. We aim to answer these questions in the coming days. Our coverage of the Oklahoma explosion returns in a moment.
But I'm scared to death. He's my little boy. Scary. Can't understand. I hold no grudges against anybody, but I can't understand why somebody would want to do something like this. Doesn't make any sense. Innocent people just trying to do their job. Your kids playing in a daycare. Doesn't make any sense.
The bombing in Oklahoma City has caused deep outrage from the White House to communities across America. And while the intense manhunt for the bombers goes on, many Americans of Arab descent fear they could be blamed. Bob Franken is in our Washington Bureau with a guest who shares that concern. Bob?
Well, Joe, not too long after the bombings occurred, 3 suspects were identified, and they were described as looking as if they came from the Middle East. Very shortly after that, we at CNN in Washington received a news release from the joint statement from the American Muslim leaders. They said they were asking the media to exercise restraint in bomb reporting. What this points out is that there is quite an alarm in the Arab American community. We're speaking this evening with Jim Zogby, who is president of the Arab American Institute. And as I said, Mr. Zogby, there is quite a bit of alarm in your community. Why is that?
Well, let me make it clear that Arab Americans, Bob, and Muslim Americans across the country have issued statements denouncing this act. It horrifies us, as it horrifies every American. I have a call-in television show tonight. I did the show, and we talked even with some of our folks down in Oklahoma City who share the outrage and the fear of all Americans that this kind of violence might be coming to our country. But we don't even get the chance almost to feel the pain and the fear of everyone else before we hear so-called experts on television pointing to a large Muslim community in Oklahoma City. That's not true. They don't exist there. There is an effort to, I think, indict an entire community and to create panic, when in fact it's the actions of a few. A few, we don't know who they are. None of us know who they are, and it's unfair to point the finger prematurely at the Arab or Muslim communities.
Well, is there a fear, is there a personal fear in the Arab community?
Sure there is, and many of our people have called already and indicated that they've gotten threatening calls, and they've gotten some outraged comments by co-workers. It's wrong. It ought not to happen. It certainly shouldn't happen in this country. This is the action of a deranged, fanatic, or criminally insane group or individual. It is not the act of the Arab Americans or Muslim Americans who work next door to you, or who go to school with you, or who are a part of your communities. And they ought not to be held responsible, just as Jewish Americans aren't responsible for Meir Kahan or Baruch Goldstein. We ought not to make the community as a whole afraid for the actions of a few.
And yet there's a perception in the United States that many people in the Arab American community are hostile to things that are held near and dear to the United States.
Well, the fact is that there are some historical grievances that people in the Arab world and the Muslim world have, and there's foreign policy differences that they have, but there's no connection between those grievances, those differences in policy, and these kinds of deranged actions, even when they are committed by Muslims in the name of Islam. It has nothing to do with Islam. I mean, a few years ago it was done in the name of the Red Brigade, or it was done in the name of the anarchist movement, or done in the name of this or that. But we have had this kind of individualized violence small group violence through all time. But it is not the larger community that ought to be held responsible for these acts. That's the point I want to make. To say that postal workers have a problem in their post offices, it's a sort of alienating, disturbing work. Some postal workers go crazy and shoot it up in their workplace. You do not indict all postal workers, nor do you dismiss the fact that there are some problems in the workplace. But you have to somehow be able to differ between the person who goes over the edge and commits the horrendous criminal act of violence and the rest who have some very legitimate concerns and feelings and want to talk about them.
But most postal workers would not be construed as being sympathetic to the views of those who have gone and
but understand that there are no Arab Americans and no Muslim Americans sympathetic to what these people have done. We are outraged. We are hurt. Our people in Oklahoma City had co-workers, had family, friends who were working in that place. They share the pain. We share the pain, and we share the anger. We're Americans. We hurt for every person who died, every baby. I have babies, and I look at those babies. Those could have been my babies, too. Don't confuse for 1 minute that anybody in my community has any sympathy for whoever committed this act. We don't know who did it. It's premature to judge. People like Dave McCurdy ought to watch their mouths. They ought not to be indicting people before even the FBI's put people out on the street to find it. The so-called terrorist experts ought to watch out what they're talking about because they're creating panic and fear, and they don't know anything either. Even if it is Arabs or Muslims, understand my community will be the first to condemn whoever committed this act.
Mr. Zogby, thank you very much for joining us. We've been speaking with Jim Zogby, who is the president of the Arab American Institute. Joe?
And there's much more ahead. Our coverage continues with a look back at the World Trade Center bombing and what was learned from that incident. Stay with us.
New York City experienced a tragedy much like this just a few years ago. And to the extent that our experience with that can help, we're certainly more than willing to help our fellow citizens in Oklahoma.
Authorities say the Oklahoma City bomb was similar in size and scope of destruction to the one that tore apart New York's World Trade Center in 1993. CNN's Norma Quarles looks at what was learned from that case.
As authorities search for clues in the Oklahoma City bombing, images come to mind of other investigators on hands and knees combing through debris. It was just 2 years ago that a powerful bomb rocked the World Trade Center complex and shocked Americans, safe in their belief that terrorism couldn't happen here. That bomb, believed comparable in size and power to the Oklahoma City explosive, reduced much of the garage in the Trade Center to rubble. And investigators in Oklahoma are looking to New York for expertise.
New York City experienced a tragedy much like this just a few years ago. And to the extent that our experience with that can help, we're certainly more than willing to help our fellow citizens in Oklahoma, and we'll do anything we can.
Because the bomb in Oklahoma City was outside the building, the process of excavating the crater and examining the rubble for evidence will be much easier than it was at the World Trade Center.
Structural experts had to shore up the large crater in the Trade Center before bomb squad detectives and other investigators could move in. What followed was a painstaking survey, with searchers checking every piece of debris, sometimes digging with spoons. Their thoroughness paid off. 3 days after the explosion, authorities found a piece of twisted metal with a vehicle identification number, which they traced to a Ryder van rented by Mohammed Salameh.
Suddenly, all of our frustration turned to jubilation because we knew it was just a question of time before we would start making arrests.
And they did. Mohammed Salameh was first to be arrested. With that arrest and the fragmented metal, the investigation unfolded, leading to a storage locker full of bomb-making chemicals and more arrests. Following the Trade Center bombing, some security experts warned it could happen again.
I'm surprised that it hasn't happened with more frequency in the United States. We're a very, very open society. We have lots of enemies around the world.
4 men are serving life sentences for the Trade Center bombing. 11 more are on trial. And the alleged mastermind was recently extradited from Pakistan after a 2-year search. Authorities say those statistics show terrorists, in the end, will not prevail in the United States. Norma Quarles, CNN, New York.
We'll have a final look at the Oklahoma City bombing in just a moment.
I know that they had to get a chainsaw, and they were cutting something around me. I still can't see anything at this point. They freed one of my arms, and it kind of created a passageway to my mouth, and they passed me down an oxygen tube. And one of the guys reached his hand down in there and, you know, held my hand and everything. They were really wonderful.
Take care of you. The images of the Oklahoma City bombing become even more gripping when those of us who report the news refrain from narrating the action. And that is how we choose to present these images of that disaster.
Okay, we've got a crane coming through, so you need to go that way. There's blocks here. There's a big crane.
From the first pitch to the final out, nobody covers the game like Baseball 95.
This is CNN.
I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Joe Oliver. Larry King Live won't be airing at this hour. Instead, we're continuing our extended coverage of the bomb explosion in Oklahoma City.
It happened happened just after 9 a.m. Central Time Wednesday. A car bomb exploded just outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, ripping the building wide open. It left a crater in the street measuring 30 feet wide and 8 feet deep. Oklahoma City's mayor said the explosion was so great that it fused two cars together. A rescue worker said emergency crews would periodically turn off chainsaws throughout the day to listen for signs of life. Instead, he said, quote, "We didn't hear anything, just death." Residents say the blast rocked homes and buildings up to 30 miles away. The death toll is now 31 and expected to rise. A makeshift morgue has been told to expect more than 100 bodies throughout the night. Many of the victims are young children who were in the second floor daycare center when the blast occurred. Hospitals have treated more than 200 victims now, and dozens of people are still unaccounted for at this hour.
The U.S. government says more than 500 federal employees worked in the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, which houses offices for a dozen agencies. At least 59 people have been rescued, but dozens more are unaccounted for. The largest group of workers were employed by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Other agencies include the Social Security Administration, the General Accounting Office, General Services Administration, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the Small Business Administration, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Air Force, the Department of Agriculture, the Customs Service, the Secret Service, and the Veterans Administration. The building was relatively new. Officials say it was built when another federal building ran out of space in Oklahoma City. It was named after a former federal judge, although no courtrooms were located there. A law enforcement official on Capitol Hill told CNN that security has been heightened at all federal buildings, including the Capitol. CNN has also learned that FBI officials have been, quote, nervous for weeks, unquote, over a possible increase in terrorist activities.
Even 16 hours after the fact, the shock and magnitude of this violent attack has not fully set in. That will come later. In the meantime, there is simply too much to do. CNN's Bonnie Anderson has been at the scene all night and joins us now with the latest. Bonnie, I understand you've been able to go closer to the scene.
We have. We just had a crew return from a much closer distance from the building, and we're seeing now experts from FEMA, their structural collapse experts, using a special cage, using different types of cranes to get closer to the building, to have a better look, at least from the outside, as to what is wrong with the structure. They're trying to remove some of the debris. They're checking constantly for survivors, also checking to pinpoint dead bodies. Now, so far, as you reported, 31 bodies have been removed from the building, among them 12 children. The last survivor was rescued 4 hours ago, a 15-year-old girl who was found severely injured, critically injured, we're told, has been removed from the rubble and taken to a local hospital. Rescue workers were very buoyed by that find. It had been quite some time since they had found somebody who was still alive. Theirs has been indeed a very grim task of searching for the living among the dead. There are scores of dead people inside the building. Officials, though, say they won't be wasting any precious time removing the dead bodies until they are quite certain that there are no more survivors among the rubble. But it is clear that the death toll will be rising dramatically when that portion of the operation begins. Kathleen?
Bonnie, having moved closer now, what have you seen that you weren't able to see before?
Well, from the position where we just took some pictures, we were able to actually see people working on the building. Where we are right now, about a block and a half away, we can't see that portion of the operation. We understand that much of what's happening is on the other side of this building, where there is a staircase intact to the basement. That is where they found the 15-year-old girl. That is where they're hoping to find some others.
Bonnie, what can we expect to see tomorrow in the way of the rescue and recovery operation?
What we're told is it's going to be much more of the same. They're still going to try to concentrate on finding people who might still be alive. There are places in this building where people cannot go yet. Rescue officials say that they just have no access to parts of this building. So they're going to continue with dogs. They're going to continue using highly sensitive microphones, listening for people perhaps crying out. They are probably at some point tomorrow also going to start removing many of the dead bodies.
We've heard so many stories today. What story has personally hit you the hardest?
I think the stories when we were interviewing some of the firemen, the fire rescue officials who were talking about seeing children, the bodies of children, where you see grown men coming out of a building like that in tears, admitting it, saying that this has touched them unlike anything they'd ever seen before. There was a disaster plan in effect. Still, I think no one wakes up one morning and thinks that they're going to see this type of carnage.
All right, Bonnie Anderson reporting from Oklahoma City. Joe?
As Bonnie just mentioned, search and rescue operations continue at this hour and will continue through the night. Earlier in the evening, crews found 3 victims among the rubble of the bombed building. Sadly, 2 of those victims died shortly after being pulled out. But a 15-year-old girl is still alive, listed in critical condition.
She was talking to us about the rescue. Kind of ironic, she was very concerned about her friends. She told us that there were other people with her at the time of the explosion and was concerned about them. And we're going back in to concentrate that effort around that area since we did have a survivor.
Where are her injuries right now?
They're massive. She's got some broken bones and some other things, but you know, the physicians will be able to do a better job of it.
What about the other 3 possible survivors we've heard about? We've heard there were dogs in there that said, look, there may be a couple other survivors. What about their status?
Okay. We had dogs make some hits on some areas. We were able to gain access to those areas. Unfortunately, they were fatalities in those areas. So the good news with though tonight, there was a little 15-year-old that survived through the whole day. We were able to get that little one out. Finally, it was tough. We had to go through bodies. We had to go through a lot of rubble to get to her, but she's en route to Children's Hospital at this time.
While the rescue efforts continue, they have been slowed by concerns about the stability of the bomb-damaged building.
A look at other news of the day is just ahead for our international viewers. For our U.S. viewers, CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma car bombing will continue with a live report on similarities between this bombing and other terrorist attacks. Stay with CNN.
Okay, we've got a crane coming through, so you need to go that way. It's blocked here. This big crane. Yeah. Work your way around this, okay?
Circle thing is too much for me. The TV ads, they're calling me at home. My terrier is less tenacious.
You want AT&T True Savings.
Yeah?
It's the best way to save without circles.
Good, because I want simple.
Sign up, make $10 in calls a month, and we'll subtract 25% off your AT&T bill.
25% off to who?
To anybody.
Anybody?
Anybody in the U.S.
All right, you signed me up, because, you know, are you married?
AT&T True Savings. Save 25% to anybody, anytime, anywhere.
Your true voice.
If you and your wife are off to beautiful Kauai, Visa Gold's purchase power can pay for every romantic moment.
Hi, honey. Finally came down.
Not to mention a new pair of glasses.
I wanted to tell you how much I'm enjoying this second honeymoon. And that I loved you.
Thank you. Because Jenkins Optical can make new glasses in an hour, but they won't take American Express.
Who's that?
Visa Gold.
I've never seen him before in my life.
There's a new direction in touring luxury sedans. One that raises levels of luxury and refinement to new heights. Introducing the new Acura TL series. If you're ready for a change, this is the turning point.
Remember the old saying, what goes around comes around? That's what happens when you recycle and buy recycled products. Quality recycled products and packaging are everywhere. So next time you go shopping, look for recycled content in your products and packaging. To make recycling work, you've got to buy recycled. Call 1-800-NRC-RECYCLE for a free shopper's guide to buying recycled products. Brought to you by the National Recycling Coalition and Weyerhaeuser Recycling, a national leader in paper recycling.
The bombing in Oklahoma City has caused deep outrage from the White House to communities across America. And while the intense manhunt for the bombers goes on, many Americans of Arab descent fear they could be blamed. Bob Franken is in our Washington Bureau with that and the latest on the search for suspects. Bob?
Well, Joe, as the army of investigators searches for clues, the experts were looking for patterns. And similarities weren't hard to find. CNN's World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter reports.
U.S. counterterrorism officials have already noted the similarities between the Oklahoma bombing and the attack which collapsed the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon in 1983. A car bomb, a big one, 1,000 pounds of explosives, officials tell CNN. Explosion immediately outside the building, collapsing an entire facade, with many casualties among those inside. U.S. officials insist they don't have any firm answers yet, but they have many reasons to suspect terrorists with ties outside the United States could be responsible for Oklahoma City. There's a trail of similar incidents in Buenos Aires, 1992, the Israeli embassy. Also in Argentina, 1994, a Jewish cultural center. In London, a short time later, a car bomb at the Israeli embassy. And the World Trade Center bombing in New York. Who does car bombs? One U.S. official asks rhetorically, then answers his own question this way. Hamas, the Palestinian group which has claimed responsibility for car bomb attacks inside Israel. Hezbollah, the pro-Iranian group which claimed responsibility for attacks against the United States in Lebanon. And the group of Islamic alleged co-conspirators on trial for the World Trade Center bombing and a plot to strike other New York landmarks.
I don't think that we should deal with what-ifs. I think we should make sure that those people who are responsible are pursued and brought to justice.
The arrest of Ramzi Youssef in Pakistan in February in connection with the World Trade Center bombing was followed by an attack against American diplomatic personnel in Karachi in March. That attack led U.S. officials to issue a worldwide warning of possible terrorist actions against American citizens and facilities. Officials say no further warnings were issued more recently. But top U.S. government officials suggest concern about a possible terrorist attack heightened when an associate of Youssef was picked up in the Philippines and flown to New York, where he was charged in the bombing conspiracy. Authorities will almost certainly investigate whether there are any connections between the New York group and Muslim organizations in Oklahoma known to be followers of Sheikh Rahman. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, Washington.
That very kind of speculation has sent alarms to the Arab descendant community in the United States, very worried about a backlash. Within the hour, I spoke with James Zogby of the Arab American Institute.
We're Americans. We hurt for every person who died, every baby. I have babies, and I look at those babies. Those could have been my babies, too. Don't confuse for 1 minute that anybody in my community has any sympathy for whoever committed this act. We don't know who did it. It's premature to judge. People like Dave McCurdy ought to watch their mouths. They ought not to be indicting people before even the FBI's put people out on the street to find it. The so-called terrorist experts ought to watch out what they're talking about because they're creating panic and fear, and they don't know anything either.
Arab American groups have issued a plea calling on the media to refrain from premature reports on possible Arab suspects. Kathleen?
All right, thanks, Bob. And still ahead in our coverage of this horrible day in Oklahoma City, some phone numbers for you to call if you have friends or loved ones who might be affected by the blast. And, of course, more on the search for suspects. Please stay with us.
We have had hundreds, if not thousands, of leads from individuals calling in to reputed eyewitnesses. Each one of those is treated very seriously. But at this point, we cannot speculate with regard to who is responsible.
It's 3 a.m., and you've got to get the year's most important contract to your company's biggest client overseas. And guess what? The fax just won't go through. What are your options? Well, now there's a new option. Call 1-800-THROUGH-FAX, and AT&T's International Fax Service Center will help you solve the problem. Only AT&T guarantees to get your international fax there. Or we'll send it overnight. AT&T, for the life of your business.
At mailboxes, etc. So many times the customer comes in and says, wow, I just love your copies.
A lot of times you can't tell the copy from the original. The only thing I can tell people is check for the warm ones. Those are the copies.
We have quality copiers so they can get crisp, clear copies.
Mailboxes, etc. are the pros, and I enjoy the service.
That's why we're here, to help make your life a little easier so you can go play golf.
depend on mailboxes, etc. It's not what we do, it's how we do it. Remember the old saying, what goes around comes around? That's what happens when you recycle and buy recycled products. Quality recycled products and packaging are everywhere. So next time you go shopping, look for recycled content in your products and packaging. To make recycling work, you've got to buy recycled. Call 1-800-NRC-RECYCLE for a free shopper's guide to buying recycled products. Brought to you by the National Recycling Coalition and Walmart. Making choices that make a difference.
My advice to you is get a prelude.
I'll bet you my headaches are worse than yours. I'm not bragging. I just feel pain more deeply. I take Anacin.
Anacin, with an ingredient that enhances its pain medicine, a formula no other leading pain reliever has.
The more you feel headache pain, the more you need Anacin.
My folks are here. These Super 8 motel rooms are roomy.
At these prices, we'll never leave.
Super 8 motels, 1-800-800-8000. So affordable, so comfortable.
I'm going to have a baby. I mean, you know, my wife and I, we're going to have a baby. Well, it does kind of change things. You know, we're looking at buying a house now, which means living on a budget, paying off all the credit cards. I got to get all my ducks in a row. I sound just like my dad. In the future, it's coming.
At Fannie Mae, we're the nation's largest source of funds for mortgage lenders. Call us for a free guide to get you started on the path to home ownership.
AT&T, this is Carla.
Carla, this calling circle thing is too much for me. The TV ads, they're calling me at home. My terrier's less tenacious.
You want AT&T True Savings.
Yeah?
It's the best way to save without circles.
Good, because I want simple.
Sign up, make $10 in calls a month, and we'll subtract 25% off your AT&T bill.
25% off to who?
To anybody.
Anybody?
Anybody in the U.S.
All right, you signed me up, because, you know, are you married?
AT&T True Savings. Save 25% to anybody, anytime, anywhere.
Your true voice.
You've just seen a live picture of the continuing rescue efforts at the bomb site in Oklahoma City. And as the scope of the Oklahoma bombing became known, offers of help began pouring in from around the country. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating says he's grateful for the offers, and he reserves special recognition for the home folks.
I also want to thank the people of Oklahoma, people of Oklahoma City, for their outpouring of courage and commitment and compassion for those who have been injured. It really is remarkable, the lines that have appeared in front of the Red Cross and in front of hospitals to give blood. We intend to honor the dead and honor the living by finding out who did this and never permitting this conduct to recur.
Keating says whoever is responsible for the bombing is, quote, an animal.
The powerful blast left a crater 30 feet long and 8 feet deep. CNN affiliate KWTV took cameras into that crater. The result is an especially devastating view of the damage.
From inside the perimeter here, there you see the large crane. A very close-up look at what's going on. There you see the tremendous rubble that's what's left of the Murrah building. Some plastic sheeting there. We're not sure what exactly that represents. It's possibly, very probably, in fact, covering bodies of people who were trapped in there. It's also, we're told, actually that's the crater. That's the crater that's being covered there, so no one will step into it. We're told the crater's some 20 feet deep. There you see up the Murrah building, the north face of the Murrah building, all the floors pancaked down on top of one another. A look inside at the devastation of some of the rooms in there. There's a firefighter digging through the rubble, trying to find all matter of material in there, roofing material, air conditioning, ducts, all sorts of things. That's possibly part of a wall there that they have to dig through to get there. We're back. There's the crater once again. Now some pictures again just of the massive devastation. Now you're looking up toward the upper floors of the building. As we look over now, you can just see some huge chunks of concrete hanging there, pieces of the building that could come off at any second.
Medical professionals face life and death situations every day, but when a major disaster strikes, they face even greater challenges. CNN medical correspondent Rhonda Rowland gives us a closer look at emergency operations and how trauma teams prepare for the worst.
This may look and sound like a real disaster, but it's not. It's a disaster drill. Hospital emergency departments must do them every year. So when the real thing happens, medical professionals are ready with a disaster plan.
You can activate it probably in minutes, but the actual real response time, of course, is going to take probably hours to get everybody mobilized. Human beings can only move so fast.
When disaster strikes, no single hospital is expected to handle all of the injured patients.
So you don't get all the chest injuries, for instance, going to one hospital, overwhelming the emergency room and the operating room. So you may distribute 2 here, 4 here, 3 to another hospital. So that's the idea, is to try to distribute the load as quickly as possible.
He says other groups such as search and rescue, fire departments, and ambulance services should have similar disaster plans in place. But it's natural in such situations for the public to want to help out.
Being available to donate blood is always important because you don't know how much surgery is going to be required. So having people that are willing to go and do that is an important thing.
For those concerned about the well-being of friends and loved ones, hospitals have systems in place to gather information.
Understand that it takes a while for this to happen, this to process. And sometimes minutes seem like hours, an eternity.
And cities the size of Oklahoma City are prepared to handle something like this?
They should be.
Even if a community thinks it's ready, when a major disaster strikes, lots of extra help is almost always needed. And that's when special medical teams can fly in to the rescue. Rhonda Rowland, CNN reporting.
Now, if you don't have a pen or pencil, you might want to go and grab one. For people trying to track down missing or injured family members in Oklahoma City, we have some phone numbers for you.
These are the numbers for 4 medical facilities. First, St. Anthony's Hospital at area code 405-231-3310.
A University Hospital is at 405-271-4700.
The Baptist Medical Center is 405-949-3181.
And the Presbyterian Hospital is at 405-271-4266.
And for people who want to help, you can call the Red Cross at 800-HELP-NOW. Coming up, we'll have international reaction to the bombing. Stay with us.
Might have the desk, and there just wasn't any building left around us.
Really?
So our whole office area is gone.
So if you weren't under that desk, you wouldn't have made it?
Well, my floor was okay, and the ceiling had come down, but there was still concrete above, so it was just a corner of the office that was left that we were in. Everybody else that we worked with is gone.
It's something news and different in the mornings. CNN Morning News with Donna Kelly and Leon Harris. Weekdays 9 Eastern on CNN.
On West Bank, New Orleans, there's a swinging spot
where the music's cooking and the fun's red hot.
Swing on by night or day to Boomtown Bell Casino, stay and stay. Boomtown Bell,
come catch the show.
Boomtown Bell, with country, Cajun soul, West Bank fun.
Night or day
at Boomtown Bell Casino, stay and stay.
Boomtown, now open 24 hours a day.
You're watching the dawn of a new day, when an information highway will allow you to control TV like never before. You'll interact with entertainment, as well as with each other.
Did you make that in school?
Access information instantly.
Selected Wales, the world's largest mammal.
Even buy the perfect gift, all through television.
Thank you for your order.
While you're watching, Cox Cable's building the fiber optic network that will one day bring the future home to you. And you thought you were just watching television.
Style with Elsa Clench, Saturday morning, 10:30 Eastern on CNN.
The latest figures from Oklahoma City show 31 people dead and more than 200 injured from the Wednesday morning bombing. Dozens of people are still believed trapped inside the 9-story federal building. At least 3 were pulled from the rubble Wednesday night, but 2 died a short time later. Rescue efforts are going to continue around the clock, weather permitting. So far, no motive or suspects have surfaced. Much of the world is expressing shock at the Oklahoma City bombing. CNN's Jim Clancy is standing by in London with the European reaction. Jim?
Well, Joe, here in Britain, there has been shock. There is much surprise. As the Daily Mail put it in its headline this morning, bombers hit the heart of America. There is surprise here because many people did not see a quiet center of the United States as a likely target. It reminds everyone here of how vulnerable they may be. It reminds them of how widespread, how prevalent terrorism is. Of course, people are also at the same time wondering who could be responsible. And here, the London Times speculated that the suspicion falls on Islamic militants as well as the Davidian, the Branch Davidian cult of David Koresh. They cited those 2 as likely suspects in all of this. But clearly Britain has some experience with this, with the Lockerbie bombing in 1988, right around the Christmas season, literally falling out of the sky on a small, sleepy town in Scotland, and so many people dying in that one, among them innocents. And that's another way that the newspapers here are at least looking at that story in Oklahoma City right now, calling it the slaughter of the innocents. There's, of course, a lot of shock and surprise, Joe, that so many children are among the victims so far. Joe?
Well, Jim, Britons are familiar with bombing attacks, particularly in the ongoing, or what was the ongoing struggle with the IRA. Why did they see the U.S. as such a placid place, and why are they so surprised that it happens here?
Well, you've got to understand that with the conflict in Northern Ireland ongoing for so many years, it was something that people were accustomed to. They didn't like it, certainly. They were angered by it and outraged by it, but it was a fact of life, a political struggle going on in their midst. This bombing is less clear to them. It's like the Lockerbie, the crash of the Lockerbie jetliner. It makes it very clear that for no reason, no apparent reason, suddenly innocent victims, civilians, can be targeted and die in what is really an horrific bombing, a bombing that, from their perspective here, surpasses anything that they have seen outside the Middle East.
From your perspective there and the time that you spent there, while their reaction may be surprised, are there anything that they actually do in response to this as far as heightened security by British officials or even personal security?
Well, I think that, like so many Americans, they realize that against a bombing like this, there simply isn't that much you can do. You've got to understand that London, of course, has seen some bombings. The IRA literally destroyed entire city blocks of this city during its campaign here on the mainland in Britain. And in doing so, they were very aware of the fact that they had tight security, streets were blocked off, cars and trucks were prevented from going into certain areas of the city, but nothing, literally nothing, can stop a terrorist act like this. There's a feeling of helplessness, and I think they share that feeling with the people in the United States today, a feeling that they aren't going to be able to ever satisfactorily figure out why. And that's the question I think they realize Americans are asking today. Why? What would motivate someone to do this? And they know from their experiences that they will never be able to answer that question fully and clearly, even if they do apprehend the suspects.
So is the lesson to be learned here is that even though we now realize that the U.S. is vulnerable to such attacks, we cannot allow it to shut down our society?
Well, that has been the message here in Britain for so many years. I think that it really shocks and surprised Britons as well as other Europeans that such a quiet place in the heart of America, again, back to the headlines that were in the tabloid papers and other papers today, talking about describing this attack. To see something like this happen in the heart of America really surprises them. This isn't, they see this as a blow that is being struck against a country that they have a lot of respect for. They understand that there are problems in the world, but they don't see the reasoning behind this. And I think that today what they're trying to do is wonder who could be responsible. It's not as clear-cut a case as the conflict in Northern Ireland. It is not as perhaps as clear-cut as Middle East problems that have emerged. No one knows yet, of course, who is responsible. People are going to be looking for that. But again, as I have said, I think that they realize from their long experience with terrorism in this country, with a battle between two sides that is fought in the streets in which innocent civilians are regularly caught in the crossfire, there's simply no explanation for why innocents have to die, for why people will target innocence as a way of making either a political or military kind of a statement. It is an understanding of terrorism that only comes after literally decades of experience.
CNN's Jim Clancy in London. Thank you very much. Kathleen?
There's still much more to come on the Oklahoma City bombing coming up. Stay with us.
I know that they had to get a chainsaw, and they were cutting something around me. I still can't see anything at this point. They freed one of my arms, and it kind of created a passageway to my mouth, and they passed me down an oxygen tube. And one of the guys reached his hand down in there and, you know, held my hand and everything. They were really wonderful.
It's 3 a.m., and you've got to get the year's most important contract to your company's biggest client overseas. And guess what? The fax just won't go through. What are your options? Well, now there's a new option. Call 1-800-THROUGH-FAX, and AT&T's International Fax Service Center will help you solve the problem. Only AT&T guarantees to get your international fax there. Or we'll send it overnight. AT&T, for the life of your business.
Imagine these in
Color.
Gray. Gray.
tangerine.
Dark gray bar is sales.
Wedgwood blue and hunter green. You have to imagine it in color.
Sort of like the flower that's in your scarf.
Dark gray bar, projected sales. Everybody follow me?
When you need it in color.
No, I'm sorry.
At Kinko's, you can create it in color so you can show it in color. Kinko's, your branch office 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Let's go over this again.
To honor and obey.
The Mazda 626 was designed to be stable at speeds up to 125 miles per hour. With an available V6, front-wheel drive, and dual airbags.
To honor and obey.
So, even at 55, you can feel secure knowing you've made the right decision. Now the decision is even easier. Lease the Mazda 626DX for just $199 a month with $1,000 down.
My allergies were terrible. No one medicine seemed right for me. Benadryl worked okay, but sometimes it made me drowsy. My prescription medicine didn't make me drowsy, but wasn't always strong enough. Then my allergist recommended Dimetap.
Compared to Benadryl, Dimetap is less likely to cause drowsiness.
And he told me something else.
A recent study showed its antihistamine provided better relief than a leading prescription.
Dimetap. It's just right for me.
Dimetap Extend Tabs, the right allergy medicine for you.
Where they mark that, and that is obviously where...
We are joining our affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City right now. Let's listen in.
The actual spot of it, and as I told you earlier, we saw an axle from a truck which was approximately a block and a half east of the building there. That is the front, the north front part of the Alfred P. Murrah building, and you can see that axle had been circled. They had put tape around it, possibly as part of some of the evidence they've been trying to track down.
Yeah, and you saw the crater, as we were telling you, there decked out in the brightly colored cloth or plastic, whatever it was. Now you see one of the firefighters picking through the material up there. As we mentioned to you earlier, it looks like a maze of junk, and it's just kind of amazing to find these people going through there piece by piece, trying to see if there's anyone that could possibly still be surviving up in that location. Again, this is unedited video. It was taken a little while ago. That's why you're seeing all the jerks and the zooms around. There's a filing cabinet, some files blown out of a filing cabinet. Perhaps it was open and someone working there when the bomb went off. We just don't know. Go ahead, Sean.
Jeff, this is Sean. When I was out there, and you're talking to the workers who are in the middle of it, they really don't have a sense of what they're dealing with because they're so interested in concentrating on their job. I take it some of the workers out there now have seen this video, which we are seeing, the close-up stuff. Are you getting a sense that they may understand exactly how drastic this is?
I think now, by this time of the day, since we've been going on for a good 15 hours now or more, that these people, when they come rushing in here with adrenaline, they're trying to help. You can still get people out away from it that are kind of chuckling and laughing, but it's more of a nervous type habit. They just don't know what else to do other than sit down and cry. And take a look at the car, how damaged that is. So basically, it looks like the paint has been seared off, as well as everything totally blown apart there. It's such a sad state of affairs that the only way you can keep running in a situation like that, there is a brawl that we were told about a little earlier. One of the excavation people saw that. That's the picture that we were told about earlier in that location, and just how grotesque it is when you see things like that, personal objects face first there. There's just an unbelievable amount of stuff. Looks like a shoe there, perhaps a woman's shoe right there, and those other cars totally blown apart in the background. But these people are coming out now, and they have to go in shifts. It's just so emotionally draining and, of course, physically exhausting to work all day, but emotionally draining to go in and know that likely you might be stepping on a person or part of a person who is dead that was there alive this morning when they came into work. There's a live picture from Dan Anderson's vehicle just not more than a couple of blocks away from the building itself. You can see the huge earth-moving equipment. These are the types of large pieces of equipment we saw brought into the Northridge earthquake area out in Los Angeles a year ago last January to try and clear the debris of the interstates that were down there by the earthquake. And, of course, the same thing we saw in Kobe, Japan this past January when they had that huge earthquake there. Anthony?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Jeff, I don't know if that video that you saw of those cars, it was obvious those cars, the impact of that blast had lifted those cars up and threw them against the wall across the street. I don't know if you had analyzed that from looking at that video, but you could see the line of cars that obviously they weren't standing in line. They were probably parked on the street, and some of them in parts of the lot. The impact lifted those cars and thrust them into the building across the street.
Yeah, on a sidebar, something we've been talking about throughout the day is that the workers here very concerned about the weather. We had pretty breezy conditions earlier this morning. We've had 2 rounds of thunderstorms come through here. Right now the weather has cooled off considerably, but it's a little foggy over the tops of the buildings at this time. The fog kind of drifting in and out. We still have certainly clear enough that we can get you these pictures, clear enough signal, but the wind is not too terribly strong right now, and the rain has let up. So at least that's some good news. The concern earlier was that rain was going to soak all this material and make it heavier and make it fall down. They're still very, very much concerned, according to Assistant Fire Chief John Hansen from the Oklahoma City Fire Department, that there could be secondary collapses, either minor or major, but it's enough to keep the fire people very, very worried, as well as the other workers that are in that area. I'm not sure what that stuff is that we're seeing blowing across the bottom of the screen there. I wonder if Dan Anderson, if he can hear me, if he can kind of zoom in and keep it low. There was some material that seemed to be blowing from left to right across there. Have absolutely no idea what that was down there where those people are gathered at this time. You can see a lot of workers gathered there. It's a very dangerous situation. They don't want to put everybody in this building and have something collapse down. It's really pretty much send people up in shifts, as I was mentioning, bring them out, send some other people in there, and let them go about their business searching for any possible survivors.
Jeff, let me interrupt you right there.
What we're looking at right now is some of the first signs of actual removal of some of the debris and some of the rubble, and I think that is an encouraging sign. It shows that just how far they've been able to comb through. As some of the reporters that mentioned earlier, they were about ankle deep in glass some 2 to 3 blocks away. Now they're right at the face of the building, finally starting to get to move some of the rubble. That is a very encouraging sight for those of us who've been watching this since about 9:30 this morning.
Okay, thanks. Anthony and Jeff here live with you. Let's go back to Lee and Sean. Lee?
Jeff, I have a quick question for you first. You've been talking about the rescue workers working in shifts, and I can imagine it's some pretty grisly work down there that they're doing. How long are they able to actually go in and take it before they have to come out and have some relief? How long are their shifts? What type of shifts are they working?
Well, these people would tell you that they don't need breaks, but they really, really do. And you know, I think if they sat down, they'd say, yeah, you've got to get out of there. You can't stay in there very long. I think the general rule of thumb is they put these people in for about 30-minute shifts at a time to go in, pick through, see what they can find, and come back out, especially if they are the ones that are removing the bodies. I remember working the U.S. air crash in Pittsburgh last September. That's exactly what the emergency workers were doing there. They were working 30-minute shifts. They would take them up into the ravine where the plane crashed, and it was a scene much like this, just no building around. It was an airplane, a large passenger jet, totally demolished into the ground, and they would let them work 30 minutes, picking up parts and pieces of bodies, parts and pieces of lives that had been lost, and bagging it and then bringing it on out. And then, you know, that was it. They would have to come back out. They would also then have to change out, and they would take in other workers, and that's exactly what they're doing here. From what we understand, it's somewhere in a 30-minute type of shift. Lee?
All right.
You've been watching live pictures from Oklahoma City and our affiliate KFOR as they begin to remove rubble and continue the investigation of the bombing. CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing continues right after this.
It's 3 a.m., and you've got to get the year's most important contract to your company's biggest client overseas. And guess what? The fax just won't go through. What are your options? Well, now there's a new option. Call 1-800-THROUGH-FAX, and AT&T's International Fax Service Center will help you solve the problem. Only AT&T guarantees to get your international fax there. Or we'll send it overnight. AT&T, for the life of your business.
What if we got a hill and made it snow?
Audi Quattro, all-wheel drive, all the time, transfers power to the wheels with the most traction.
Wait, no, scratch the snow. Keep the hill, but get something really slippery.
So Quattro goes places the Mercedes C280 and BMW 325i, even with traction control, never dreamed. And it goes there for less.
Nah, they'd never believe it.
Audi Quattro from 27,170 from the soul of Audi.
A sparkling ship on crystal waters is coming. Absolutely gorgeous. It was so much fun. The perfect lobster is coming.
Our waiters, they would do anything for us, any time.
Perfection is coming.
A gift from the captain.
Memories are coming. 7 days in Royal Caribbean's Caribbean are coming. You've got some Royal Caribbean coming.
You're looking at live pictures from CNN affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City. They are beginning now to dig out some of the rubble from the building that has collapsed there.
Those are confirmed deaths.
To give you some idea of the impact of this explosion, we're told that the axle from the car where the bomb was believed to have been planted was found some 2 blocks away.
It was housed in that building. And
what long-term effects will the Oklahoma City bombing have on the way U.S. citizens live their lives? And will security measures be overhauled at federal facilities? Joining us now from Los Angeles to talk about the impact of the blast, political scientist Jeffrey Simon. He is the author of the book, The Terrorist Trap, and a consultant to the security firm Kroll Associates. Mr. Simon, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Tell me, are you surprised that something like this could happen in Oklahoma?
Not at all, and the reason is that, as tragic as this event is, it fits the pattern of terrorism in terms of terrorists always looking to either escalate their attacks or pick new targets. When we had the World Trade Center bombing, it shocked America because it showed that we could not remain invulnerable to terrorism. But as time went on, I think a lot of people began thinking, well, the worst was over. They would only attack large urban centers on the East Coast, financial centers, and terrorists will always want to keep victims and the countries they attack off guard. And so now we see a shift in a tactic in terms of attacking the heartland of America, which nobody was expecting. But it was predictable in the sense of every country in the world virtually has seen terrorists continue to escalate their attacks.
Are you surprised that it could happen in a federal building? I have a relative who works in a federal office in Florida, and she says that the security there is sometimes lax. Was this just bound to happen?
Yes, because at certain points you can simply drive that car up in front of the building, set off the explosives, and either with the World Trade Center bombing, they drove right into the garage, and in suicide attacks, you go right into the building. And the dilemma becomes how much physical security can you put in buildings and how much taking away the freedoms of Americans to be able to move about and go about their business are we willing to accept. This definitely is going to cause, though, a rethinking of how we can protect America and our symbols from terrorist attacks.
Have we become too open a society?
Not at all. I mean, I think the balance has to be struck between always protecting our democratic values, our core values, and taking the right precautions. In certain instances, we have to realize that there really is no overall solution to terrorism. Terrorism's been with us since the beginning of time, and unfortunately it's going to be with us well into the next century. When you realize that all it takes to commit a terrorist act is a group or an individual with a certain cause and access to any kind of explosive device, you realize the kind of problem we face.
How do you see this affecting the American people? Are we going to become paranoid, looking over our shoulders constantly, looking at parked cars constantly?
You know, there are certain things we can do about terrorism and certain things we can't do. One of the things definitely is I don't think there's anything wrong with Americans becoming more security conscious and security awareness level rising, just as other people around in different countries who have experienced terrorism more than we have done. But at the same time, we have to realize that one of the things the terrorists thrive upon is creating panic, fear, and disruption in our lives. And they're seeing this with what is happening now in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City tragedy. And while we can't take away every bomb from terrorists, we can't prevent every incident from occurring, we can, though, take away this reaction that they seek in creating this panic and fear in our lives.
As a reporter, you always try to look at the flip side, perhaps something learned from situations like this. Are there lessons to be learned from the situation today?
Yes, there are. And one is that, unfortunately, in many respects, we're seeing America almost catching up with the rest of the world in terms of being victimized by terrorism. Historically, we have always been a high target internationally, but domestically, it's been less numbers, but more high-profile incidents, such as the World Trade Center bombing. But what we have to take away from this incident is that even with the end of the Cold War, there's a lot of groups, there's a lot of extremists, there's a lot of various kinds of causes out there to which violence is what they are seeking, and violence is how they perpetrate their acts. And I think what we have to learn is that we're going to have to continue to focus on better intelligence, better physical security to deal with this threat.
Well, what kind of security measures are likely to be instituted in the wake of this?
Well, I think we're definitely going to see more physical security at the federal buildings throughout the country. We're going to see more physical security measures from anything from metal detectors to surveillance cameras to other kinds of types of devices in what we can try to think would be potential kinds of targets. But it's simply going to be beyond the capability of the government to protect every single building, and that's something that we have to also face.
All right, Mr. Jeffrey Simon, author of The Terrorist Trap, which came out in October of 1994. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Thanks for your insight.
Thank you.
Besides the obvious demands of caring for the injured, there are many other needs at disaster scenes, and the 30,000-member staff and 1.5 million volunteers of the American Red Cross are often the ones providing for both the physical and emotional needs of survivors and emergency crews.
They're obviously going to ensure that all the blood that is needed is available. They are helping with the children. All children who were not injured were taken to the Red Cross chapter and have been reunited with their parents. Mental health workers, 70 of them, are on the scene to help those who are going through such trauma right now. Shelters have been set up, 2 shelters, because in this 10-block area there's a 600-unit apartment, windows blown out, people who may need sheltering tonight. So whether it's emergency response vehicles providing food and water and blankets or any other emergency attention, Red Cross is on the scene. Right now we have about 300 volunteers. If indeed the local chapter feels that additional assistance is needed from outside, there will be others from neighboring areas who will come in to join them. But right now the 300 are doing exceptionally good work.
What are they doing?
Oklahoma's governor said hundreds of people showed up all over the state to donate blood because of the disaster.
As if anything need be added to the sense of horror, many of the casualties in Oklahoma City are children. The second floor of the federal building housed a daycare center for children of employees, and a nearby YMCA daycare center also was damaged by the blast. While one reaction of adults is, of course, how could anyone do this? Another reaction witnessed time and again at the blast site, total strangers just doing what had to be done for kids in need.
I mean, you're talking not only human lives, but adult lives, but you're talking about children. There was no compassion for anybody. And, you know, this is just a cold-blooded killing. This is just cold-blooded murder any way you put it.
She's from the Y daycare.
Y daycare?
Okay. And I live up on the 5th floor of the Y, and I'm just helping till her mom gets here.
Were you upstairs?
Yeah. Yes.
What happened?
I just woke up and I was covered with glass. I didn't know what was going on. I just got out.
Now you're helping out?
Well, I work at night as a guard at the Y. So I was sleeping today.
Sure, I was 10 miles away when the bomb went off. What was it like being across the street?
I don't know. I think I'm probably still in shock. It was scary.
What's your name, sir?
Don Chris.
Chris,
C. And this is Cornelia.
You okay, little girl?
When I first got here to Atlanta in 1979, we had an explosion at a daycare center with a hot water heater and resulted in about 15 or 20 injuries. And those children, none, thank God, were killed. But interesting point, they seem to handle that much better than the adults, the parents. And children think there's some protective mechanism, I guess, that enables them to do that. And I think that's one of the miracles of childhood, I guess, is that they're able to many times get over that much more than the adults.
And hopefully they will heal faster. Mental health counselors will be on hand at emergency shelters to deal with the trauma that both youngsters and adults will be facing.
CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma City explosion returns in just a moment.
It's 3 a.m., and you've got to get the year's most important contract to your company's biggest client overseas. And guess what? The fax just won't go through. What are your options? Well, now there's a new option. Call 1-800-THROUGH-FAX, and AT&T's International Fax Service Center will help you solve the problem. Only AT&T guarantees to get your international fax there. Or we'll send it overnight. AT&T, for the life of your business.
This plant didn't have to die. Just a few cents worth of miracid could have saved it.
When azaleas and other evergreens turn sickly yellow, they need more than just fertilizer. They need Miracid. You see, ordinary fertilizers just feed, but Miracid feeds, ironizes, acidifies, helps restore vigor and beauty. And with Miracid in your Miracle Grow feeder, you can keep azalea and other evergreens beautiful year-round. It's so easy. Just drop in and spray on. So fast, you'll treat all your plants in minutes.
This is LDL cholesterol. If left untreated, it can clog the walls of coronary arteries and result in heart attack. Although much progress has been made in the fight against heart attack, it is still the leading cause of death for men and women. But there is hope. It may be possible to stymie the destructive process of LDL cholesterol and prevent heart attacks. We're working on it. Call today for a free booklet on heart attacks from America's pharmaceutical research companies.
What if you combine a skateboard, nachos, and a music box? Uh-oh. Well, how about a VCR, toaster, and a hermit crab? Oh, boy. Okay. A copier, plain paper fax, and printer. Ah, the Konica 7310. 3 great machines in one convenient package. Now that's technology that makes sense. Only from Konica.
The question most everyone wants answered, why? Why would anyone do such a thing?
CNN's Ann McDermott ponders that question in this essay.
A bomb goes off.
I don't know my daddy. I don't just tell me to sympathy.
Hearts stop, lives change, children die.
We've got a critical.
And fear rules. It is one thing to be terrorized by, say, an earthquake, but that is the way of things, a common enough calamity for much of the world. It is terrible and it is terrifying, but there is some comfort in the thought that its devastation is entirely impersonal. Nature does not seek vengeance. Nature doesn't care. And that's the horror of a bomb. And the horror of a person who goes to the trouble of building a bomb, who goes to the trouble of hiding a bomb, who goes to the trouble of detonating a bomb. Such a person does care. Such a person does kill. And how such a person must hate to do this, to hurt them, to kill so coldly and so cruelly. What child on earth ever deserved this? And people are still trembling. And not just in Oklahoma. Anywhere, everywhere, this can make you feel just so damn scared and angry and helpless. Because you didn't know you were so vulnerable, you didn't know they were. Sure, you knew about disasters, the natural kind, the impersonal kind. What you maybe forgot is that some disasters are deliberate. Some people don't care who they kill, so long as they kill. Ann McDermott, CNN.
That's it for this hour. I'm Kathleen Kennedy.
I'm Joe Oliver. Our continuous coverage returns right after this.
Personal guide to the information superhighway, the CNN Computer Connection, Saturday, 3 Eastern on CNN.
Sift through the ruins of the past and the theories of the present. Enter forbidden zones. Investigate history's enduring puzzles. Archaeology and myth come together on Terra X. Provocative, intriguing, a fascinating journey to unknown places. Terra X, Tuesday at 8 p.m. on the Discovery Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Cox Cable and the Disney Channel presents The Sound of Julie Andrews, performing with Tokyo's Symphony Orchestra conducted by Andre Previn. The Sound of Julie Andrews will be one of your favorite things. Sunday, April April 30th at 9 on the Disney Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
He was the most raw talent they had ever seen. By the time he was 18, he was the most talked about athlete in the country. At 20, he was the most feared fighter in history. Until suddenly, bad advice and his own personal demons turned an American dream into an American nightmare. Tyson, an HBO original. Saturday, April 29th at 8. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Now.
The shadow of your smile.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $12.98 for records or cassettes or $16.98 for CD plus $3 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Engelbert, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
A very long day in Middle America turns into an even longer night for the entire country.
Rescue efforts continue nonstop 17 hours after a powerful car bomb rips apart a federal office building in Oklahoma City. Welcome back to our extensive live coverage of the bombing aftermath. I'm Kathleen Kennedy.
And I'm Joe Oliver. Thank you for joining us. It has been 17 hours since a bomb ripped open the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Office Building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Rescue workers continue frantically digging through the rubble looking for survivors. CNN's Bonnie Anderson is there and joins us now with the latest. Bonnie?
Well, the rescue workers, as you say, have not rested yet. They are continuing the grim task of searching for the living among the dead. We've been told there are scores of dead people inside the building, but the workers say they can't waste precious time right now removing them as long as there is a chance that somebody may still be in the building, still be alive. Now, CNN's Tony Clark has more on tonight's search efforts.
Rescue crews were hampered by rain and lightning as they worked through the night in an attempt to find survivors amid the mass of rubble. Bright lights flooded the ripped-open building. Dogs were brought in, and highly sensitive microphones were used in hopes of finding people still alive.
All of us in Oklahoma intend, and we would ask certainly our fellow Americans to join hands and pray that we can find some survivors this evening.
It is a scene of tremendous destruction. The entire north side of the 9-story building has been blown away. Concrete floors have toppled on one another, leaving scores of injured and fears of a large death toll.
When we were released to come out, the coroner had indicated that he needed 100 more body bags, so he wouldn't ask for that if he didn't need it.
At one point, rescuers found a woman trapped under debris and had to amputate her leg in order to free her.
She was lying in water. She was hypothermic. Her blood pressure was falling. There was really no choice. We couldn't lift anything to extract her, and the only choice really was to either do that or to die.
The apparent bomb blast shattered windows and blew away sides of buildings all over downtown Oklahoma City. More than 100 people were taken to area hospitals suffering from cuts, broken bones, and other injuries.
The majority of the injuries were lacerations, some of them severe. We had a number of head trauma. We have 6 patients that are in intensive care at this time in critical condition as a result of that.
While the search continues for survivors, the FBI and other federal agencies are trying to determine who's responsible for this disaster. The blast occurred on the 2nd anniversary of the fire that destroyed the Branch Davidian compound outside Waco, Texas. But FBI officials say it's too early to tell if there was any connection.
We have at this time no assumptions with regard to who caused this particular bombing. And we have had hundreds, if not thousands, of leads from individuals calling in to reputed eyewitnesses. Each one of those is treated very seriously.
Bomb experts say the destruction appears to indicate a car bomb loaded with more than 1,000 pounds of explosives. The twisted axle of what may have been the car with the explosives was found 2 blocks from the federal building. Officials say it will take days to clear away all of the debris. And as that happens, the death toll will continue to rise. Tony Clark, CNN, Oklahoma City.
I'm being joined now by Mickey Boozman, who works at a car dealership that was about 2 blocks away from the explosion point. I understand you were injured by the flying glass. Can you tell us what was happening?
Well, we were just kind of everybody getting to work, getting settled in. I was over in the business office, which is an internal office in the dealership, not along the outside walls, and doing a little work on a computer, and just kind of all of a sudden there just was an explosion. The glass behind me broke out, and all of the showroom windows broke out. First thought that a car maybe had come through the service department and was gone through the building or something, and I realized that hadn't happened, and kind of looked out front for maybe somebody to have come through the front, and didn't see any car there either.
Did you realize right off the bat that you had been injured?
No, not really. I guess just kind of everything was so fast. I got up and was out in the showroom floor kind of checking, you know, looking with everybody else, trying to figure out what had gone on or what had happened. And one of the secretaries thought she had glass in her eyes, so I was going to kind of help, you know, look at her and see if I could see anything in it, and they started taking care of me.
You have stitches in 3 different places in your back?
Yeah, the window apparently had come down on my back and it lacerated my back a little bit. And just like I say, everything was fast.
Has this sunk in yet?
No, not really. It sinks in a lot more standing back here looking at the building again. This morning everything was so fast and so much going on. I don't think anything sunk in really to anybody. As you watch it on television and think about it, it sinks in a little bit. It sank in probably about as much as anything when President Clinton started talking about the bombing in Oklahoma City, when you kind of really realize that that's here, and you know, that's what we're involved in. You're looking at the building, it sinks in quite a bit. So yeah, it's starting to, and I'm sure tomorrow it will a lot more.
Well, I hope you heal well. Thank you for joining us at this hour. I do appreciate it. As we've been reporting, scores of people or dead people are still inside the building. So while the death toll officially stands at 31, that only represents the number of people who have been taken out of the building. And officials here with the rescue efforts say they have seen many, many bodies, perhaps 100, perhaps even more. They won't be getting to that test, though, until they are quite certain that there are no more survivors. Bonnie Anderson, CNN, reporting live from Oklahoma City.
Bonnie, in Tony Clark's report, he had mentioned the twisted axle that had been found 2 blocks away. Have they indicated whether or not they have found any other possible evidence in their search?
At this point, we don't know that information, but what I can tell you is that as we were trying to drive to this point, which is a block and a half away, police had circled on the roads various pieces of debris and had marked it off, and were making sure that nobody was running over it. So this at least were pieces of debris that they wanted to examine further.
CNN's Bonnie Anderson in Oklahoma City. Thank you very much.
The powerful blast left a crater 30 feet long and 8 feet deep. CNN affiliate KWTV took cameras into that crater. The result is an especially devastating view of the damage.
From inside the perimeter here, there you see the large crane. A very close-up look at what's going on. There you see the tremendous rubble that's what's left of the Murrah building. Some plastic sheeting there. We're not sure what exactly that represents. It possibly, very probably, in fact, covering bodies of people who were trapped in there. It's also, we're told, actually that's the crater. That's the crater that's being covered there, so no one will step into it. We're told the crater's some 20 feet deep. There you see up the Murrah building, the north face of the Murrah building, all the 4 floors pancaked down on top of one another. A look inside at the devastation of some of the rooms in there. There's a firefighter digging through the rubble, trying to find all matter of material in there, roofing material, air conditioning, ducts, all sorts of things. That's possibly part of a wall there that they have to dig through to get there. We're back. There's the crater once again. Now some pictures again just of the massive devastation. So now you're looking up toward the upper floors of the building as We look over now, you can just see some huge chunks of concrete hanging there, pieces of the building that could come off at any second.
Stay with us. When we return, we'll take a look at what's being done to rescue those still trapped in the building.
They keep missing out. Those men over 50 who have symptomatic BPH, an enlargement of the prostate which causes urinary symptoms. Think about it. Does going to the bathroom keep you from getting a good night's sleep? Are you bothered by the frequent need to go, the feeling of urgency, then the sensation that your bladder isn't completely empty? Now there's help. Read about it in this informative free brochure. Call toll-free now for your complimentary copy. It includes an important questionnaire for you to complete and discuss with your doctor. The brochure also offers information about BPH, its symptoms and treatment options. Urinary symptoms might also be a sign of a more serious condition.
To order your helpful free brochure, call now 1-800-424-5533.
As this little boy grows up, he might take Latin. He might take chemistry. He might even take time to learn guitar. And then again, he might take drugs. He might take your wallet, or he might take someone's life. The path he takes depends on what we teach. Morals. Don't take them for granted. This has been a public service message brought to you by the Way to Happiness Foundation. For a free information kit on teaching common sense morals, call 1-800-850-7500. That's 1-800-850-7500.
Local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies are working together in Oklahoma City to find anyone still trapped in the building and solve the crime. The Secret Service has sent explosives experts. The Tulsa police are furnishing 2 bomb technicians, 2 dogs, and 1 robot. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms sent 2 national response teams, a mobile command center, 3 explosives technicians, 3 lab technicians, and more than 20 other personnel. The FBI is operating a command post. The Bureau has sent 4 special agents, 4 evidence response teams, bomb technicians, a rapid start team, and more than 50 agents.
We have at this time no assumptions with regard to who caused this particular bombing. And we have had hundreds, if not thousands, of leads from individuals calling in to reputed eyewitnesses. Each one of those is treated very seriously. But at this point, we cannot speculate with regard to who is responsible.
As far as the military response goes, 2 medevac helicopters, an Air Force rescue squad with 2 ambulances, an Army Ordnance Detachment, and a robot were dispatched. The Oklahoma National Guard is also being used.
No one has claimed responsibility yet for what's being called one of the worst terrorist attacks on U.S. soil, but President Clinton is vowing to get to the bottom of the matter. For more on that, here's CNN's Bob Franken in Washington. Bob?
Well, Joe, a shaken President Clinton called reporters to the White House briefing room not only to express the shock of the nation, but to issue a stern warning to those responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards. Let there be no room for doubt. We will find the people who did this. When we do, justice will be swift, certain, and severe. These people are killers, and they must be treated like killers.
The Attorney General had a similar message that the people responsible would pay.
We cannot tell how long it will be before we can say with certainty what occurred and who is responsible. But we will find the perpetrators and we will bring them to justice. 18 U.S.C. Section 844 relates to those who maliciously damage or destroy a federal building. If there is death, if death occurs, the death penalty is available and we will seek it.
But right now, not only is this consuming law enforcement officials, in so many parts of the federal government, as CNN's Steve Hurst reports, there is one question uppermost.
Who did it? On the minds of top officials nationwide. Defense Secretary William Perry among them. He talked about the subject at a high-level State Department meeting Wednesday. There are two versions of what he had to say. An Australian diplomat who sat in on the meeting among Perry, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and their Australian counterparts, said Perry made the following comment after a discussion of Iran and its sponsorship of terrorism. The Australian said Perry said information about the bombing led him to believe, quote, "We're dealing with the same group we have been concerned about for a year or more." The Australian cautioned, however, that Perry did not specifically tie his comments to any group or region. A Defense Department spokesman said that Perry, after making a presentation about Iraq and Iran, broke in on Christopher, who was changing the topic, to say, and again we quote, "The bombing in Oklahoma City could be the same source because they have identified themselves as the Islamic Front. But, of course, we don't know. Anybody could identify themselves as some group." The department spokesman could not explain why Perry used a specific name and denied that any group had claimed responsibility. The spokesman insisted that Perry had no inside information on the bomber or bombers. A terrorism expert says evidence points to the Middle East.
The trademark of this bombing is clearly in the same manner that the bombers who did the World Trade Center, the Buenos Aires Jewish Center last year, as well as the numerous bombings in the Middle East over the past decade. A truck bomb, lots of explosives, basically low-tech type of technology designed to kill as many people as possible. This is not the same type of bomb that has been traditionally used by other terrorist groups in the United States, other than the Islamic militant ones. And for that reason, I believe there's a strong indication that ultimately it's going to go in that direction.
But to this point, no U.S. official is talking publicly about information that may point in one direction or another, saying that would only hamper the investigation and perhaps complicate any future trial. Steve Hurst, CNN, the State Department.
Meanwhile, Senate and House leaders are already planning for hearings on these matters when Congress returns. Kathleen?
All right, thanks, Bob. The Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City is 18 years old. This is what it looked like before today. The government building takes up a full block. It's 9 stories tall with 4 underground parking levels. The architect who helped design it spoke with Lyndon Souls earlier today. Wendell Locke says Oklahoma architects are used to taking tornadoes into account in their work, but not bombs.
It was a poured-in-place reinforced concrete structure, which is very common in this area, very sound choice of structural material, and should never have caused any problem under any normal natural conditions.
How much of the building was comprised of glass? Because I understand that caused a lot of the injuries today.
The north wall, which is the one that I understand the vehicle was parked in front of, had a great deal of glass in it.
What changes do you anticipate will be made in future designs for federal buildings, taking into account the new reality that we unfortunately are facing? Is it possible to make a building bomb-proof?
I'm not sure that it would be. Again, you'd have to know, designers have to know what to design for. If they were told the explosive power of the bomb, they could design for it, I assume. But, you know, you'd have to assume those things and then design for something. The answer is yes, you could design one, I assume. I don't know how many people would want to pay for it or live in it.
That was architect Wendell Locke, whose firm designed the federal building in Oklahoma City. And still ahead, a deliberate act of terrorism versus the violence of nature. Why may one be harder to cope with than the other? We'll explore that issue after a short break. Stay with CNN.
Can you figure out the cost of a long-distance call?
We haven't studied that yet.
What do I look like, a mathematician? You don't need to be a math whiz to save with Sprint Cents. It's the simplest long-distance calling plan yet. Just 10 cents a minute, every evening, every night, and all weekend long. Call now for Sprint Cents and you'll get an extra bonus, up to 100 minutes free.
Okay, but what are you going to pay for a minute of long distance to someone, oh, say, 3,000 miles away?
50 to 60 cents a minute.
80 cents? No, not with Sprint Cents. All your state-to-state calls are just 10 cents a minute for a full 12 hours every weeknight and all weekend long. And Sprint Cents couldn't be simpler. There are no calling circles, no confusing percentages. And remember, if you call now, you'll get up to 100 minutes free. Sprint will even switch you for free.
So let's review. What are you going to pay for long distance?
10 little pennies.
A dime a minute.
I'm talking 1 cent dime.
Very good.
Call 1-800-621-7495.
My advice to you is get a prelude.
Here's a question for you. You know who sells 1 out of every 8 fax machines sold in America? Office Depot. Taking care of business. Office Depot has thousands of business machines at guaranteed low prices. Copiers from Canon and Xerox. Calculators and organizers. Everything from machines that print labels to machines that take messages. Maybe someday they'll have a machine that does commercials. Nah. Taking care of business.
What makes this incident especially difficult for many to accept is that it was deliberate. A natural disaster may also cause death and destruction, but the human reaction is totally different, as CNN's Ann McDermott explains.
A bomb goes off.
I don't know my daddy. I don't believe just come to get our sympathy.
Hearts stop, lives change, children die.
We've got a critical.
And fear rules. It is one thing to be terrorized by, say, an earthquake, but that is the way of things, a common enough calamity for much of the world. It is terrible and it is terrifying, but there is some comfort in the thought that its devastation is entirely impersonal. Nature does not seek vengeance. Nature doesn't care. And that's the horror of a bomb. And the horror of a person who goes to the trouble of building a bomb, who goes to the trouble of hiding a bomb, who goes to the trouble of detonating a bomb. Such a person does care. Such a person does kill. And how such a person must hate to do this, to hurt them, to kill so coldly and so cruelly. What child on earth ever deserved this? And people are still trembling. And not just in Oklahoma. Anywhere, everywhere, this can make you feel just so damn scared and angry and helpless. Because you didn't know you were so vulnerable, you didn't know they were. Sure, you knew about disasters, the natural kind, the impersonal kind. What you maybe forgot is that some disasters are deliberate. Some people don't care who they kill, so long as they kill. Ann McDermott, CNN.
Joining us on the phone now is Fred Macias of the Texas Department of Public Safety. Mr. Macias, I understand that you received an all-points bulletin from the FBI to be on the lookout for suspects related to the bombing in Oklahoma City. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, basically we received a message from the Texas Department of Public Safety in Laredo. They in turn had received the information from the Federal Bureau of Investigations reference a attempt to locate on a blue Chevrolet Cavalier or blue Chevrolet Blazer. Basically that came out earlier. The vehicle was a rental car out of the Dallas area, occupied by two subjects that were supposedly bloodied. They believe they were en route to Laredo or Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, to board a plane and depart to an unknown destination. We did receive a description on the subjects, two male subjects, Middle Eastern subjects, approximately 6 feet tall, between 25 and 28 years of age. Second subject was between 35 and 38. They both had black beards, the second one with the gray beard, wearing jogging suits. They should have been bloodied. But then again, we received another message saying that the vehicle had been recovered out in Oklahoma City. So they went ahead and told us to go ahead and cancel the attempt to locate.
Now, when they recovered the vehicle, did that also say that they had gotten a hold of the suspects?
No, it does not say anything about the suspects being in custody.
Fred Macias of the Texas Department of Public Safety, thank you very much. Coming up, we'll be taking viewer calls, and we'll look at rescue operations in Oklahoma City as CNN continues its coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City. Stay with us.
Who says clothes make the man? By looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
Only Embassy Suites hotels give you a suite with 2 big rooms, a free cook-to-order breakfast, and evening beverages on the house. Because only Embassy Suites is twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
My advice to you is get a prelude.
It's no surprise that everything here, multicolor printing, presentation materials, and more can be done by one printer. But what might surprise you is that this same printer is right around the corner. If printing, you'll be surprised at what we can do.
It began with a simple insight that chickens fed on the way to market arrived plump with profits. Then they introduced chicken in parts, which took them into supermarket and fast food chains across America. Today, Tyson Foods is much more than the world's largest poultry company. It is poised to be the main course wherever food is served. Where do you find companies so in touch with what investors hunger for? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
And still to come in our coverage of the disaster in Oklahoma City, how do you explain such an act of terrorism to children?
Our coverage will resume with an expert on the issue of helping kids deal with crisis, and we'll be taking your calls at area code 404-221-1855. We'll be back after a short break.
Industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
On West Bank, New Orleans, there's a swinging spot where the music's cooking, fun's red hot.
Swing on by night or day to Boomtown Bell Casino, stay and stay. Boomtown Bell, come catch the show. Boomtown Bell, with country, Cajun soul, West Bank fun, night or day. At Boomtown Bell Casino, stay and stay.
Boomtown, now open 24 hours a day.
Can you keep a secret?
Pulse pounding.
It's bigger than anything you've ever seen.
Heart stopping.
I can do anything I want with you.
The action is wild on pay-per-view.
Look out there! He's got a gun! I cannot do it.
I bet you'd like to do it again, wouldn't you?
Take the ride of a lifetime. Order The River Wild on pay-per-view.
Moneyline with Lou Dobbs, now at a new time, weeknights 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
And recapping now the latest developments. Rescue workers are still digging through the crumbling building, searching for survivors of Wednesday's bomb blast. Officials in Oklahoma City say the death toll has risen now to 31. 200 people are still unaccounted for. A makeshift morgue has been told to expect upwards of 100 more bodies throughout the night. At least 12 children are among the dead. They were in the building's daycare center on the second floor when the bomb exploded just after 9 a.m. Central Time.
Among the most disturbing images from this entire ordeal has been the sight of small children plucked from the wreckage. Joining us from our Los Angeles bureau to talk about that is psychologist Robert Butterworth. Mr. Butterworth, thank you for joining us. A lot of children around the country may be very frightened by this incident and fear it could happen to them. What do you say to them?
Well, I think the first thing to tell them is that they have somebody that loves them. And really, I think this is another thing in their life that really shatters them. And what happens is that these children just, their sense of security is impinged again. But I think they have to be told that there's someone there that loves them, that they're indeed dangerous people out there. And I think we have to, another warning of children, we have to tell them that besides being afraid of strangers and all these other lists of things we have to tell them, I guess now we have to be careful of, tell children they have to be careful of the buildings they go in, and indeed if they see small packages, they better not touch them.
Is this something that you have to tell children who have to deal with visions of war?
Well, indeed, this looks like a war zone. You know, we're looking not at the Middle East, but Middle America, and indeed all the children around the country have been watching this. So it's not just children in Oklahoma that are going to be having questions and fears. It's children all over the country, because a lot of children see this and say, well, gee, this is there, but can it happen to me? And maybe, again, a lot of kids will be afraid to actually go to school tomorrow, or maybe some of them probably are sleeping with their parents tonight, because actually this has frightened them to the point where they don't really want to sleep alone.
Well, a lot of children and adolescents in particular whose parents let them watch television see something like this on dramas all of the time. Have they been sensitized to this to the point where it doesn't affect them, or can they distinguish between what is fact and what is fantasy?
I think a lot of children are really able to distinguish it, especially when they watch the parents. I mean, parents may see things on television that aren't real, but the parents don't really react as emotionally as I'm sure a lot of adults are reacting today. And with the children, remember, they take their cues from the parents, and if the parents are upset and they're worried and frightened, the children just pick this up.
How does a parent answer the question, why did this happen?
You know, it's almost like you don't want to tell children that this is not, you almost want to tell children this is the perfect world, and there aren't bad people out there that do bad things, but unfortunately, you know, children are strong, and I think you have to sit down and you have to talk to children about the realities. I know there's a tendency for some parents to just want to turn off the coverage and not really discuss it. But unfortunately, this is the world that the children are going into, and if we don't tell children now at this age, I mean, what are they going to see when they get older?
So how do you, but then again, how do you explain it to them where they can understand?
Well, for the younger ones, obviously, in the 4, 5, and 6, you say that there are some bad people out there that do bad things, and sometimes they hurt people, and maybe they're not trying to hurt you because they don't know you, but indeed because of what happens People die, and it's sometimes can be scary, and we're frightened. You know, I know parents don't like to tell their kids when they're afraid, but see, children can feel what the parents are experiencing. And if the parents are saying everything is okay, and deep down inside, the child is feeling and sensing the fear of the parent, that's worse. Be realistic and try to explain in the language that the child knows something about what's happening in the real world.
Mr. Butterworth, I'm going to ask you to stand by. In a moment, we will take your phone calls as part of our continuing coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City continues. Stay with us.
They keep missing out. Those men over 50 who have symptomatic BPH, an enlargement of the prostate which causes urinary symptoms. Think about it. Does going to the bathroom keep you from getting a good night's sleep? Are you bothered by the frequent need to go, the feeling of urgency, then the sensation that your bladder isn't completely empty? Now there's help. Read about it in this informative free brochure. Call toll-free now for your complimentary copy. It includes an important questionnaire for you to complete and discuss with your doctor. The brochure also offers information about BPH, its symptoms and treatment options. Urinary symptoms might also be a sign of a more serious condition.
To order your helpful free brochure, call now 1-800-424-5533.
Here in Ohio, we tested the new Honda Accord V6 and discovered that the car more people buy than any other is now better and quicker than ever before. Now, why would you want a car that lets you get away so fast? You got your reasons. The new Accord V6 from Honda.
Look what Daddy can juggle with his Nokia cellular phone, a rubber duck, and a teddy bear, a Nokia cellular phone, a rubber duck, and a teddy bear. And with my Nokia cellular phone, I can juggle something even more amazing. My schedule.
One-touch dialing makes a Nokia cellular phone easy to use.
Hello. Amazing.
Nokia cellular phones.
Welcome back. We're talking with psychologist Robert Butterworth about explaining an incident like the Oklahoma bombing to children. Mr. Butterworth, we have some people on the line who have some questions for you. Our first caller is from Sioux City, Iowa. Go ahead, please.
Hi. What is your guest's name again?
Robert Butterworth.
Is his wife Mrs. Butterworth?
Going on, we ask people, this is a very serious incident that when we're trying to help people who have questions. Our next call is from Phoenix, Arizona. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I have a 12-year-old son who was afraid to go to bed tonight, and I have a 15-year-old daughter who was she was sobbing because she said she didn't want to die, and she wants to grow up to have children. And she was so afraid, and I didn't know what to tell them.
You know, it's really tough, but I think the reason that the children are so frightened is that they're losing control. They have no control of the outside world. If there's something that you can tell them, the 12 and the older girl, about, you know, you're not in a big building that they tend to target. They're not going into a federal building. They could be a little bit more careful when they go into large buildings. Some little idea that will give them a sense of control. Right now they have no control. They feel that this is random. It can hit them anywhere. But if you can kind of put this in perspective, focus on those large buildings and try to at least give them a sense that they have a little bit of power over their lives. I know it's difficult, and we all kind of feel really helpless in a situation like this, but we really do have to put this in some sort of perspective.
Our next call is from Corte Madera, California. Go ahead, please.
Hello there. Yes, I'm calling from, as most people know, a major earthquake area, and as was reported earlier, it's a lot easier to deal with the reality of the possibility of earthquake than it is something like this. And I don't have a question as much as a comment, because people throughout the world speak and act on behalf of causes in which they believe. But no cause or belief can justify this type of indiscriminate killing, especially of children. And if the people responsible are to receive anything for their actions other than media attention and hopefully punishment, it's pity. And pity for the fact that they have wasted their lives in the pursuit of becoming the pathetic individuals they have obviously become. And the only statement that these people are making is that they are nothing more than cowardly savages incapable of dealing with the rest of humanity in a civilized way. And my heart goes out to all the people who are suffering right now. Thank you for your time and for your focus.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Butterworth, when people express these emotions, I mean, the children are obviously going to see those as well. How do you explain those?
I guess, as your last caller was saying, this person had gone through an earthquake. He's in earthquake country. And when nature strikes, you think that's part of life. There's not very much you can do about it. You can be prepared, but, when nature strikes, nature strikes. I guess you can raise your fist up to the sky, but, there's not as much rage as you see with somebody who does something like this, where it's not nature or God. These are terrorists. And indeed, there's so much rage that people want to direct it somewhere. That's why we probably in the days to come, we're going to see people that are numb now. And that's the first reaction that people are feeling. Turn this into rage and revenge. So we have to be careful, because we have to make sure that the people that we turn the revenge on are those people that are responsible.
Our next caller is from Mansfield, Ohio. Go ahead, please.
Yes. I'm curious about when you talk about the children as far as being the ones that are more susceptible, as far as being the ones that aren't hurt but are psychologically going to be hurt by this. But what about the parent?
Oh, yes. And parents and kids are very tied together. The thing about children, that for a child there are two sources of security. The security of their parents and the security of the physical environment. And when something like this happens, both of these are threatened. That's the child's world. And obviously for parents that are frightened and they're wondering why their children are frightened, the children pick up the emotions from the parents. Obviously, if you're frightened, you can't pretend that you're not, but sit and talk to your child about the fears rather than just trying to hide it, and the child becomes more frightened because it's what the child doesn't know hurts them more than what they know.
Robert Butterworth, a psychologist in our Los Angeles Bureau, thank you very much.
Thank you.
CNN Newsroom is up next with more on the Oklahoma City bombing. I'm Joe Oliver.
And I'm Kathleen Kennedy. Stay with us.
I was afraid of the computer, but with Quicken, the world's #1 finance software, it's easy.
And to find out just how easy, call this number to try Quicken for just $9.95. Stop worrying about money. Quicken shows exactly where your money goes and exactly how much you have. Get all your financial information accurately organized in one place. Let Quicken pay your bills, track bank accounts, investments, taxes, budgets, and more. And it's simple, because Quicken looks and works just like your checkbook, only easier. Pay a bill once, then next time Quicken remembers and does it all. See how Quicken's graphs instantly show you what you spent in any given month or on any given item. Get reports like these at the touch of a key.
And let Quicken reconcile your whole bank statement in less than 2 minutes.
So, if you have a PC with Windows, DOS, or a Mac, call now to try Quicken for only $9.95. That's right, only $9.95 to try Quicken.
Call 1-800-453-2405.
Who says clothes make the man? By looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
This is LDL cholesterol. If left untreated, it can clog the walls of coronary arteries and result in heart attack. Although much progress has been made in the fight against heart attack, it is still the leading cause of death for men and women. But there is hope. It may be possible to stymie the destructive process of LDL cholesterol and prevent heart attacks. We're working on it. Call today for a free booklet on heart attacks from America's pharmaceutical research companies.
The worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil strikes Oklahoma City.
Terror in the Heartland, a special edition of CNN Newsroom.
We're hearing reports around a lot of people walking around, cuts, bleeding from the glass that was blown out of the buildings when the explosion occurred. I could see fires on the ground. Emergency crews are responding.
This is not Beirut. This is not Sarajevo.
The street is blown from downtown.
This is Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, in America's Midwest. It began as a typical working day at the Alfred Murrah Federal Building.
Minutes later, it went down in history as one of the worst attacks in the United States. A car bomb believed to have been made with half a ton of fertilizer and fuel oil exploded just as federal employees began work. 550 workers are assigned to the building. As of early this morning, at least 31 people were confirmed dead. 12 of those killed were children. At least 200 people are wounded, and about 200 are unaccounted for. A 15-year-old girl was rescued from the rubble overnight and is in critical condition. The search for survivors continues.
The blast sheared off half the building, dropping the floors and everyone and everything in between like pancakes in a stack. Many small children in a daycare center on the second floor were killed.
While it is too soon to know who did it and why, some have speculated Islamic groups may be involved. But Arab American leaders say people should not jump to conclusions about race or religion of the attackers.
There's also speculation the blast could be related to the second anniversary of the Branch Davidian cult fire in Waco, Texas. But the Branch Davidians deny any involvement and have condemned the attack.
Here is an up-close look at the terrifying scene.
I have just made it up to the building that exploded, the Alfred Murrah Federal Building. It is an amazing sight. It's a 6-story building, and one half of the building is sheared away, the entire side. You can see debris and pieces of the construction hanging down the entire 6 stories. It's as if somebody came and sheared off an entire half of the building. Below it in the parking lot, all the cars are damaged, and they are smoking. Now, what is really devastating is in an entire block surrounding this building, we are seeing injured people everywhere. Literally dozens of people that are bleeding. Some of them, you can't even make them out. They are so badly injured. And ambulance crews are just working as fast and furious as they can, trying to get to these people and put them on stretchers and get them to the hospital. They are just working as fast as they can. We've seen a number of small children being carried, bleeding heavily from the face. Everywhere you look, the buildings have been destroyed. The Journal Record building across the street, many of these, every window is gone, and there is debris hanging out of the windows. It is really a chaotic situation. Many people are running around trying to find friends and co-workers. The streets are filled with people, and the streets are just filled with debris.
I don't believe this is just coming to get our sympathy.
I got a daughter who works down here.
Oh, my God.
She's federal parole officer.
You have a daughter in that might be there?
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing from her. I just got down here. I'm trying to find out if they're running it.
There was a boom, and the building shook, and the ceiling fell in, and the walls fell in, and there was nothing left. The whole floors crashed in.
As soon as it did, I went outside, looked around, and then I seen buildings all over the place. Looked like they was hit.
And the floor from above went down, and it just kept falling. It was a horrible noise. Horrible noise.
What happened to you, sir? We were on the 5th floor, the three of us. When whatever happened, happened.
You were on the 1st floor?
5th floor.
5th floor. What happened under a desk, right?
Huh?
You went under a table?
Yeah, I went under the table when the ceiling started falling. That's what saved me, I guess.
My floor was okay, and the ceiling had come down, but there was still concrete above, so it was just a corner of the office that was left that we were in. Everybody else that we worked with is gone.
I thought it was an earthquake, and it was almost like slow motion.
My 3-year-old daughter and my husband and my 4-year-old. Whoever did this, I hope you're happy.
U.S. President Bill Clinton shook with anger as he swore to bring the bombers to justice. And under federal law, that could include the death penalty. President Clinton says he will not put up with terrorist attacks on U.S. soil.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards. I have met with our team, which we assembled to deal with this bombing, and I have determined to take the following steps to assure the strongest response to this situation. First, I have deployed a crisis management team under the leadership of the FBI, working with the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, military and local authorities. We are sending the world's finest investigators to solve these murders. Second, I have declared an emergency in Oklahoma City, and at my direction, James Lee Witt, the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is now on his way there to make sure we do everything we can to help the people of Oklahoma deal with the tragedy. Third, we are taking every precaution to reassure and to protect people who work in or live near other federal facilities. Let there be no room for doubt. We will find the people who did this. When we do, justice will be swift, certain, and severe. These people are killers, and they must be treated like killers. Finally, let me say that I ask all Americans tonight to pray for the people who have lost their lives, to pray for the families and the friends of the dead and the wounded, to pray for the people of Oklahoma City. May God's grace be with them. Meanwhile, we will be about our work. Thank you.
The attack in Oklahoma has led to increased security and, in some cases, evacuations at federal buildings across the United States.
There's no 100% proof security building. We just do the very best we can. We are on a high-level security alert right now. We have certain target areas in this facility that we're looking at, and we're hoping and praying that we can do the very best we can.
U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno has put together a crack team of terrorism and bombing experts from all over the U.S. to investigate the bombing. She says once the killers are found and convicted, they will be shown no mercy.
18 U.S.C. Section 844 relates to those who maliciously damage or destroy a federal building. If there is death, if death occurs, the death penalty is available, and we will seek it.
The World Trade Center bombing in New York is still fresh in many people's minds. Already knowledge from that experience is being put into action in Oklahoma City. CNN's Norma Quarles has details.
As authorities search for clues in the Oklahoma City bombing, images come to mind of other investigators on hands and knees combing through debris. It was just 2 years ago that a powerful bomb rocked the World Trade Center complex and shocked Americans, safe in their belief that terrorism couldn't happen here. That bomb, believed comparable in size and power to the Oklahoma City explosive, reduced much of the garage in the Trade Center to rubble. And investigators in Oklahoma are looking to New York for expertise.
New York City experienced a tragedy much like this just a few years ago. And to the extent that our experience with that can help, we're certainly more than willing to help our fellow citizens in Oklahoma, and we'll do anything we can.
Because the bomb in Oklahoma City was outside the building, the process of excavating the crater and examining the rubble for evidence will be much easier than it was at the World Trade Center.
Structural experts had to shore up the large crater in the Trade Center before bomb squad detectives and other investigators could move in. What followed was a painstaking survey, with searchers checking every piece of debris, sometimes digging with spoons. Their thoroughness paid off. 3 days after the explosion, authorities found a piece of twisted metal with a vehicle identification number, which they traced to a Ryder van rented by Mohammed Salameh.
Suddenly all of our frustration turned to jubilation because we knew it was just a question of time before we would start making arrests.
And they did. Mohammed Salameh was first to be arrested. With that arrest and the fragmented metal, the investigation unfolded, leading to a storage locker full of bomb-making chemicals and more arrests. Following the Trade Center bombing, some security experts warned it could happen again.
I'm surprised that it hasn't happened with more frequency in the United States. We're a very, very open society. We have lots of enemies around the world.
4 men are serving life sentences for the Trade Center bombing. 11 more are on trial. And the alleged mastermind was recently extradited from Pakistan after a 2-year search. Authorities say those statistics show terrorists, in the end, will not prevail in the United States. Norma Quarles, CNN, New York.
Continue to have the latest on the Oklahoma City explosion.
We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Kathleen Kennedy in Atlanta. Coming up, death, destruction, and pandemonium touch down in the heartland of America. Our extended coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, continues in a moment. Stay tuned.
I mean, you're talking not only human lives, but adult lives, but you're talking about children. There was no compassion for anybody. And, you know, this is just a cold-blooded killing. This is just cold-blooded murder any way you put it.
Industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
You're about to hear some of the most romantic music ever. Music that'll make you fall in love all over again. Heartland Music presents Romantic Classics. 50 of the most beautiful melodies of all time. Now, the most romantic moments from the world's best-loved melodies are captured in this breathtaking collection. The magic of the music gently sweep you away. 50 melodies of love, played by the world's finest orchestras. But this beautiful 4-album collection is not sold in stores. Please order Romantic Classics now.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save COD charges and pay only $19.98 for records or cassettes or $24.98 for 3 CDs, plus $4 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Romantic Classics, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
In Oklahoma City, a race against time. It's now 18 hours and counting since chaos and despair touched down in America's heartland.
Out of the building.
This was so loud and deafening. I thought I heard 2, but everyone else says maybe there was just 1.
A mammoth rescue effort continues following the devastation of a terrorist attack. Welcome back to our extensive coverage of the tragedy in Oklahoma. I'm Joe Oliver.
And I'm Kathleen Kennedy. Thanks for joining us. Officials in Texas say an all-points bulletin for a car driven by the suspects of yesterday's bombing in Oklahoma City has been canceled. The vehicle, which was rented in Texas, has apparently been found in the horrified town. 18 hours have passed since the explosion ripped apart the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. Rescue efforts are still underway. State officials say 31 are now confirmed dead, at least 12 of them children. Hospitals have treated more than 200 wounded, and dozens of people are still unaccounted for.
As we mentioned, it has now been 18 hours since the explosion. CNN's Bonnie Anderson is near the scene and joins us now with the latest. Bonnie?
Well, as we've been reporting, the rescue effort continues unabated as rescue workers search the rubble looking for the living among the dead. Scores of bodies are in the building, we're told by officials. They say that at this point, though, they don't want to use up precious time bringing out the dead as long as there's a possibility and a chance that some people may still be alive inside the building. They say that rescue workers are using cranes to check for the structural integrity of the building, as well as to look in the exposed areas for survivors. They're also using specially trained dogs and sensitive microphones, listening for the sounds, they hope, of people crying out for help. The last person to be rescued, though, was 6 hours ago. It was a 15-year-old woman who was found in the basement, a 15-year-old girl, I should say. They have then concentrated much of their efforts in the basement, hoping that since she was found alive, they might indeed find someone else. Now, this building housed a number of federal agencies, among them Customs, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Department of Defense, Department of the Interior, Justice Department officials, and the Drug Enforcement Agency. In all, about 550 people were working here. We heard that from federal officials. Local authorities, though, are telling us the number may be as high as 900 people. And at this point, there are still 200 to 300 people still unaccounted for. So the death toll will most certainly be rising in the days to come once that part of the operation gets underway, in which officials start removing the bodies from the building. Reporting live, I'm Bonnie Anderson.
It's being called one of the worst acts of terrorism to hit U.S. soil.
When we come back, we'll hear what officials in Washington are doing about yesterday's attack. Stay tuned.
Who says clothes make the man? By looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
To honor and obey.
The Mazda 626 was designed to be stable at speeds up to 125 miles per hour. With an available V6, front-wheel drive, and dual airbags.
To honor and obey.
So, even at 55, you can feel secure knowing you've made the right decision. Now the decision is even easier. Lease the Mazda 626DX for just $199 a month with $1,000 down.
If they're not Mopar parts, even if they say they'll fit, and look like they'll fit, will they really fit? Mopar, the only parts made precisely for Chrysler Corporation vehicles, installed by the dealer. Come in for an expert Mopar oil change right now, and we'll give you the Mopar oil filter at no charge.
You were looking at a live picture from Oklahoma City where they continue to remove some of the rubble from the explosion on Wednesday. More than 500 government employees work in the Oklahoma City Federal Building, some of them among the people unaccounted for. About a dozen government agencies have offices in the building: the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Social Security, the General Accounting Office, the General Services Administration, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Small Business Administration. Also, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Air Force, the Department of Agriculture, Customs Service, Secret Service, and the Veterans Administration. The building also has offices for a federal employee credit union.
The shockwaves from this incident have reverberated across America, especially in Washington. Our Bob Franken has been keeping on top of the developments there. Bob?
Kathleen, every bit as intensive as the effort to dig out Oklahoma City is the struggle to focus on answering one big question. Who did this? CNN's World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter says experts have easily spotted similarities to other terrorist attacks around the world. We had some technical problems with that report. The gist of the report by Ralph Begleiter is that there has been a pattern, particularly in the use of the car bomb, with other terrorist attacks that have gone back as far as 1983, when 280-some Marines died in an attack on the Marine barracks in Lebanon, going through a variety of them right up to the present. So many people who are experts are saying this has the same ring of it, and it's that kind of discussion that has rung alarms in U.S. Arab descendant communities. James Zogby of the Arab American Institute says the speculation is deeply unfair.
This is the action of a deranged, fanatic, or criminally insane group or individual. It is not the act of the Arab Americans or Muslim Americans who work next door to you, or who go to school with you, or who are a part of your community. And they ought not to be held responsible, just as Jewish Americans aren't responsible for Meyer Kahan or Baruch Goldstein. We ought not to make the community as a whole afraid for the actions of a few.
The FBI agent in charge of the investigation says he has no assumptions about who may have caused the bombing. Joe, Kathleen?
All right, we need to take a quick break, but there is still much more ahead.
Stay with CNN and our continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing and its aftermath.
Champion Covey Tucker Hill Stormy Breyer, 4-time winner, Best in Show. Champion Christian.
The dogs and cats you see here have two things in common. They're all top champions, and they're all fed ProPlan brand pet food. Experienced breeders have been feeding ProPlan for years. It helps make their dogs and cats look and feel great and perform at their peak. If you're a dog or cat owner and you'd like to know more about ProPlan, call 1-800-852-8700. We'll send you a free sample. You can choose a formula developed especially for adult dogs, adult cats, puppies, or kittens. You'll also receive coupons good for savings on regular-sized bags of ProPlan and free information on this remarkable, top-quality pet food. Limit one per household while supplies last. ProPlan is available only at pet stores, feed stores, and veterinarians. Call 1-800-852-8700. Start feeding ProPlan soon and treat your pet like a champion.
Sparky, the cleanest dog in the whole neighborhood.
I am absolutely not in control of my money whatsoever.
I'm pretty good with her money.
Now that I think about it, I'm not in that much control.
If you want to start getting control of your finances, start by getting Money Magazine. Try your first issue risk-free.
Risk-free? Risk-free, yes. Risk-free.
You'll see that Money Magazine is the smart, easy way to get control of your finances.
There's got to be something in every issue of Money that's worth more than what you paid for it.
They give you good, sound advice.
Because of that, I've made a bundle.
Call now. It will also send you Money's financial guides to help manage your money, build a future, and achieve your dreams. Free.
Free? Love that word, free.
Free.
Perfect.
If you like your risk-free issue of Money, do nothing. You'll get 12 more informative issues, 13 in all, for just 4 easy installments of only $8.99.
Give it to me now.
Or cancel and keep your first issue plus the guides free.
You can't lose.
Money Magazine has helped me manage my money.
Call now. Get your first issue of Money and the guides free.
I followed the advice and I made some money.
Clothes make the man. But looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
Billy, what's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need.
Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. That's 1-800-MATH-192.
While you're in bed and sweetly dreaming, somebody's mama is making biscuits made from scratch, hot and steaming, fresh from the kitchen at Hardee's.
Rise and shine, omelet lovers. The ultimate omelet biscuit at Hardee's has egg, crisp bacon, and 2 kinds of cheese. Right now, it's one of our daily breakfast biscuit specials, each just 99 cents.
Ultimate omelet, just 99 cents, fresh from the kitchen at Hardee's.
CNN's continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City explosion resumes. We are going to join our affiliate in Oklahoma City, KFOR, as they discuss rescue operations at the site of the explosion.
Equipment. They'll actually use an outdoor elevator to start moving upward. As you heard, Kirk Reed, the rescue worker that we talked with just a few minutes ago, talked about that a lot of the effort right now was being concentrated on the second and third floor because there's just not very much left on the floors above. And then again, he has been a lot closer than I have. He had just left the scene himself. We are positioned here approximately a block and a half away from the wreckage. But again, the most discouraging news this morning that again, so far, no survivors have been found since those that were pulled out just after about 10 o'clock last night. Sean and Lee?
Anthony, it seems the last couple hours there's been nothing but discouraging news coming from that site as far as the death count, as far as the bodies being pulled. Do you sense a mood shift, a morale swing in the people working down there?
No, actually, I don't, Sean. The folks that we've talked with that, again, have been trickling out, obviously are extremely exhausted and tired because a lot of them have been here since just after 10 o'clock yesterday morning. But you would think by now they would be dragging out of there, but some of them, I think they're actually having to pull them out of there, even though they say they're not tired. And obviously we talk about it a lot in our business about the adrenaline rush when a big story like this occurs. And obviously the same thing happens to those who work in the medical and in the emergency response profession, because those people are trained to react and try to give aid wherever and whenever it's needed. But no, I think there are a lot of folks here who still express a lot of hope. We had seen workers late tonight and late in the evening leaving here in tears. But I think, again, it's discouraging when you know that it doesn't seem to be the fact that they're breaking any new ground as far as finding any survivors. But I wouldn't say that morale is down. I think, as you mentioned, and as we've been talking about throughout the morning, there continues to be fresh crews going in. You heard about Kirk Reed talking about those who are just as fresh and ready to go in and do the work. You heard Kim Hughes talk about they're having crews going in every 2 hours trying to refresh the cores that are in. So I would say that the mood continues to be high, but obviously the news just isn't good.
Anthony, another question for you, and I'm listening to the background of the microphone, and what I hear is the rumble of all of that equipment, and I know they're still looking for survivors back there. One of the clues I would think of where you would need to look is you would want to hear some of the cries or some of the yells from some of the survivors. Is any of that equipment and any of the noise from that equipment hampering efforts to find survivors?
Well, I think what you're looking at is the equipment that you're seeing is the equipment where they're moving much of the rubble that was positioned right in front of the building, Lee. And obviously the search effort, at least from what Kirk Reed had told us, was concentrated on the far east end. So that is probably why. And again, the rumble that you're hearing here are some of the generators from some of the microwave, some of the satellite equipment that we're using here. We're a block and a half away. We can't hear exactly the machinery there, but obviously it's loud because of the size of the machinery. But again, the rescue effort is going to be concentrated in certain pockets. So hopefully they can use the dogs that can actually just sniff out humans and heat. Sense heat from humans those are also being used, and that would obviously help offset some of the noise that may be made by some of the actual, what we look at as monstrous-sized earth-moving machinery there.
Anthony, another question that came up, too. I would also imagine that all of this is being coordinated and directed by someone there, by some official there, who's doing it so that none of the evidence, possibly in convicting any suspects or anyone accused in this heinous crime, would be destroyed.
Well, obviously, since late yesterday, or since the actual occurrence of the explosion, you've had scores of ATF, scores of FBI investigators who have come in, who've been obviously combing through the debris, looking for as much evidence as they possibly can. I'm sure they wouldn't be moving any of this if this were evidence they felt were crucial to the case. But again, on the other side, you have a rescue effort also in progress. So, you know, you have to start weighing your options as to whether you want to preserve evidence or try to save possible survivors inside the building. And I think, and I can't get into the mind of a federal investigator as to how he or she does their job. But it's obviously they're going to take as much precaution as they can to not only preserve the evidence, but also try to locate anyone who's possibly surviving, possibly entombed in some of the rubble there.
Thank you very much. You've been watching coverage from CNN affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City. Apparently hope is fading of finding any more survivors, since they have not found any survivors since 10 o'clock local time. That would be 11 o'clock Eastern. At that time, they did find 3 surviving victims from the explosion. However, 2 have since died, and a 15-year-old girl remains in critical condition. They are rotating in fresh crews, keeping the spirits positive, but again, hope for finding more victims alive seems to be fading. When our coverage continues, we will talk with an expert about what is going on in the investigation right now. Stay with us.
I cannot live another day without air conditioning.
Says tomorrow's going to be hotter.
Hotter?
Like yesterday.
Yesterday? Yesterday you said you'd call Sears.
I'll call today.
You call now.
I'll call now.
Now's the time to save on Sears installed central air conditioning. Get 0% finance charge, no billing, and no payments until July with the Sears Charge Home Improvement Plan. Call now for a free in-home estimate on a Kenmore air conditioning system. State-of-the-art engineering means greater energy efficiency. A new Kenmore could save 10 to 44% on your annual cooling costs. In time, even pay for itself. Sears also offers fast emergency installation, a 5-year warranty on parts and labor, plus our satisfaction guarantee. And you know Sears will be there to back it up. Get 0% finance charge, no billing, no payments until July. Offer ends April 30th. So call now and see the cool side of Sears.
So what's the paper say about tomorrow?
Another scorcher.
Cool.
Here's why the Sarches are another Tylenol extended relief family.
I feel I'm too young to have this arthritis in my hand. What bothered me most was that I couldn't pick Michael up. With extended relief, now I can, even after a whole day of play. The relief really lasts.
Now, Deborah uses Tylenol extended relief with this unique bi-layer caplet. 1 layer of strong relief to attack the pain quickly, and 1 layer to make sure that strong relief lasts.
Now he doesn't have to hear, Mommy can't hold you.
Tylenol extended relief. Strong relief right away. Strong relief the whole day.
You can depend on us when you need to be rescued, but AAA is also there when you want to be reacquainted, cascaded, paraded, astonished, and completely enchanted. Because AAA members get exclusive Walt Disney World travel benefits, special savings packages, even a free Disney vacation planning video. For information on the packages, free vacation video, or AAA membership, call 1-800-222-8411.
Travel with someone you trust.
AAA.
The death toll in the Oklahoma City bombing now stands at 31, and the search for more victims as well as clues continues. With us this morning to shed some light on what's going on is security and counterterrorism expert Jeff Beatty, who has worked with both the CIA and the FBI. Mr. Beatty is now the Chief Executive Officer of Total Security Services International. which does large-scale security projects. Mr. Beatty, thanks for being with us this morning. To say this explosion was devastating is almost an understatement. How big does a bomb have to be to do this kind of damage?
A bomb, truck bomb, car bomb, normally is about 1,000 pounds. The average size of a car bomb is 300 pounds. And of course, the reason they choose to do that is because they're looking for a means of delivery that will allow people to bring into a target more than you could carry in your hand or in a suitcase.
Oh, of course, we saw the World Trade Center bombing last year, but why hasn't this happened more in the United States?
Well, I think up until this point, we've been more lucky than good. We've talked about this subject for some time, and terrorists tend to take the path of least resistance. Up until this point, and this is just speculation, but the MO is the same as other Middle Eastern terrorist groups. If it turns out to be a Middle Eastern group, they've had plenty of U.S. targets actually located closer to them than Oklahoma City. Marine Corps barracks in Beirut, U.S. Embassy in Beirut, etc. So that's the reason why they've chosen the path of least resistance up until now. Bringing it to Oklahoma City, I believe, is a statement saying that no matter where you are, we too can strike at you.
How easy is it to build this kind of bomb?
Unfortunately, it's not that difficult. The materials are fairly basic. The knowledge is out there, and things as far back as the Anarchist Cookbook. So it's unfortunately not too difficult to build.
And the materials are easy to find?
The materials are available. They're often a combination of fertilizer products and diesel fuel. So these are pretty crude materials, but yet pretty effective.
As investigators search through the rubble and look at the bomb fragments, what information are they hoping to find?
Well, I think that they're looking for a signature, the type of material used in the bomb, the way that the bomb would be constructed. This material will provide a signature of a group that uses a certain type of bomb. In fact, in some cases, it's even possible to attribute a bomb to an individual bomber based upon the signature of the bomb that he has built.
You worked with the CIA and developed counterterrorism training programs for some time. What did this experience teach you?
Well, that the onus on protection is basically on the person who has something to be protected. I have a lot of respect for the people in the FBI and the Central Intelligence Agency and other organizations that work against this threat on a daily basis. But what we're seeing is it's very difficult to do. Even the CIA had employees killed on their own doorstep just a few years ago. The FBI and other government agencies have been the victims. At the World Trade Center, they lost many offices, and of course here at a federal building. So the government's track record, according to a State Department pamphlet published just before the World Trade Center bombing, is about a 1 in 3 success rate in being able to prevent domestic terrorist incidents such as this. That means that 2/3 of the time the operations will succeed. To me, that means if you have something that's a symbolic target or something that's a potential target, the onus is really on you to provide the right level of protection for that.
All right, Jeff Beatty, CEO of Total Security Services International. Thanks for your insights. Joe?
Stay with us. We'll recap the latest on the rescue efforts in Oklahoma when we return.
And we'll hear how other corners of the world are living with terrorism. Our extended coverage of the tragedy resumes right after this break. Stay tuned.
Join Mary Tillotson for intelligent talk about today's issues. The Emmy-nominated CNN and Company. Weekdays, 11:30 Eastern.
He was the most raw talent they had ever seen. By the time he was 18, he was the most talked-about athlete in the country. At 20, he was the most feared fighter in history. Until suddenly, bad advice and his own personal demons turned an American dream into an American nightmare. Tyson, an HBO original. Saturday, April 29th at 8. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Cox Cable when the Disney Channel presents The Sound of Julie Andrews, performing with Tokyo's Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Andre Previn. The Sound of Julie Andrews will be one of your favorite things. Sunday, April 30th at 9 on the Disney Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Style with Elsa Clench, Saturday morning, 10:30 Eastern on CNN.
The devastation is obvious and overwhelming, but not the reason.
Americans struggle for answers in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bomb attack. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this tragic event. I'm Kathleen Kennedy.
And I'm Joe Oliver. Showbiz Today will not be seen this morning so that we can bring you the latest from Oklahoma City. Recapping the latest developments, officials in Texas say an all-points bulletin for a car believed driven by the suspects of yesterday's bombing in Oklahoma City has been canceled. They say the car has been found in Oklahoma City. An FBI spokesman could not confirm that report. Meanwhile, rescue efforts are still underway. State officials say the death toll has risen to 31, 12 of them children. A daycare center was located on the second floor of the devastated building. Dozens of people are still unaccounted for. A makeshift morgue is set up to receive bodies throughout the night. They were told to expect upwards of 100 corpses. A rescue worker said emergency crews have periodically turned off chainsaws throughout the operation, listening for signs of life. Instead, he said, quote, "We didn't hear anything, just death." Acts of terrorism are rare on U.S. soil, but other countries live in fear nearly every day. Great Britain has spent decades dealing with threats and bombings related to the conflict in Northern Ireland. Suicide bombers try to unravel the Middle East peace process, and even Japan has not been spared. Joining us now are three CNN reporters at points around the globe. Let's begin in Tokyo with CNN's Andrea Koppel. Andrea, the safe society image that people in Japan had was shattered just a month ago by the gas attack on the Tokyo subways. How has that changed in the last month?
Well, Joe, Japan, as everyone knows, is one of the world's most expensive countries. Its people work perhaps some of the longest hours and live in perhaps some of the smallest homes and apartments. But one thing they had, and they felt that was worth putting up with all the rest of these problems in their life, one thing they felt that the rest of the world did not have was peace of mind. They felt safe in their home. Women felt safe walking the streets of the major cities in Japan late at night. Kids could ride the subways and major transportation systems without their parents worrying about them. But as you mentioned, 1 month ago today, all of that changed in Japan. On March 20th, 12 people were killed and more than 5,000 others were made ill when a terrorist, we don't know who, a group, perhaps a single person, attacked the Tokyo subway system with sarin gas. About 10 days later, Japan's top cop was attacked on the street by an armed gunman. He was shot. And then, just yesterday on Wednesday in Japan, in Yokohama, Japan's second largest city, again, the subway system became a scene of a lot of people running around with napkins in front of their face. It's an incident. Police don't want to call it an attack at this point. Perhaps it wasn't an attack. So within the span of 30 days, Japan went from feeling safe within its own borders to feeling unsafe on its own transportation system. We went out on the streets of Japan and spoke with some people today who say that today they're questioning the very thing that they used to take for granted.
I just rode the subway, and when I was on, I thought, could I be next?
We didn't really have any public fear or major crime problems, so we really didn't know about what this was all about until the sarin attack.
We came to Tokyo today for a field trip, and my mom said before I left, maybe it's better if you didn't go.
Riding the train can mean meeting your destiny. It's over. So I'm doing everything I can not to ride the train.
We can't just think anymore about these particular gassings or religious cults. We also have to consider other terrorist attacks. and set up a system of public self-protection.
Terrorist attacks in Japan, until a month ago, that would have been unthinkable, Joe. But today, it's something that the people of Japan are taking extremely seriously. And the implications of terrorism in Japan stretch far beyond the boundaries of this country. Because if it can happen here, as it did on March 20th, then perhaps it could happen anywhere.
Andrea, stand by. We understand that your satellite time may end at any time, but we're going to join Jim Clancy in London at this point to get reaction from Britons on this attack in Oklahoma City. Are they surprised that it could happen in the U.S., Jim?
Well, John, they are. They're shocked, really, at the size of this and the location of the bomb blast. And one of the headlines that was bannered across one of the tabloid papers here today, "Bombers hit the heart of America." That summed up the feeling of many Britons that it could happen anywhere. And there's a lot of sympathy here and a lot of anger for what the United States is going through at this hour. Britons, of course, have an historic battle with the Irish Republican Army. The Anglo-Irish conflict has gone on for decades. But as I was talking to one of my colleagues here in London today, there were always at least some kind of unwritten rules there. This bombing in Oklahoma City, to many Britons, seems like nothing more than wanton killing, and killing on a massive scale involving children. To be sure, the British have had their share of violence. They have seen quiet towns shattered by bomb blasts. They have attended far too many funerals of their own children. They have a sympathy for the Americans today. But I think that they also, throughout the Anglo-Irish conflict, had an understanding that there was a reason behind this, that there were some unwritten rules of conduct during this war as it was carried on. Of course, those rules were broken from time to time, and clearly there were outrages. But this event in the United States has shocked Britons, and they realize that after enduring decades of a conflict, a terrorist conflict, that you can make so many targets hard. That is, you can protect them, you can take steps to increase security around key targets, but you can never make every place safe. And here in the heart of America this morning, as people look on from Britain, they're seeing that the heart of America indeed isn't safe. And they really believe, I think, that there's not much Americans can do about it. The battle against terrorism is a difficult one, and oftentimes the terrorists have all the cards in their hands.
Jim, we're going to ask you to stand by as well as we join Walter Rogers on the phone in Jerusalem, where Israelis have long had to deal with terrorism in the streets. Walter, do they have any thoughts there on who might be responsible for the explosion in Oklahoma City?
This morning we're hearing that the Islamic militant leaders in the Palestinian-ruled Gaza Strip are saying their organization is opposed to the deadly bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City. The Islamic leaders in Gaza say their movement's field of action is in Palestine against the Israeli occupation forces, and there is no war of hostility between them and the American people. The problem in Oklahoma City continues to be that no one's claimed responsibility, whereas in Israel, when there's a suicide bombing, the Islamic Jihad or Hamas is quick to claim responsibility. The bombers often record videotapes of themselves before blowing themselves up. In some respects, Israel's fight against terrorism is easier. The enemy here is identifiable. He has clear motives and political goals, most recently, to try to derail the peace process between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. When you know who your enemy is, whether it's Jihad or Hamas, the Israelis can try to penetrate the terrorist cells. Indeed, in such a small area, they can even try to strike back at an identifiable enemy. Remember, we still don't know for sure who was responsible for the suicide bombing of the American embassy in Beirut in 1983. No one was ever punished for the killing of over 200 Marines in yet another terrorist attack in Beirut down by the airport. And despite the claims of the Bush administration that Libya was responsible for the bombing of Pan Am 103, there's a substantial body of opinion in this part of the world, at least, that points the finger elsewhere in the Middle East.
Andrea Koppel in Tokyo, before we lose you quickly, while they have not identified who's responsible for the incident or the attack, have there been any visible signs of heightened security in Japan?
Most recently, Joe, and I understand we're going to lose the satellite in just a few seconds, over the weekend there were thousands of police officers who were out on the streets because there had been a prediction by the doomsday cult Shinrikyo that the world was going to come to an end, or that...
Well, we just lost Andrea Koppel in Tokyo. Walter Rogers, what are they doing in Israel that we are not doing in the U.S.?
Well, there's little comparison between Israel, which is a society which is ever at war and ever vigilant against terrorism, and the United States. Israel is a country of military checkpoints along every main road. Here you're searched going in and out of shopping malls and movie theaters. There are even armed guards at the gates of Israeli daycare centers and nursery schools. Israelis know they're at war with hateful Islamic militant groups who want to destroy them. In Oklahoma City, you're trying to piece together shards of glass and traces of explosives that will take months to complete the puzzle of responsibility. And like the terrorism against the Israelis in Argentina over the past few years, we may never know who was responsible or be able to unsheath the sword of vengeance.
Jim Clancy in London, do you see any similarities in what's being done in London? I don't imagine British people have to deal with searches wherever they go.
Well, certainly during the Anglo-Irish conflict, we had a peace talks are in progress right now. Ceasefire was declared last September. Since then, Britons have really become accustomed to a lot of calm. But if you were a resident, say, of Belfast even a year ago, you were constantly vigilant. You were constantly being stopped. You could be checked. There was the threat of bomb blasts going off in litter bins or in pubs or in hotels at any time, and people were on their guard. It really added a lot of stress to their lives. Last Christmas, we saw that they were shopping, and many of them couldn't believe how peace had broken out and how they could relax that guard a little bit. So the situation here is one that is very different from in the United States. But at the same time, as I said earlier, they've got a lot of sympathy for what the United States is facing. Your whole lifestyle would have to change if you were to go on your guard against every kind of terrorist attack. I think, like Americans today, there's shock here, there's outrage here, and there's also a determination to say who is responsible for this wanton killing that we saw yesterday in Oklahoma City. And as Walter was pointing out, the search is for the suspects may be a very difficult one. It may be a long one. I know that here in London, they have already, some of the newspapers have pointed towards the Middle East, that those could be possibilities. They've also pointed towards, of course, the Davidian sect from Waco, Texas, as a possible motive or someone who might be involved in all of this. But we're going to have to wait and see what the evidence shows. If there is clear evidence, particularly from bombs, as we heard earlier from the security expert, if these things can tie someone to it, I think that you'll see a different situation in the United States, one that they will be able to look at and take in a specific direction.
Walt, the U.S. has long been an ally of Israel. Are Israelis surprised that an attack of this sort is just now happening? Did they expect something like this to eventually come to U.S. soil, considering the alliance?
I think Israelis are probably as surprised as Americans are. Israelis live with terror or the prospect of terror every day. I don't know an Israeli who doesn't get on a bus here in Jerusalem and check everyone else on the bus and their packages just to make sure that maybe this isn't their bus to die on. So I think Israelis are overwhelmingly shocked that it could happen in the United States, in what they perceive to be a safe country. Let me add just one other thing. I think what the Israelis can contribute to the crime-solving process in the United States is intelligence. If this attack in Oklahoma City, this terrorist attack, has Middle Eastern origins, and that's still a big if, but if it does, the Israelis will be able, perhaps more than anyone else, to help the United States in locating the origins of the attack.
And Jim Clancy, your final thoughts?
Well, I think only the reaction here. I think people are looking on, they're seeing an attack in the heart of America. They're wondering if America has the heart to deal with it. And I think they know and they understand that because they've endured these terrorist attacks. As I said, they've attended and they've grieved at the funerals of their children, and they understand that what it takes to get a country, to get a people through this is really hard, and it's something that the people have before the attack. It is not something that they are going to recover as they sift through the wreckage. They may find the suspects, they may find those responsible, but they'll never really be able to answer the question, why? Why did these children have to die? Never be able to answer that question.
CNN's Jim Clancy in London, Walter Rogers in Jerusalem, and Andrea Koppel in Tokyo. Thank you very much. Our continuing coverage of the explosion in Oklahoma City will resume right after this.
You get headaches. I bet you my headaches are worse than yours. I'm not bragging. I'm just one of those people who feel pain more deeply. But I've learned how to handle it. I take Anacin. That's right. Anacin.
If you're someone who feels pain deeply, you need a strong medicine like Anacin with an ingredient that enhances its pain medicine, a formula no other leading pain reliever has.
If your headaches are anything like mine, you need this.
The more you feel headache pain, the more you need Anacin.
Are your savings caught in an MCI Friends and Family circle?
With MCI, I was with friends and family. Everybody that I wanted to call, they had to be part of my friends and family. Otherwise, I wouldn't get the discount.
Is it worth the hassle?
I don't like the calling circle. I didn't like the list.
With AT&T True Savings, spend just $10 a month, subtract 25% off your AT&T bill. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-GET-TRUE today.
It is a true savings. Okay, it tells you bottom line. You spend this amount of money, you get this percentage savings.
It would be about 25% off for our family, which would be great.
Call anyone, anytime, anywhere in the U.S. and save 25%.
There's no complicated, fussy things to do. It works.
True Savings gets even better. Spend $50 a month, subtract 30% off your AT&T bill. Switch to AT&T today.
Your bill gets higher, you're saving a little more money, you agree to do it, you don't need anybody else's approval.
MCI customers switch to AT&T today and switch free.
As a matter of fact, I think I'll be making the call today.
Your true voice.
This evergreen didn't have to die. Just a few cents worth of meracid could have saved it. When evergreens turn sickly yellow, they need more than just fertilizer. They need meracid. You see, ordinary fertilizers just feed, but meracid feeds, ionizes, acidifies to help restore vigor and beauty. And with meracid in your Miracle Grow feeder, you can keep all your evergreens beautiful year-round. It's so easy. Just drop in and spray on. So fast, you'll treat all your plants in minutes.
What's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need.
Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. That's 1-800-MATH-192.
I confess, I don't scrub toilets, but I still want them sparkling. So I use 2,000 flushes. There's chlorine cleaning in every flush for up to 4 months. Honey, I've got better things to do. Why use brushes when there's 2,000 flushes?
You can depend on us when you need to be restarted. But AAA is also there when you want to be Caribbean, Europe, Canal, Alaska, and completely spoiled by the uncompromising quality of a Holland America Line cruise, because AAA members get special savings. For details on our members-only offer on Holland America Line cruises or AAA membership, call your nearest AAA office.
Travel with someone you trust.
AAA.
Discover the movie critics are calling powerful and deeply moving.
Not chickenpox,
please.
Told with honesty and humor, The Cure will touch your heart. Don't miss The Cure, rated PG-13. Starts Friday.
President Clinton is promising to bring the bombers to justice, and Attorney General Janet Reno says she will seek the death penalty. More now from CNN's Jill Doherty at the White House.
Briefed by his senior staff on details of the bombing, shocked by television pictures of the devastation in Oklahoma City, President Clinton warned there would be swift justice for the killers.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards.
The president immediately deployed a crisis management team led by the FBI to the scene, bringing together top investigators for the Justice Department, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the military, and local authorities. He declared an emergency in Oklahoma City and dispatched the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, James Lee Witt, to the city to coordinate emergency services. Attorney General Janet Reno vowed the killers will face the death penalty.
18 U.S.C. Section 844 relates to those who maliciously damage or destroy a federal building. If there is death, if death occurs, the death penalty is available, and we will seek it.
Across Washington and across the nation, security was increased at federal facilities. 6 cities reported threats against federal buildings. Some were evacuated. Senior administration officials, while saying they did not know who carried out the bombing, said the nature of the explosive device and the scale of the bombing pointed to international terrorism. White House officials say President Clinton will go forward with his Thursday public schedule, which includes a state visit by the president of Brazil. As one official put it, the last thing we want is for President Clinton to look like a hostage to this situation. Jill Doherty, CNN, the White House.
Stand by. The president has called this an act of cowardice. The rest of the world calls it heartless. We will have more coverage in just a moment.
One of the newest developments in nutrition is actually one of the oldest foods known to man, the soybean. For over 4,000 years, the Chinese have used it to make nutritious, protein-rich foods. But in America, the history of the soybean is considerably shorter. In fact, it didn't become a widely used food ingredient here until the 50s. One thing's for sure, though, it's come a long way since then. Over the years, one company has led the way in unlocking the versatility of the soybean. A company that each day continues to develop new ways to use this abundant, functional source of protein. The Archer Daniels Midland Company. That's using the old bean.
Take the weight off your hair so it can really move, really shine. Flex Light and Free. Shampoos and conditioners that are light and free of the residue that can weigh down your hair. Hide its shine. Flex Light and Free. No heavy detergents that can strip your hair. No dulling, hair flattening residue. Just an incredible clean. Fresh light scent. Flex Light and Free from Revlon. Let's see what Templeton is up to. What's this? Ah, I knew it. Champagne? Lobster? So, you thought you could just slip a first-class ticket by me, did you? We'll just have a little chat, won't we? Ah, Templeton, pleasant trip. Here we are.
First business class? But that's impossible!
Introducing Trans World One, first-class service, business-class fare.
People are now confirmed dead from the bombing in Oklahoma City. Now, a story of one of the survivors. Last night, rescue workers located a woman trapped beneath a beam. Removing the concrete beam would have caused the building to collapse. So, on the spot, they made a tough decision. A doctor told CNN's Bonnie Anderson what they did.
Well, the firemen, who were doing an excellent job, had identified 2 or 3 people that they thought were trapped, that they could not get out because they were in the basement and they had 2 or 3 floors of concrete on them and beams, and if they removed them, that those beams would collapse. 2 of the people were such that I couldn't see them. I didn't feel that I could get myself into those people, nor if those people were released could we extract them to bring them out. There was one lady that was within daylight who was down a long tunnel of concrete that I thought that if we could get her out, and she was moving all her other limbs, she was awake, she was talking, and so, you know, apparently for the rest of it, she was okay. And that
was she aware?
She was aware.
What limb did you have to amputate?
The right leg.
Was she conscious during this time?
We had Dr. David Tuggle administered some Versed anesthesia for her, crawled out, and I went in and amputated her leg.
And her condition now?
I don't know. I took her to, we rode with her to the emergency room. She's getting emergency treatment. She seems to be stabilized. I mean, I think the thing that we have to focus on is that this is a lot of what we saw when I was in the Army, and this was, you know, these are wartime injuries. This is the heartland of America, and it's happening right here. And we in Oklahoma think we're as prepared as anyone to take care of these sorts of things, but every city and every place is going to have to be ready now and have a disaster plan in place to handle these war-type wounds.
Did you have to perform the same type of surgery on anybody else in there, or were you aware of that happening?
No. The first time we went in, we were attempting to amputate her leg, and they evacuated the building because they thought there was another bomb threat. There were 2 other people, as I said, that they thought were trapped and still alive that we could not get to physically do this.
Any word on them?
No, none.
A very brave woman to endure that amputation.
And CNN's continuing coverage of the explosion in Oklahoma City resumes right after this.
First pitch to the final out. Nobody covers the game like Baseball 95. Saturday, 11:30 Eastern on CNN.
Hey, baby, what do I have to do?
Amazing but true.
To make
America has gone back to the 50s.
You gotta dance with me, Henry.
All right, baby.
Back to the good times and the music we'll never forget.
Oh, yes, I'm the great pretender.
Heartland Music presents Back to the 50s. 50 of the biggest, most singable, danceable, lovable songs of the 50s.
Papa loves mambo. Mama loves mambo.
4 big albums.
Chantilly lace and a pretty face.
50 hits from the happiest decade in history.
Tequila.
See you later, alligator. That's the wild crocodile.
Diana. So many special memories.
26 miles across the sea.
So many great songs captured forever in Back to the 50s.
I'm proud to say that she's my buttercup. I'm in love. I'm all shook up.
But remember, this 50-song collection is not sold in stores. Here's how to order Back to the 50s now.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $19.98 for records or cassettes or $24.98 for 2 CDs, plus $4 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Back to the 50s, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Kennedy.
And I'm Joe Oliver. Sports Late Night will not be seen this morning because we are continuing our coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing.
Recapping what we know so far about the bombing of the Albert P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. The 9-story building was shattered without warning yesterday morning by a powerful car bomb. Authorities estimate the blast was caused by about a half-ton of explosives. No one has claimed responsibility as of yet, and the FBI has not announced any suspects. Texas officials say an all-points bulletin for a blue Chevrolet was canceled a short time ago after the vehicle was located in Oklahoma City. We do not know yet if that car was related to the bombing, and an FBI spokesman could not confirm that report. In the meantime, rescue efforts continued through the night. More than 500 people worked in the building, and about 200 are still unaccounted for. Emergency workers are using dogs, cameras, and listening devices to try to locate survivors in the wreckage. At least 31 people are known dead, including a dozen children who had been in a daycare center on the second floor of the building. Officials say the death toll will certainly rise much higher.
CNN's Gary Tuckman is standing by in Oklahoma City and joins us with the latest. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Joe. When the World Trade Center exploded 2 years and 2 months ago, people were fearful and they were angry, but there was a sense of amazement that the death toll never climbed higher than 6. But there is no such sense of amazement here in Oklahoma City. The official death toll is at 31, as you said, but that is just a small fraction of what the final death toll will be. By all accounts, there are scores more bodies inside the federal building right behind me, and officials are not counting them yet because right now, frankly, their main task is trying to find survivors. And the task is very difficult. It is a time right now where there are cranes and hundreds of people who are searching, and it is a very painstaking process because they have to remove the one-ton beams very gingerly, because if they move it too hard and too harshly, they could crush someone who may have survived. Their patience was rewarded last night when they rescued a 15-year-old girl who was inside. They have brought her to the hospital where she is being treated right now. 2 more people were thought to be survivors, but they died shortly after they were rescued. The sad news is, in the last several hours, there have been no rescues, according to officials. But right now, they have about 400 to 500 people searching, hoping that they find people living inside the building. Here in Oklahoma City, there's a lot of shock. Of course, throughout the world, there is shock at what happened in the city, but as you might imagine, Oklahoma City, people have always, this is the kind of place where people say, nothing like this would ever happen here. You go to the airport, and people are walking around in a state of shock. As a matter of fact, when you go into the airport here in the lounge, where people are usually having cocktails before a flight, everyone is just staring at the TV sets, watching the news accounts. The local news stations have been on 24 hours straight here with the news of what has happened here in Oklahoma City. One of the things people were most proud of here in this federal building is that they had a daycare center. It was a source of pride that people could come to work, the hundreds of employees who work here, and leave their children here. And like most parents who bring their children to daycare centers, the greatest fear was that their children would not get enough attention. Well, obviously that fear was a little bit naive, or at least it seems naive at this time. There was a much greater thing to fear here in Oklahoma City, at least yesterday. Now, a short time ago, we talked with a local bartender who was helping out in the rescue efforts.
This afternoon, it kind of shook me up because some of the bodies that I pulled out this afternoon, I didn't actually pull them out of the building. They brought them out, set them down on the cement, and then we helped them put them into the body bag and then take them over to the temporary morgue.
How did that affect you?
Pretty terrible. You know, one of the ones I found today happened to be a little child, and I wouldn't care to describe what it looked like. It was terrible, and I went up there and kind of emotional for a little bit, and then came back down here tonight, and I've been here since then.
Since about midnight, how many bodies would you say you've seen come out of there?
I would say since 11:30, I would estimate around 20. That is unconfirmed.
Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating has declared today a day of mourning in the state of Oklahoma. He has asked everybody to lower their flags to half-staff. So throughout the city of Oklahoma City and throughout the entire state, flags are at half-staff, including one just a couple of blocks away from the federal building here in Oklahoma City. A memorial service will be held this Friday for the people who died, most of whom still remain inside this building. This is Gary Tuckman, CNN Live in Oklahoma City.
Gary, even though they haven't found any other people lately, do they still hold any hope of finding any more survivors?
They sure do hold out hope, Joe, because the fact is that this was a 9-floor building with 4 levels below the street. Now, it has pancake, but they are hoping that there are air pockets, that there are holes where people could survive, and that because of all the noise right here, what they have to do when they're actually conducting this search is turn off all the equipment for minutes at a time so they can hear if anybody's shouting, because it's so noisy that they may not be able to hear people shouting. So that's what they're doing. They have the heavy equipment trying to remove the beams, and they shut down the equipment to see if they can hear anything. And right now they're hopeful, but time will tell. Within the next 6 or 7 hours, if they don't pull anybody out, the hope may go down a little bit.
CNN's Gary Tuckman in Oklahoma City. Thank you very much. Kathleen?
As you can expect, the situation in Oklahoma City is being closely monitored in our nation's capital. CNN's Bob Frankton is standing by in our Washington studio with the latest from there. Bob?
Well, Kathleen, as law enforcement officials begin combing the debris for clues, experts are already seeing some obvious patterns in the Oklahoma City bombing. CNN World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter reports.
U.S. counterterrorism officials have already noted the similarities between the Oklahoma bombing and the attack which collapsed the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon in 1983. A car bomb, a big one, 1,000 pounds of explosives, officials tell CNN. Explosion immediately outside the building, collapsing an entire facade, with many casualties among those inside. U.S. officials insist they don't have any firm answers yet, but they have many reasons to suspect terrorists with ties outside the United States could be responsible for Oklahoma City. There's a trail of similar incidents in Buenos Aires, 1992, the Israeli embassy. Also in Argentina, 1994, a Jewish cultural center. In London, a short time later, a car bomb at the Israeli embassy. And the World Trade Center bombing in New York. Who does car bombs? One U.S. official asks rhetorically, then answers his own question this way. Hamas, the Palestinian group which has claimed responsibility for car bomb attacks inside Israel. Hezbollah, the pro-Iranian group which claimed responsibility for attacks against the United States in Lebanon. And the group of Islamic alleged co-conspirators on trial for the World Trade Center bombing and a plot to strike other New York landmarks.
I don't think that we should deal with what-ifs. I think we should make sure that those people who are responsible are pursued and brought to justice.
The arrest of Ramzi Youssef in Pakistan in February in connection with the World Trade Center bombing was followed by an attack against American diplomatic personnel in Karachi in March. That attack led U.S. officials to issue a worldwide warning of possible terrorist actions against American citizens and facilities. Officials say no further warnings were issued more recently. But top U.S. government officials suggest concern about a possible terrorist attack heightened when an associate of Youssef was picked up in the Philippines and flown to New York, where he was charged in the bombing conspiracy. Authorities will almost certainly investigate whether there are any connections between the New York group and Muslim organizations in Oklahoma known to be followers of Sheikh Rahman. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, Washington.
After hours of watching the extent of the Oklahoma City tragedy unfold, an obviously shaken President Clinton called reporters to the White House briefing room, speaking for reporters to the nation and the world.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards. I have met with our team, which we assembled to deal with this bombing, and I have determined to take the following steps to assure the strongest response to this situation. First, I have deployed
President Clinton saying that he is sending in a variety of federal agents from the tremendous number of departments. There's an interagency coordinating group. They're all going into Oklahoma City to follow up. And Attorney General Janet Reno followed that up by saying that when those responsible are caught, prosecutors will seek the death penalty. Kathleen, Joe?
All right, thanks, Bob.
Death and devastation ripped through Oklahoma City in a matter of seconds.
Most of those injured are trauma victims, but how do emergency workers deal with tragedy after tragedy?
We'll explore that issue with an expert right after this break. Stay with us.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
For sure my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel that we are. I'm sure that we are. How would I know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Another reason to switch from this freeze-dried to dark, rich Folgers Crystals. Folgers looks more like dark, rich ground roast. It's fresh brewed coffee made into crystals. Folgers Crystals. See the difference in an instant.
What does your business get when combining breaking news with a Network 486 PC, CNN at Work? Get the competitive edge of being the first to know. Call 1-800-CNN-WORK. That's 1-800-CNN-WORK.
The Volvo 850 Turbo Sports Wagon. It goes places no wagon has gone before.
Why is Embassy Suites twice the hotel? First, you get a suite with 2 big rooms. Evening beverages are on the house, not on the bill. And our cook-to-order breakfast is free of charge. Obviously, this isn't your typical hotel. It's twice the room, twice the comfort, and twice the value. And it's only at Embassy Suites. Twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
Yeah, it's a Volvo wagon.
Looking at a live city from Oklahoma City as the rescue efforts continue. Yesterday's disaster produced hundreds of victims in a split second, and those are just the ones accounted for this far. How do emergency personnel handle the volumes of victims in a tragedy like the Oklahoma City bombing? Here to explore that question is Dr. James Dougal. He's an emergency physician at Atlanta's Grady Memorial Hospital. He is also the founder and co-chairman of American Search and Rescue, an Atlanta-based disaster team that has tackled emergencies around the globe. In this particular incident, the rescue workers, I mean, a lot of them are EMTs, they work in emergency rooms and have dealt with trauma. What gets to them more, the injuries or the sheer volumes?
Well, I think it's the injuries, and actually the children have been just a tremendous mental anguish. These are complete innocent victims. When we are attending victims in natural disasters, we can't predict that an earthquake can happen. We can't predict that a hurricane. But this was an event that was that shouldn't have happened. And what they're seeing is they're seeing victims, especially children, that not only are dead but have tremendous injuries. And it's tremendous anguish for the EMTs.
Well, how do they deal with this anguish and still carry on and do their job?
It's really difficult. I think the biggest problem today that you're going to see is post-traumatic syndrome. Not only starting today, when the focus changes, you'll see that as the victims are being brought out slower and slower, and the first wave of treatment is already concluded, now you're going to find a lot of people redirecting their focus from the immediate duties that they had to back to their normal duties. For example, you had a gentleman, EMT, a volunteer, who was helping people. He's a victim also, and he needs to realize that the post-traumatic syndrome is going to be a major event, and he has to realize, or the people need to realize, that they are a victim and they need some assistance also.
You're talking about the gentleman that we just saw, who is a bartender and volunteered to help out, and his job was to help move the bodies. That's quite a drastic shift in everyday life.
Absolutely, and these are heroes. I mean, there's been heroic events, and this young man was a hero. But what happens, we have to look at him too, because he's become a victim. He's going to, all of a sudden, when the last victim is removed from the building or the last person is saved from the building, then all of a sudden our attention should turn to the people who are attending these patients and to look for the things of stress, anger, tremendous anger, depression, unable to sleep, unable to resolve. They keep seeing the victims, whether one was the amputation of the leg. They keep seeing these victims over and over. One EMT stayed with a person for 5 hours. You can't just walk away from that. In the emergency room, we go to the next patient. We're professionals. But there's a lot of people out there who haven't seen these types of injuries.
A lot of these people are out there dealing with other people who are going through the same thing. In fact, I would imagine just about everyone in Oklahoma City in particular is going to deal with some sort of stress and trauma. Will they be able to rely on each other for the help?
Well, that's one way of doing it, but what you have to do, it's not only Oklahoma City. You've brought this, I mean, into the living rooms all over the world. The first thing is the parents are going to have to look to our children. They're going to look toward their churches, etc., but also the medical profession. In Oklahoma City, per se, they can seek mental health facilities there at the University Hospital. They're set up right now to deal with post-traumatic syndrome. I think it's important, but it's important to realize that there's people all over, not only in Oklahoma City, but Atlanta, New York, Miami, who are also going to experience watching the pictures on television, this type of syndrome.
And these people should also seek help if they start noticing any of these symptoms.
Absolutely. One thing is to realize that there may be a problem, and there may be a depression, and there may be anger, and to let it out, and to talk to the people, and talk to a professional.
Dr. James Dougal of Atlanta's Grady Memorial Hospital. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Kathleen?
Don't go away. Just ahead, we'll tell you what the Red Cross is doing to help the victims of yesterday's tragedy.
And we'll look at some victims who are too young to understand what's happened. CNN's extensive coverage of the bombing continues right after this.
Nobody keeps those hours anymore. Breakfast is now the most important meal of the business day. But sometimes you need more than coffee to start your day. You need an important package. Introducing UPS Early AM Delivery. Not just by 10:30, but by 8:30 a.m. guaranteed. The business day may seem endless, but at least now you know when it can begin. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
One love, one heart, and now let's get together and feel alright.
Experience true luxury and elegance at the Lido Resorts. Every every whim, every desire, every vacation pleasure is all yours for one simple, upfront, super-inclusive price. For more information, call 1-800-859-SUPER.
See up there. Fine, huh?
Oh, hi. Hey, Mom.
Did you leave any dirt out there? Hey, I'm thirsty.
Yeah, what you got? Okay, listen up. We got some purple stuff, OJ, soda.
yeah, I'll take one.
Oh, yeah.
Tastes like orange tangerine and lime.
Some healthy junk, too. Sunny to go. All right. Sunny Delight. The good stuff kids go for.
We continue our coverage of horror in the heartland. One of the most heartbreaking aspects of this violent attack is that small children are sharing the brunt of the tragedy. So far, many of the confirmed fatalities are babies and toddlers who had been at the building's daycare center. For those who survived, youth may be their greatest ally. Experts say children are generally more resilient than adults in coping with crises, perhaps because they're too young to know these things are not supposed to happen. Adults, of course, know better.
She's from the Y daycare.
The Y daycare?
Okay. And I live up on the 5th floor of the Y, and I'm just helping till her mom gets here.
Were you upstairs?
Yeah. Yes.
What happened?
I just woke up and I was covered with glass. I didn't know what was going on. I just got out.
So you're helping out?
Well, I work at night as a guard at the Y. So I was sleeping today.
Sure, I was 10 miles away when the bomb went off. Sure. It was that strong. What was it like being across the street?
I don't know. I think I'm probably still in shock. It was scary.
What's your name, sir?
Don Chris.
Chris, K-R-I?
C.
C-R-I?
Mm-hmm. And this is Cornelia.
You okay, little girl?
Let's join our affiliate KFOR right now.
And, I mean, they were doing their jobs and what they had to do. It's just a tragic thing that, you know, we've been talking about all day long, and this group of firefighters are doing the best they can.
All right, Dan, thank you very much for that information. Lee, it looks like you were a little prophetic. Unfortunately, didn't quite turn out like we had hoped. You had mentioned that that they were digging so fervently that perhaps they were looking for survivors. They were certainly looking for bodies. Unfortunately, from what photojournalist Dan Anderson tells us, the 4 firefighters we have been zeroed in on for the last good hour and a half are indeed looking for 4 victims, 4 people who did not make it. And unfortunately, they are going to be added to the ever-growing list of people who were certainly brutalized and victimized in this incident.
And one of the things that we mentioned earlier was that that I talked about. I could tell where the digging quickened, where they were digging through the rubble, and you could see the rapidity, how it was speeding up. They were going more and more rapid, and you can see right there how they're just throwing things back more carelessly, throwing the debris back more carelessly. With the live shots, again, sometimes we have a little bit of difficulty. Right now we're going to go back to the building. But let's continue talking about those workers who were digging so quickly through that rubble.
And we'll try to get back to that.
Yeah, we'll try to get that shot back up as soon as possible. Look at how quickly they were digging to find bodies that Dan says are already deceased. They're just trying to get to the bodies. Mm-hmm. Just trying to get to the bodies now. I think now they're getting a spring of hope if they even know that they're finding whole bodies instead of pieces, instead of limbs. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of the emergency workers and the rescue workers have had to deal with today, last night, this morning, yesterday.
And there's so much to deal with here. Excuse me once again. I'm told Anthony Foster joins us live out at the bomb blast site again. Anthony, Dan Anderson just told us that he believes that firefighters behind you, of course you can't see them, are trying to pull 4 victims out of the rubble. Do you have more information on that, or do you perhaps have an update on another issue?
Well, again, like I told you, every time I break away from you, I try to go over about a half a block and talk with some of the rescue workers. I talked with a gentleman who is with the U.S. Army, who is also assisting in the search, and then he gave the same grim news that we've been hearing all morning. I hadn't heard about them pulling any more victims. I don't know whether those were, when you say victims, I don't know if these were people who are alive or people who are dead, Sean, but he hadn't been a part of any of the search efforts that had found anyone alive. So far, from what we've heard, and everyone we've talked with throughout the morning have been telling us since about 10 o'clock last night, they have been pulling nothing but dead bodies out of the rubble. You can see the workers there continually involved in a very intense search, hoping that there's someone alive. Again, we've talked a lot throughout the morning about the different teams, search teams from Phoenix, from FEMA, some of the highly trained specialists who are using the dogs, and then we have folks with the fire department. We have folks with several agencies throughout the state and throughout the other parts of the metro area assisting in the search. We talked with, of course, the Kirk Reed, the gentleman we talked with about an hour ago, who shared his assessment of the damage, and he had mentioned about 20 bodies being pulled out. And again, we talk about this official count being 34, but again, those are just bodies they found in the morgue this morning. Obviously, several bodies still being pulled out of the rubble. Again, we're hoping that the folks with the Oklahoma City Fire Department or the police department can give us a briefing on that search. But again, we're trying as best we can. We're grabbing any rescue worker that we see coming out of that area, walking away. Most of them obviously tired, but taking the time to talk with us and tell us what we know. As you can see a crane there being used. We talked about that crane and how they're using it to raise it up on several levels. The gentleman that we talked with the U.S. Army had said they had been concentrating on that second floor level. That seems to be obviously a heavily concentrated area where they've been able to pull some of the bodies out. But again, no news as far as survivors. Everything that we've heard so far have been nothing but dead bodies being pulled out this morning, which obviously not good news. But as we've been telling you all along, this is going to be a very long, very slow, meticulous process.
Thank you very much, Anthony Foster.
Hope apparently fading fast for finding survivors beneath the mangled mess of what used to be the federal building in Oklahoma City. That's it for now. Bob Kane and Andrea Arsenault will be up shortly with more coverage of the tragedy in Oklahoma City. I'm Kathleen Kennedy.
And I'm Joe Oliver. We leave you with a look at some of the many people affected by the Oklahoma City bomb with pictures and words from our affiliate, KFOR. Thank you for joining us.
Something news and different in the mornings. CNN Morning News with Donna Kelly and Leon Harris. Weekdays 9 Eastern on CNN.
Where's the best place to kick up your heels? The place you can enjoy the hottest country tunes and good friends? Boomer Boomer Saloon and Dance Hall at Boomtown Casino. That's where. Country dancing, hot videos, cold beer, live entertainment, and plenty of fun. And it's all waiting for you. So saddle up and head down to Boomtown Casino. Boomer Saloon and Dance Hall, only at Boomtown Casino.
Good morning. How are you? I travel so often, the airline should give me a Lifetime Achievement Award. Is this only in Japan? It is a privilege. The amount of miles accumulated by QVC buyers who are traveling the world to search for new products are probably sufficient to take us to the moon and back. This is the best. Il migliore. È bellissima. And this, a work of art. Great merchandise doesn't walk into QVC. Hot, huh? You have to go out and find it.
Crossfire, now at a new time. Weeknights, 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
The rescue and search operation continues in Oklahoma City following a deadly car bomb blast at a federal building.
At least 12 children are among those killed and many other children injured in a daycare center destroyed by the bomb.
The rubble is sifted for survivors. The casualty toll mounts and the search for the bombers intensifies. Good morning. I'm Andrea Arsenault. This is Daybreak.
I'm Bob Kane. Good morning. We are looking at live pictures of the devastation in Oklahoma City. We are continuing our live coverage this morning of the devastating car bomb explosion that wrecked a federal building in Oklahoma City. There have been reports through the night of suspects being sought, vehicles being checked, and we will look at how the investigation is proceeding. We'll talk with experts on terrorism, with medical authorities, and we'll hear from survivors of the explosion. The confirmed death toll stands at 31, and it is expected to go much higher. The explosion injured more than 200 people, 58 of them critically. More than 200 other people are still unaccounted for. CNN correspondent Tony Clark is in Oklahoma City.
Rescue crews were hampered by rain and lightning as they worked through the night in an attempt to find survivors amid the mass of rubble. Bright lights flooded the ripped-open building. Dogs were brought in, and highly sensitive microphones were used in hopes of finding people still alive.
All of us in Oklahoma intend, and we would ask certainly our fellow Americans to join hands and pray that we can find some survivors this evening.
It is a scene of tremendous destruction. The entire north side of the 9-story building has been blown away. Concrete floors have toppled on one another, leaving scores of injured and fears of a large death toll.
When we were released to come out, the coroner had indicated that he needed 100 more body bags, so he wouldn't ask for that if he didn't need it.
At one point, rescuers found a woman trapped under debris and had to amputate her leg in order to free her.
She was lying in water. She was hypothermic. Her blood pressure was falling. There was really no choice. We couldn't lift anything to extract her, and the only choice really was to either do that or to die.
The apparent bomb blast shattered windows and blew away sides of buildings all over downtown Oklahoma City. More than 100 people were taken to area hospitals suffering from cuts, broken bones, and other injuries.
The majority of the injuries were lacerations, some of them severe. We had a number of head trauma. We have 6 patients that are in intensive care at this time in critical condition as a result of that.
While the search continues for survivors, the FBI and other federal agencies are trying to determine who's responsible for this disaster. The blast occurred on the 2nd anniversary of the fire that destroyed the Branch Davidian compound outside Waco, Texas. But FBI officials say it's too early to tell if there was any connection.
We have at this time no assumptions with regard to who caused this particular bombing. And we have had hundreds, if not thousands, of leads from individuals calling in to reputed eyewitnesses. Each one of those is treated very seriously.
Bomb experts say the destruction appears to indicate a car bomb loaded with more than 1,000 pounds of explosives. The twisted axle of what may have been the car with the explosives was found 2 blocks from the federal building. Officials say it will take days to clear away all of the debris. And as that happens, the death toll will continue to rise. Tony Clark, CNN, Oklahoma City.
As Tony mentioned at the outset of his report, the weather has been a factor in the search for survivors.
Valerie Voss joins us now with the latest conditions here in Oklahoma City. Val. Well, Bob, Andrea, we're looking at the national radar summary, Oklahoma City in the center of the state just about. As you can see, a line of showers, thunderstorms, and severe weather has moved well past Oklahoma City. Right now, they're reporting very low clouds, however, at about 300 feet. Looks like for today, the situation will improve. Partly cloudy conditions, or a mix of clouds and sun. The atmosphere is still a bit unstable. The winds will pick up from the southwest about 15 to 20 miles an hour as the day goes on, but at least no heavy rains or severe thunderstorms in the forecast for Oklahoma City today. However, we do have a number of tornado and severe thunderstorm watches in effect down through the lower Mississippi River Valley. Very heavy storms, a tornado warning in effect currently for several counties in north central, northwest, and west central Mississippi. We're going to be keeping an eye on this stormy weather, the weather in Oklahoma City as the day goes on. Bob, Andrea.
Thanks, Mallory. For the latest from Washington on the bombing, we now go to CNN's Bob Franken in our bureau there. Bob.
Andrea, some authorities continue their massive, grim efforts to rescue anyone still alive in the Oklahoma City rubble. Others are mobilizing a massive search for those responsible. And already the suspicion focuses on Middle Eastern terrorists. And that's causing alarm in the Arab American community. That's what we heard when I talked overnight with James Zogby, who's the president of the Arab American Institute.
There are no Arab Americans and no Muslim Americans sympathetic to what these people have done. We are outraged. We are hurt. Our people in Oklahoma City had co-workers, had family, friends who were working in that place. They share the pain. We share the pain, and we share the anger. We're Americans. We hurt for every person who died, every baby. I have babies, and I look at those babies. Those could have been my babies, too. Don't confuse for 1 minute that anybody in my community has any sympathy for whoever committed this act. We don't know who did it. It's premature to judge. People like Dave McCurdy ought to watch their mouths. They ought not to be indicting people before even the FBI's put people out on the street to find it. The so-called terrorist experts ought to watch out what they're talking about because they're creating panic and fear, and they don't know anything either. Even if it is Arabs or Muslims, understand my community will be the first to condemn whoever committed this act.
As we heard a couple of minutes ago in Tony Clark's report, officially, Andrea, the FBI says it is making no assumptions about who may be responsible for the attack.
So, Bob, have they, in fact, said officially that this was a terrorist attack?
Well, there's nobody is doubting that for a minute. That's just the operative assumption right now. The entire government has responded in that way. They've heightened security as a result. It's pretty much a given that that is what happened.
What is security like there in Washington?
Well, as a matter of fact, in Washington and all around the country, federal facilities have had heightened security. It's all part of a plan that always goes into effect, we're told, anytime there is some sort of incident, not only in the United States, but even worldwide. At the White House today, they increased security quite visibly, I might add. At the Capitol, the same thing, in addition to which there was all kinds of invisible security. They really have been concerned for several weeks that there might be some sort of terrorist incident.
Okay, Bob Franken reporting from Washington. Thank you. Bob.
One of the major questions burning in many of our minds is where investigators turn now in their search for suspects. Well, first, they will look to lessons learned in the bombing of the World Trade Center in New York. Correspondent Charles Feldman has more.
It remains one of the lasting images from the bombing of the World Trade Center in New York in 1993. Investigators deep inside the blast crater looking for even the smallest clues as to what type of explosive device was used in that terrorist attack. Law enforcement officials in Oklahoma City surely know that, like the Trade Center bombing, the first few hours in their investigation are the most crucial for recovering potentially vital information.
Because in that period of time, there's a great deal of disorientation with everybody, including those people who perpetrated the crime. I assure you those people are very, very alert and are somewhat disoriented themselves because of the enormity of what's happened, and they want to escape.
When it comes to a bombing investigation, experts will tell you no stone should be left unturned.
It is amazing the extent to which little pieces of the actual explosive device will survive, and how those pieces are assembled and where they came from can often lead the investigator to who did it.
The Oklahoma City investigators will try to determine what the bomb was made of by looking for traces of chemicals used to fashion explosive devices.
It was such a chemical trail in the Trade Center bombing case that led law enforcement authorities to this New Jersey warehouse where the bomb ingredients were actually stored. By examining the way the explosion ripped apart the federal office building, Oklahoma investigators will be able to figure out just how powerful the blast was and whether any special devices were used to enhance the explosive force. Looking at pieces of the vehicle that carried the bomb in Oklahoma City can also prove extremely important. In the World Trade Center bombing case, investigators located the vehicle identification number, and they say that led them to the first arrests. But the physical evidence is only one part of the investigatory process. Equally important, analysis by various intelligence agencies.
Intelligence is probably, in this case, the very best thing, weapon we have in our arsenal to combat this, to infiltrate these groups, to keep tabs on their suppliers. They've got to get their things from someplace.
It will begin to be very careful going through all of the indices, all the records that we have, all of the background information we have that may indicate in some way, what caused this crime.
Seasoned investigators will tell you that there is one other thing that may, in the end, be the most important part of any bombing investigation. Luck. Charles Feldman, CNN, Los Angeles.
It is 19.5 minutes now before the hour. Our live coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City continues in a moment.
These are live pictures of the rescue efforts still underway at the site of yesterday's bombing in Oklahoma City.
Deprivation. 70 million Americans have experienced it, but you don't have to. Try maximum strength Sleep and All soft gels with the sleep aid preferred by 7 out of 10 doctors. Sleep and All soft gels help you fall asleep fast.
A sparkling ship on crystal waters is coming. Absolutely gorgeous. It was so much fun. The perfect lobster is coming.
Our waiters, they would do anything for us, any time.
Perfection is coming.
A gift from the captain.
Memories are coming. 7 days in Royal Caribbean's Caribbean are coming. You've got some Royal Caribbean coming.
She works the night shift for Memorial Hospital. There's no late for work here. No, my car wouldn't start. What does she drive? Skylark. It's sporty and compact. But she drives it because it's a Buick. She depends on it. Night after night after night. Skylark. Because there are times when anything less than Buick quality is a shortcut you can't afford to take.
It's the X14 Challenge. Today we're asking shoppers to compare their Dow to X14 Soap Scum Remover.
X14 side is very clean, squeaky clean. This is much better.
X14 Soap Scum Remover.
X14 some powerful stuff.
In the next 30 minutes, your world will change, and headline news will be there to report it all. In the next 30 minutes, headline news, a whole day's news every half hour.
Powerful floodlights illuminate the night scene at the Alfred Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City as workers continue what they've been doing all night, searching the wreckage for survivors and finding more victims. Hospital workers, for their part, have done a harrowing job of treating the injured in the bombing. Many of the victims survived an ordeal they'll never forget. Here's a look at some of the people affected by the tragedy in pictures and words from CNN affiliate KFOR.
Medical teams at Baptist scramble to treat the injured as they arrive, some by ambulance, others brought in by friends, sometimes carrying strangers in private vehicles. Doctors, nurses, and other medical professionals drawing on skills honed in disaster drills. Only this is no drill.
It was just real chaotic. There was people everywhere, walking as well as laying on the ground.
Perhaps most disturbing, the bloodied faces of the littlest victims. These youngsters across the street in the YMCA when the blast happened suffered mostly cuts from the flying glass.
She's at the YMCA across the street from the federal building.
Is she going to be okay? What happened?
Yeah, she's fine. She just had a cut from glass on her forehead, some minor cuts on her arms. She'll be all right.
This man was on the bottom floor of the Murrah building. He says suddenly there was a blast. Then the building came tumbling down on him.
We walked out to the elevator shaft, and we were out by the elevators, and all of a sudden heard a big boom, and everything went black, and things were falling in on us, and dust, and couldn't hardly breathe. And
finding of 2 more explosive devices. We understand that
even people accustomed to seeing emergencies found it difficult to pull themselves away from the horrible pictures they were seeing on television, finding it equally difficult to believe this was really happening here.
I was sitting there reading the paper and just a boom, and just remember waking up and crawling out. I mean, just trying to wonder if it was really real. I mean, I didn't. It just happened. So, I mean, just heard the boom, and then going outside and just seeing everybody running everywhere. It was just kind of pretty crazy.
Parents downtown scrambled to get to their injured children.
I don't know what happened. I mean, I don't even know where the explosion came from, what building or anything. I mean, it was just so much damage up there, you couldn't tell where it started.
Finally, for some survivors, a sense of relief, but of sadness, too, knowing they are among the fortunate ones.
I just feel, remorse for the ones that are hurt a lot worse than I am. So I'm very fortunate and very blessed to be where I am.
A report from CNN affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma.
The search for those responsible for the Oklahoma tragedy is underway. The FBI in Oklahoma City said it is following up on hundreds of leads. Terrorism experts say the investigation will likely be long and difficult.
Well, the investigation will be extraordinarily difficult. There will be several things happening concurrently. One, of course, the intelligence community will be mobilized to obtain all of the information that it can from its sources. The police will conduct a conventional investigation following all of the leads that they have or that may develop over the coming days. And then as soon as we can be certain that every possible attempt has been made to rescue those who may still be inside the building, at that point an intense physical investigation will take over, in which the investigators will attempt to reconstruct the scene as it existed the instant before the blast, and attempt to identify all of the parts that may give them clues as to the origin and nature of the bomb itself.
We now join our affiliate in Oklahoma City, KFOR.
What is your name?
Lee Reset.
Lee, you explained about some of the bodies that were still, I guess, with rubble still around them. Explain what you saw.
Well, I didn't see it. As they was explaining to me how they had a guy buried up to his chest, and they could not get him out. He was dead. And there's a lot of things going on up there. Stuff falling from the ceilings. And
when you're talking about during the search effort itself, as these guys are being hoisted around these different floors, you're still actually seeing debris and file cabinets and things like that continually falling.
Yes, sir. It's falling from the top all the way down the bottom, and falling from the middle all over.
Did you hear about any of the workers talk about any possible hope, hearing any voices? Yesterday we had heard so much about folks hearing people screaming at them, talking to them. Well, you heard anything hopeful about that?
Well, right now, they've got to have all those lights going with those generators, and there's just way too much noise to hear anything. Way too much noise.
Did you talk with anyone who gave you any sense of, you've been there right there in the middle of this disaster. You've been seeing some of the rescue guys, some of the specialists. What have you seen them do that what you think may offer us any hope that there's any possibility of any survivors there?
The process is just slow going. They bring out body bags every once in a while. They have brought out quite a few since we've been down there. We've been down there since about 11 o'clock. And they brought out a couple body bags, and then they bring out small ones, which is pieces of body.
Anthony, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sean.
Please ask one of the gentlemen. They were talking about the dangers in the search effort of things falling on the workers. Ask them if they have heard any reports of any of the crews, any of the workers being injured while they're trying to help the injured.
Okay, Sean McLaughlin's back at the station wanting to know whether or not you've heard anything about any of the workers actually being injured by any of the other falling debris.
No, No. They're keeping them out of the way from the falling. You can tell where it's unsafe, and they're staying away from the falling debris.
You were talking a lot about the body bags and understand that they're still, from what you could assess, still pulling bodies from the daycare.
Oh, yeah. They're pulling them out, but it's so slow going. From that area, they're really pulling out the small bags, which is obviously, it's just small bags that they're pulling out slowly. And then we've seen two big, large body bags come out, but it's real slow.
Okay. Well, guys, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us this morning. Obviously, whenever you see someone come from the area hoping they can bring some type of news, some type of hope, obviously that is just not going to happen from what we've heard so far. Again, the same accounts that we've been hearing throughout the morning is rescue worker after rescue worker coming out telling us that the only thing that they're pulling out are the bodies. And as you mentioned, you heard these two gentlemen talk about the body bags, and then obviously whenever you hear about the children, it just makes all of our hearts sink. Obviously not good news. Again, you're looking at the live shot of the crane and the different bucket hoist device that they're using, and that is what we have been explaining to you throughout the morning. That's what they've been doing to try to finger their way through some of the areas without causing any more damage or any more injury to rescuers, and hopefully the possibility of any survivors. Sean and Lee?
Thank you very much, sir.
A live report from CNN affiliate KFOR on the rescue effort still underway at the site of yesterday's bombing in Oklahoma City, where he says they're going as slow and more body bags are being brought out as the morning progresses. We do want to confirm, however, that the death toll stands at 31, at least 12 of those being children, 200 people hurt, 58 of them critically. CNN's live coverage will continue in just a moment.
My guy's a Mega Man. He doesn't sleep enough, he doesn't eat right, so he takes Mega Man from GNC. It's a multivitamin formulated just for men, and he's a better man for it.
Mega Man, only at General Nutrition Centers. Here's to your health, America.
What would Holiday Inn's frequent traveler program be like if it let you earn airline tickets, cruises, and other great gifts much faster? Actually, it would be just like Ramada's business card.
Monday, I soak my dentures. Tuesday, I brush. Wednesday, I soak.
Wait, all you need is denture cream. Why soak when denture cream gets dentures twice as clean and has minty mouthwash ingredients? All you need is denture cream.
Every day.
Someday in the future, every car will be maintained by Precision Tube. Every brake job, oil change, and scheduled maintenance service will be performed by our skilled technicians at prices that are the envy of dealerships. All backed by our 12-month, 12,000-mile guarantee, leaving tow trucks free to spend their time on more artistic pursuits. Precision Tube, a lot more than tune-ups.
Book based on the critically acclaimed film. Take a closer look at two boys' struggle to leave the inner city for the NBA with an introduction by Charles Barkley. Hoop Dreams, now in bookstores.
Word now, the confirmed death toll in the Oklahoma City bombing is 34, but as we have noted throughout the day and the evening, that toll is expected to go much higher. Shortly after the explosion in Oklahoma City yesterday, area hospitals went on alert. Doctors and nurses had almost no time to prepare as patients filled first the street and then their waiting rooms. CNN's medical correspondent, Andrew Holtz, went to a hospital a few blocks from the explosion and filed this report.
It's the call every trauma unit trains for and hopes will never come. At the hospital closest to the explosion, St. Anthony, Medical Director Tom Caniglione didn't need official notification.
I immediately saw billows of black smoke. I knew it was close, and I knew it was bad, whatever it was.
As hospital staff reported to their disaster stations, patients arrived in ambulances and private cars.
Some whose injuries were more superficial and not as severe went in through this door and went east down a corridor to another area where we had less severely injured individuals. The most severely injured people came through here into this emergency room.
The St. Anthony Hospital took in 153 patients in a few hours. Up to 56 were treated at one time. Yet the flood of patients was received by an outpouring of volunteer doctors and nurses.
The wall to the left was just simply lined with physicians, and the wall to the right was lined with nurses. And as they would come in, we would pick the physicians appropriate for that type injury, assign them to that injured person. Nurses would join them, and they would take the patient off to one of these rooms to do the immediate care.
Of course, hospitals, including this one, run disaster drills every few months, but there was nothing in the script quite like the federal building explosion, and this is real. Dr. Caniglione says there was little formal coordination between hospitals and the disaster scene during the first hours after the explosion, yet patients were treated promptly as they arrived. He says St. Anthony could have accepted even more patients.
And as it turned out, after that initial rush of patients, there were no more. The others are all buried and unaccounted for.
At the explosion site, a backup triage center was converted to a morgue as rescue teams labored to find survivors. Doctors faced a horrible choice for one woman pinned in the wreckage.
The floors had pancaked. She was lying under a beam. It was obvious that she could not be extracted alive. To attempt to remove the concrete and the beams would have caused the rest of the building to collapse. And so at that point, there was no decision made other than to crawl into the space and perform an amputation and bring the patient out.
While some patients required hours of surgery, most were treated and released or were beyond saving. For the doctors, nurses, and others who worked to salvage lives after the explosion, the problem was not that they had too much to do. They only wished there was more they could have done. Andrew Holtz, CNN, Oklahoma City.
All the excitement.
The office?
Yep. Marketing forgot the instruction sheets for the Mr. Squiggly robot.
No. All 50,000?
Mm-hmm. So I'm taking care of it.
That's 50,000 copies by morning.
No problem.
You're going to be working all night.
Well, actually, my staff is working on it, saving us a fortune in overtime.
What staff? When did you get a staff?
Kinko's, your branch office, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I don't have a staff.
A sparkling ship on crystal waters is coming.
Absolutely gorgeous. It was so much fun.
The perfect lobster is coming.
Our waiters, they would do anything for us at any time.
Perfection is coming.
A gift from the captain.
Memories are coming. 7 days in Royal Caribbean's Caribbean are coming. You've got some Royal Caribbean coming. What if we got a hill and made it snow?
Audi Quattro, all-wheel drive, all the time, transfers power to the wheels with the most traction.
Wait, no, scratch the snow. Keep the hill, but get something really slippery.
So Quattro goes places the Mercedes C280 and BMW 325i, even with traction control, never dreamed. And it goes there for less.
Nah, they'd never believe it.
Audi Quattro from 27,170 from the soul of Audi.
Someday, industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. And now, Newt thinks he knows how to save the planet. Is this any way to celebrate Earth Day? CNN presents Sunday, 9 Eastern.
CNN's live coverage of the aftermath of the terrorist bombing in Oklahoma City continues. The all-night search continues as well, with all indications pointing to the conclusion that there are probably many more bodies in the rubble than there are survivors.
Join Mary Tillotson for intelligent talk about today's issues. The Emmy-nominated CNN and Company. Weekdays, 11:30 Eastern.
Sometimes there's magic in a melody. Even without words, certain music touches the heart. Now, Instrumental Gold. 40 of the most memorable instrumental songs ever recorded. This is music made for dancing and romancing, or just listening and reminiscing. Instrumental Gold contains 40 original hits by the original artists. Bring back those tender memories. This treasury of 40 instrumental hits is not sold in any store. Instrumental Gold on 3 cassettes or 2 compact discs. Here's how to order.
Have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. Call from the U.S. or Canada. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or send $19.95 for 3 cassettes or $24.95 for 2 CDs, plus $4 shipping to Instrumental Gold, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia, 30301.
This is CNN.
I'm CNN's Gary Tuckman, live in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where the search for victims of yesterday's bombing continues. We'll have a live report in just a couple of minutes.
From CNN Center, I'm Andrea Arsenault.
I'm Bob Kane.
CNN would like to welcome our international viewers.
We also have a program note in the interest of continuing our live coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing. Regular programming Business Day, usually seen at this time, will not be seen today. In the meantime, rescuers search for survivors, police hunt for terrorist killers. Medical workers treat hundreds of injuries. Nearly 60 of those injured in yesterday's car bomb explosion in Oklahoma City, authorities say, are in critical condition. Hospitals have received a few more injured overnight, but progress is very slow for the rescue workers who often have to climb over dead bodies to get to injured people. One 15-year-old girl was taken from the building in critical condition overnight, and doctors had to amputate a woman's leg to remove her from under a fallen beam. 2 of those rescued alive during the night died a short time later.
The confirmed death toll stands at 34 and is expected to climb much higher. More than 200 people are injured and more than 200 others are unaccounted for.
CNN correspondent Gary Tuckman is in Oklahoma City this morning, and he joins us now live from the scene of the bombing. Gary.
Well, Bob and Andrea, one gets the feeling that Oklahomans have lost a lot of whatever innocence they had left. There's a lot of shock and disbelief in this city, in the state, and the country, and the world for that matter. Right now, hundreds of rescuers are still frantically searching in this building behind me, and frantic is a very appropriate word because minutes may matter if there are still survivors inside there. And frankly, officials here do believe there may indeed be survivors inside there. The last survivor they told us about that they rescued was several hours ago. It was a 15-year-old girl. But because there are believed to be so many bodies and people in there. They believe that statistics favor the fact that someone is alive somewhere in that building, but perhaps under tons of rubble. Perhaps there's an air pocket and they're surviving. They are looking for those people right now. As you said, the death toll is officially at 34, but that's just a cruel tease of how high it will go. By all accounts, there are scores of people still inside. There are scores of dead. Rescuers have told us they've had to step over bodies to move some of the equipment to try to find the survivors. There are still believed to be 200 and 300 people unaccounted for, and that's very sad indeed. 12 of the confirmed dead are children, and that's one of the saddest parts of this story, is that there's a daycare center inside this building. It was on the second floor. And here in Oklahoma City, in the state capital of Oklahoma, people took a lot of pride that their government provided them this daycare center so they didn't have to leave their children at home or leave them with a babysitter, that they could bring them to work and on their lunch hours come and visit their children. And like many parents, the biggest concern was that perhaps their children wouldn't get the attention they need, or that there would be too many kids and not enough caregivers watching them. But obviously there was a lot bigger concern yesterday when this bomb went off and killed at least 12 of the children, and most likely more. Rescuers have told us incredible stories of going in and seeing children lying there, and how devastating it was for them, because they knew their children were back at home, and that when they got at home, they gave their children an extra hug and a squeeze because of what they saw inside here. When you drive down the streets here in downtown Oklahoma City, it's a very unusual and incredible sight. When you're 2 blocks away from this building, you start seeing other buildings missing a couple of windows. When you get a block away from this building, you see entire buildings without windows at all. And it reminds you of a cross between an earthquake and a hurricane, because the devastation is just so complete. This building behind me looks like the U.S. Embassy in Beirut did in 1983, or the Colombian police headquarters in Bogota in 1989. It's just complete devastation. 1/3 of the building is gone, and what's just so hard to believe right now is that there may be people trying to survive right behind us as we speak at this very moment. As we said, the official death toll is at 34, but it promises to climb much higher. As we speak also, there are flags at half-staff throughout the state of Oklahoma. The governor has ruled this a day of mourning, and flags are said to be at half-staff throughout the entire state. Just a couple of blocks away from here, a gigantic flag is waving very slowly in the breeze at half-staff. A memorial service will be held in the state of Oklahoma this Friday to remember the victims of this tragedy. Bob and Andrea, back to you.
Gary, the search and rescue work that is going on behind you must be terribly emotionally as well as physically draining for those doing it. What kind of turnover are you seeing in the crews? Are the searchers working just a few hours and then being relieved?
We actually talked to someone, Bob, who has been here since this began, 10 o'clock yesterday. I don't know how much good that rescuer can do right now, being up for 22 straight hours. But people don't want to leave. A lot of them feel it's their duty to stay here until this is all done. Of course, other people are trying to talk them out of it, get some sleep, come back, help out when you're more wide awake. But a lot of people feel they have a sense of duty and they want to stay here until the end.
You talk about the change in the topography as you drive closer and closer to the scene. How wide an area around the federal building has been roped off and is effectively vacated?
Bob, can you repeat the last part of that question? It was hard for me to hear that.
Yeah, how wide of the area downtown has been evacuated? And I assume there's a fairly wide area that is still.
Yes, Bob, there indeed has been. A lot of downtown is closed off by police lines because they don't want anyone coming close here. But within a several block radius of this building, everything is completely closed off. And even when you're 4 or 5 blocks away, there are shards of glass lying in the street, and there are windows broken in the buildings that are off the street. So you could tell when you're 2 to 4 blocks away that something terrible has happened here. And then when you drive up to this building, it is just reminiscent of wartime sites. It's not reminiscent of anything that has ever happened in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
What individuals or agencies seem to be in charge there, Gary?
You have the FBI here. You have ATF agents who are checking out the scene right now. And very importantly, Bob, you have just volunteers who've come. We were talking a short time ago to a bartender who happens to be a disc jockey in a local bar who volunteered to help out. They've let him go inside the building, and for a period of 8 to 10 hours, he's been searching along with rescuers. So they've needed an awful lot of help. It's been more than just the Oklahoma City Police and the FBI and other agents who have been working here.
But for the most part, I assume that one cannot just come down there and offer to help.
Right now, I don't know if you can do that, but when this first began, they needed all the help they could get. And the people who came here initially and were on the scene helping out have been allowed to stay and continue helping.
All right, thank you. Gary Tuckman reporting to us live from Oklahoma City. CNN's special and continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City bomb explosion continues after this.
Shocked national leaders speak out and vow to bring the killers to justice.
in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Remember the old saying, what goes around comes around? That's what happens when you recycle and buy recycled products. Quality recycled products and packaging are everywhere. So next time you go shopping, look for recycled content in your products and packaging. To make recycling work, you've got to buy recycled. Call 1-800-NRC-RECYCLE for a free shopper's guide to buying recycled products. Brought to you by the National Recycling Coalition and Recycle Ohio, Ohio Department of Natural Resources, George V. Voinovich, Governor.
Every day, thousands of people travel to New York on business. Business on the east side, the west side, business downtown. No matter where your business takes you, take yourself to a Marriott. The Marriott East Side, the Marriott Marquis, the Marriott Financial Center. 3 unique hotels that all share the same commitment to quality and service. We'll cater to all your business needs and all your personal needs as well. Rest assured, we make it happen for you.
What does your business get when combining breaking news with a Network 486 PC, CNN at Work? Get the competitive edge of being the first to know. Call 1-800-CNN-WORK. That's 1-800-CNN-WORK.
We continue our extensive coverage of the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. U.S. counterterrorism experts are looking into whether that bombing might be connected to previous explosions elsewhere. CNN's World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter reports that so far there are many questions, still few answers.
U.S. counterterrorism officials have already noted the similarities between the Oklahoma bombing and the attack which collapsed the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon in 1983. A car bomb, a big one, 1,000 pounds of explosives, officials tell CNN. Explosion immediately outside the building, collapsing an entire facade, with many casualties among those inside. U.S. officials insist they don't have any firm answers yet, but they have many reasons to suspect terrorists with ties outside the United States could be responsible for Oklahoma City. There's a trail of similar incidents in Buenos Aires, 1992, the Israeli embassy. Also in Argentina, 1994, a Jewish cultural center. In London, a short time later, a car bomb at the Israeli embassy. And the World Trade Center bombing in New York. Who does car bombs? One U.S. official asks rhetorically, then answers his own question this way. Hamas, the Palestinian group which has claimed responsibility for car bomb attacks inside Israel. Hezbollah, the pro-Iranian group which claimed responsibility for attacks against the United States in Lebanon. And the group of Islamic alleged co-conspirators on trial for the World Trade Center bombing and a plot to strike other New York landmarks.
I don't think that we should deal with what-ifs. I think we should make sure that those people who are responsible are pursued and brought to justice.
The arrest of Ramzi Youssef in Pakistan in February in connection with the World Trade Center bombing was followed by an attack against American diplomatic personnel in Karachi in March. That attack led U.S. officials to issue a worldwide warning of possible terrorist actions against American citizens and facilities. Officials say no further warnings were issued more recently. But top U.S. government officials suggest concern about a possible terrorist attack heightened when an associate of Youssef was picked up in the Philippines and flown to New York, where he was charged in the bombing conspiracy. Authorities will almost certainly investigate whether there are any connections between the New York group and Muslim organizations in Oklahoma known to be followers of Sheikh Rahman. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, Washington.
The Oklahoma City bombing has shaken a Central American belief that terrorism is something that happens elsewhere. In the wake of this event in America's heartland, terrorism is something the nation is confronting. CNN's Bob Franken will join us to discuss this topic in a moment. But here with us now is Donald Jameson, a former CIA official and a terrorism expert. He joins us from our Washington bureau, and later he will take your phone calls. We thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Jameson.
You're welcome.
Some are calling this the worst incident, potentially, in terrorism in American history. Is there any comparison?
Well, the only one I can think of in terms of the number of fatalities, and my memory of this is very sketchy, I may be wrong, was the explosion of a munitions dump in about 1915 during the First World War that has been attributed, I don't know whether really accurately or not, to German sabotage that I think had enormous physical damage, and I think there were probably as many casualties as may come out of this. That's the only thing I can think of, and I haven't really checked up on it since I was notified I might come here. But otherwise, the Haymarket or the World Trade Center or other such things are not nearly on the scale of this in terms of casualties.
Is the U.S. prepared to handle terrorism?
I think we are. I think we're probably better prepared than almost any place else. The American people, for one thing, have a better propensity to cooperate with the authorities, to report what they've seen than people in a lot of other countries do. That's been true in arresting terrorist groups that weren't engaged in bombing, among other things. And then I think also the FBI is very competent in these matters, and we have a lot of very good bomb squad analysts in police departments around, and in the ATF and other parts of the government, including, of course, the military.
But if the closest incident in comparison is 70 years away, besides the World Trade Center bombing, how prepared is the American people to deal with such terrorism?
Well, it's very difficult to be prepared for it unless you live in Northern Ireland or Beirut or something, because that doesn't occur very often in most places. And you've just got to take it as it comes, I think. There's nothing much also I think you could do to protect yourself against the possibility that a small minivan parked in front of a building may have a bomb in it.
So what is U.S. intelligence like in this country regarding terrorism and people that are potential terrorists that may have set up some kind of residency here in the United States?
Well, I think that actually the authorities are pretty good as far as penetrating these groups, which is absolutely essential if you're going to do any protective work, if you're going to try to catch a plot like this before they set off the bomb, as was the case in this second group of people in New York, the ones who wanted to blow up the Hudson Tunnel and other places. I think that the terrorist groups are, of course, very difficult to penetrate, but that's essential, and it seems to me that given the difficulty, the FBI and other authorities have done a pretty good job.
If this is a terrorist attack, why Oklahoma City, a city of such medium to small size?
I wish I had an answer to that question, too. I think there's two possible answers. One is there is something about Oklahoma City. Maybe the people who did it were residents in that area, although it seems to be more likely, perhaps, that the Middle West, as a more vulnerable area, because so free from this experience in the past, was cased, and they found that this federal building was much more vulnerable than others. It had to be close to the curb, close to the place where the bomb would be set off. It had to have a broad front for maximum impact, and they may well have looked over a whole bunch of buildings and decided Oklahoma City is the one where they could make the biggest impact.
Realistically, Mr. Jameson, how difficult or how easy will it be to bring the people, the perpetrators of this tragedy, to justice?
I don't know, because I don't know whether, for example, they can identify the signature of the explosive that was used, whether they will have the opportunity, as they did, for example, with the World Trade Center, of finding fragments of a vehicle that led them to people that led them to places. But there is certainly, I think, a very good chance that the full collection of evidence, and they're not going to miss anything, as far as I can see, will allow them to identify where they ought to go and who they ought to look for. And I would say that there's a very significant chance, but I don't know enough about it to be able to say whether that's 20% or 90%.
Mr. Jameson, will you stand by for us? We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'd like for you to answer some viewer phone calls, if you will. That number to call is area 404-221-1855. We're going to take a short break. Welcome Bob Franken when we return and have a discussion with Bob Franken as well as Mr. Jameson. Stay with us.
You're looking for something different. Imagine the lush taste of paradise. Tropical passion. New from Crystal Light. Pink strawberry with a kiss of kiwi, passion fruit with a splash of pineapple, light, refreshing, and just 5 calories. If passion had a taste, this would be it. Tropical passion. New from Crystal Light.
There's a place where the water is as clear as a blue summer sky, where you can play, get in shape, or relax and do nothing at all. A place where you can be with your children, or with your spouse, or just by yourself. A place that's refreshing and cool and as close as your backyard, your own pool. It's not just a place, it's a way of life. Make it yours. Call 1-800-323-3996.
At a time when the well-being of many organizations is threatened, Anderson Consulting can help you reshape your entire enterprise. So instead of merely surviving challenges, you can feed on them.
Tell how long it will be before we can say with certainty what occurred and who is responsible. But we will find the perpetrators and we will bring them to justice.
We now return to our guest, terrorism expert Donald Jameson, who joins us from Washington to take your questions. CNN correspondent Bob Franken also joins us from Washington. Gentlemen, thank you both. Our first call is from Wisconsin. Go ahead, Wisconsin.
Yes, my question is simple. I've been watching your coverage for the CIA and for the FBI and our government agencies. My question is this. It seems like we're always trying to treat with problems like this, cut off the dandelion, so to speak. And my question is, what's being done to get to the root of the people that do these things?
Mr. Jameson, would you like to respond to that?
Well, I'm sure that the CIA people abroad and other officials of the government are looking very carefully at these connections. One of the most important initial ones also is the review of communications to see whether there weren't telephone calls or faxes or other messages transmitted to somebody that might be identified with this plot. It's clear, I think, that there must almost certainly have been a foreign origin to this, and probably one in the Middle East, although, of course, I have no facts to confirm that yet. But I think that the big thing, I think, is to go back to reprisal in this matter, which is a doctrine established long ago in international law, that when some other state does something to you, you do something back to them, which was employed, of course, when Ronald Reagan sent the aircraft to attack Libya, and which seems to have made the Libyans a good deal more cautious than they were before. I think if it is clear that there's some other government behind this, that we should take that kind of very serious punitive action against no matter who they are.
Well, and Andrea, this points up one of the problems you have with anti-terrorism. It is, according to sources I've been talking to, the FBI in particular, all intelligence agencies, have been extremely nervous. That's a quote for the last several weeks, because they've been getting indications out of the Middle East something like this might happen. Well, they were as alert as they could be, and still they weren't able to stop it. And that's the problem. You're dealing with a rather large country here. It's a large target.
It's also an open society, Bob, so does that have any kind of effect as far as the agency's ability to prevent such incidents from happening?
Well, they certainly say they do. Perhaps the most open federal building in the country is the Capitol, which is what I cover. And they're saying that they absolutely do not want to shut down the Capitol to the public, because then the terrorists would have achieved their ultimate victory. That's the problem. You hit the nail on the head.
We have our next call from California. Good morning, California. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was wondering how susceptible San Diego or the western part of the United States is to terrorist bombings.
Mr. Jameson?
Well, I think it's just as vulnerable as any place else. Probably Washington is the best protected place. But as far as San Diego is concerned, in Southern California, I think that they're just as open as Oklahoma City and just as vulnerable. It might be a good location given the variety of particularly the defense industry that's located there. But I don't think, on the other hand, that it's more vulnerable either. I don't think you could either, you say one thing or another. Southern California would be just about like any place else, I think.
So does that mean that all regions are vulnerable?
Yes.
Okay, our next call is from Texas. Go ahead, Texas.
Okay, my question is, if this, in fact, is a terrorist act, is there any way of knowing how long the investigation will take and how long it will take to bring the terrorists to justice?
Well, in the case of the World Trade Center, they really got kind of lucky. They spotted this infinitesimally small little piece of debris that led them to uncover the case. That's what moved that along quickly. It's entirely possible they won't find anything like that so quickly, and it could stretch out for a while.
So, Mr. Jameson, where will officials start? What will they be looking for?
The first thing they will be looking for is the physical evidence at the site. That's, of course, clearly underway right now, and it's clear they'll be looking for any kind of fragment, anything that could identify the explosives, that could identify the mechanism that triggered it, could identify that the vehicle apparently has already been identified. But at any rate, any other small clue, that's very important. Then, of course, at the same time, I'm sure the NSA and others are going through all of their records of communications in the last few days or weeks that might possibly bear on this, and then I'm sure there are individuals around the world who are being gotten in touch with and checked on who might possibly know something about all this. We do have spies here and there that may be helpful. All of this really has to be simultaneous at this time.
We have another call from Wisconsin. Go ahead, Wisconsin.
Yes, I was wondering if there'd be more surveillance and observations of the fundamentalist groups in this country.
What are you hearing, Bob, on that?
Well, they are going to be ratcheting everything up right now. Certainly now, while they're trying to find out who did this, everybody's going to be coming under scrutiny. So I think the answer is definitely yes. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. James?
Oh, yes, of course.
So does that mean, too, that bomb threats and other threats that may have been taken very lightly in the past will be taken a bit more seriously now?
Oh, I think so.
I don't think they ever take these things lightly, but certainly now everything is dead serious. And, of course, what they also have to worry about is that there's going to be a follow-up to this.
Okay. We're going to thank our guest at this time, terrorist expert Donald Jameson, joining us from Washington this morning, and CNN correspondent Bob Creighton, also joining us from Washington. Thank you both, gentlemen. Bob.
It is now 26.5 minutes past the hour.
And still to come, rescue teams have been working through the night trying to find survivors of that Oklahoma City explosion. We will continue our live coverage after this. Stay with us.
Hop to the islands, Abaco or Bimini. Paradise is calling. Do the Bahamas with me. So many islands, so many smiles. It's getting too hot to the Bahamas. So many islands, so many sands. It's getting too hot to the Bahamas.
3 days in the Bahamas as low as $336. Call Bahamas Resort Vacations at 1-800-448-0011.
In the early 90s, the real estate business changed.
I've got your financing seminar, 2 closings, and a showing.
Busy day.
Busy morning.
Professionals took control, trained to use the latest marketing tools, responsive to the real human issues.
He's not moving, but we've got a meeting set for tomorrow.
One organization set the pace.
I love this business.
Better Homes and Gardens. Real estate.
It's twilight. Sunroof's open. We're cruising down the coast highway in my new Bonneville. Yeah, I'm in an evening dress. He looks great. Soft music on the CD. He leans over and says, "This is nice. Dual airbags, traction control, over 200 horsepower. He even knew it was almost 15 grand less than a BMW or Lexus." So it was love at first sight. You could say that.
I need coffee. Coffee. It's Jerry. He runs the Super 8 motel. He's like all their people, friendly and helpful.
Can't be a relative.
Super 8. Super people, super prices at over 1,000 locations nationwide.
Saturdays on CNN. There's a new lineup of business and financial programs waiting for you. Guidance, analysis, and opinions to help gain a better understanding of the world of business. All from the people who cover your world. CNN.
You're looking at live pictures, courtesy of KFOR, CNN affiliate from Oklahoma City, of the tragedy, or the site of yesterday's tragedy, an explosion at a federal building there within the city.
And our live coverage of the aftermath of the bombing continues again throughout this day. When we continue, though, in just a moment, we will bring you news of another major development that has produced fear, anxiety in Japan.
Someday, industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
On West Bank, New Orleans, there's a swinging spot where the music's cooking and the fun's red hot. Swing on by night or day to Boomtown Bell Casino, stay and stay. Boomtown Bell, come catch the show. Boomtown Bell, with country, Cajun soul, West Bank fun, night or day. At Boomtown Bell Casino, stay and stay.
Boomtown, now open 24 hours a day.
Good morning. How are you? I travel so often, the airline should give me a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Is this only in Japan?
The amount of miles accumulated by QVC buyers who are traveling the world to search for new products are probably sufficient to take us to the moon and back. This is the best. Il migliore. È bellissima. And this, a work of art. Great merchandise doesn't walk into QVC. Hi, huh? You have to go out and find it.
Crossfire, now at a new time. Weeknights, 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
More on the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing coming up in just moments from now. First, a look at another major story we are covering today. Japanese authorities still looking for clues in a mysterious gas incident at the main train station in Yokohama. They're trying to identify the gas that sickened nearly devastating bombing at a federal building in Oklahoma City continues. The death toll expected to rise throughout the day, but some victims in the rubble may still be alive.
It's believed the source of the tremendous blast was a vehicle packed with 1,000 to 1,200 pounds of explosives. One report says FBI agents found an axle from that vehicle 2 blocks away, but that report is unconfirmed. Cars near the scene were transformed into twisted sheet metal as the facade of the federal building was blown off. The explosion blew out windows four blocks away, and it was believed to be felt 30 miles away.
The death toll stands now officially at 34. More than 200 people were injured, 58 of them critically, but more than 200 others are still unaccounted for. Rescue workers are looking through the rubble for them.
Most residents of Oklahoma City, a state capital with 450,000 residents, thought their city would be the last one to be targeted by terrorists. Gina Davis of CNN affiliate KFOR collected some comments yesterday from shocked residents of the city.
There's an explosion and the ceiling fell in.
It exploded, the windows came out. Some of us tried to get under our desks. Some of the girls that were by the window we were trying to get to them to get them out from underneath the windows and the desks and stuff that fell on top of them. We're trying to get them out.
They were in there. Okay.
Right there by that window.
Okay. Give us a chance to sort this out, okay? We'll be okay. I'm sorry, you can't go beyond the
I don't dare. Wait, where is it?
Right there.
The agony, the terror, frantic relatives desperate to know if their loved ones would be among the very few to emerge alive.
Murphy? This is one of the critical.
It's 10 a.m., just 1 hour after the murderous blast. The living dig their way out of a cement tomb. Suddenly, rescue efforts come to a halt. Another bomb scare.
They said clear the area. It was going to blow again, bro. Or it's going to blow again? They must have found another device, I guess. That's all I could figure.
For an agonizing moment, EMS workers are forced to abandon the screams of survivors.
They just ordered everybody back, and everybody grabbed their equipment and pulled back.
Tell me about the injured that you had to leave behind. What were they saying? What were they doing?
They didn't want us to leave. We had to leave them.
so sad.
Don't leave.
20 minutes later, emergency crews return to their gut-wrenching task. They scale indescribable wreckage and a blanket of dead bodies. Their mission? To unearth those who have been buried alive. Soon triage units set up to care for survivors are converted to morgues.
2 different triage teams. We raced around the other side of the building in time to catch 2 children and 1 adult, and there was basically nothing we could do for them. They were gone.
What the word came from some of the staff coming down was that they were having to amputate in order to remove some of those folks because the damage was so extreme. And the best way to get them out under the circumstances was to amputate.
Right before we left, they were amputating a woman's leg to try and get her out.
Yeah, they were calling for trauma dressings,
yeah,
they were
bandages
to control the bleeding, I guess, after they amputated her leg to get her out.
From the destruction and death emerges the daunting question, why? Why here? Why Oklahoma City? Why America?
That was Gina Davis of station KFOR in Oklahoma City.
Our live coverage of the continuing search and rescue mission on the site of the Oklahoma City bombing continues after this.
This must be the captain.
The Oklahoma City bombing is getting a great deal of attention elsewhere around the world. In Asia, certainly in Britain, where CNN correspondent Jim Clancy joins us from London with that story. Jim.
Well, Bob, messages of condolence, words of outrage. In Britain, a country that has endured decades of terrorist violence, there's been a particularly strong reaction to Wednesday's bomb blast in the U.S. The shock waves from the massive explosion in Oklahoma were felt across the Atlantic. Bombers hit the heart of America was the morning headline of one tabloid. Other newspapers featured full-page photos of a wounded child cradled in the arms of a firefighter, with headlines like, "Slaughter of the Children." On the streets of London, there was an outpouring of sympathy.
You see these pictures of young children being taken, out of buildings and so on. What can you say?
It was just quite sickening, and, the fact that it was innocent people who weren't caught up with the ones who died.
Terrorist violence is no stranger to Britons, whose historic battle with the Irish Republican Army only ended last September with the declaration of a ceasefire and the opening of peace talks. Britons have grieved at the funerals of their own children. They have looked on as terror shattered quiet towns and peaceful lives. Still, Britons are shocked by the wanton killing in Oklahoma City, and particularly by the number of children who have been killed in the blast. While the Anglo-Irish conflict has been marked by bitterness and brutality, there were sometimes unofficial rules. There were always clearer motives. From the wreckage of Pan Am Flight 103 after it plowed into the town of Lockerbie, Scotland in 1988, to the massive destruction caused by IRA bombs in the heart of London, Britons are painfully aware of how vulnerable innocent civilians can be. When high-profile targets are protected, terrorists target the unprotected instead.
There is a requirement to terrorize, and what better way to terrorize than to hit you where you're most vulnerable, where you're least able to protect yourself and least expect the blow.
Some see a new era unfolding, an era in which the vulnerability of the U.S. will be exploited by terrorists, and they warn that Americans may all pay a high price.
The cost is in the loss of confidence, the loss of innocence, the fear, the mistrust, the constant alertness that you're going to have to display. Those are the real losses.
There are some things about terrorism that Britons understand all too well. The experts may sift through the debris and find evidence that will point to a list of suspects, but no amount of searching in the rubble will ever answer the question, why did these innocent people, these innocent children, have to die? That's a question that, here at least, has never been answered. Bob, Andrea?
Jim, are you getting a very strong opinion there or any other information that points to who people there think may be to blame?
Well, of course, it's the usual list of suspects, isn't it? there's the Waco, the religious tie-in with the second anniversary of the storming of the Davidian cult's compound there in Waco, Texas. But there's also, of course, a look towards the Middle East. The U.S. policies in the Middle East are strong ones. There's a lot of opposition to it. The recent renewal of sanctions against Iraq, the increased sanctions, if you will, or a tightened embargo against Iran. No one has anything specific, but as in all cases like this, people struggle. They try to find out, they want to find out a motive. What was the reason? Why should this have happened?
All right, Jim Clancy reporting to us live from London.
An angry President Clinton denounced the bombing. He vows those responsible will be tracked down and severely punished.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards. Let there be no room for doubt. We will find the people who did this. When we do, justice will be swift, certain, and severe. These people are killers, and they must be treated like killers.
Attorney General Janet Reno says the government will seek the death penalty against those responsible.
Authorities say the Oklahoma City car bombing compares in size and scope to the World Trade Center bombing in New York, although the death toll from the Oklahoma bombing will apparently be much higher. The New York explosion more than 2 years ago killed 6 people, injured more than 1,000 on a snowy February afternoon. A painstaking investigation followed, and suspects were caught relatively quickly. Correspondent Norma Quarles looks at the lessons learned from that attack.
As authorities search for clues in the Oklahoma City bombing, images come to mind of other investigators on hands and knees combing through debris. It was just 2 years ago that a powerful bomb rocked the World Trade Center complex and shocked Americans, safe in their belief that terrorism couldn't happen here. That bomb, believed comparable in size and power to the Oklahoma City explosive, reduced much of the garage in the Trade Center to rubble. And investigators in Oklahoma are looking to New York for expertise.
New York City experienced a tragedy much like this just a few years ago. And to the extent that our experience with that can help, we're certainly more than willing to help our fellow citizens in Oklahoma, and we'll do anything we can.
Because the bomb in Oklahoma City was outside the building, the process of excavating the crater and examining the rubble for evidence will be much easier than it was at the World Trade Center.
Structural experts had to shore up the large crater in the Trade Center before bomb squad detectives and other investigators could move in. What followed was a painstaking survey, with searchers checking every piece of debris, sometimes digging with spoons. Their thoroughness paid off. 3 days after the explosion, authorities found a piece of twisted metal with a vehicle identification number, which they traced to a Ryder van rented by Mohammed Salameh.
Suddenly all of our frustration turned to jubilation because we knew it was just a question of time before we would start making arrests.
And they did. Mohammed Salameh was first to be arrested. With that arrest and the fragmented metal, the investigation unfolded, leading to a storage locker full of bomb-making chemicals and more arrests. Following the Trade Center bombing, some security experts warned it could happen again.
I'm surprised that it hasn't happened with more frequency in the United States. We're a very, very open society. We have lots of enemies around the world.
4 men are serving life sentences for the Trade Center bombing. 11 more are on trial. And the alleged mastermind was recently extradited from Pakistan after a 2-year search. Authorities say those statistics show terrorists, in the end, will not prevail in the United States. Norma Quarles, CNN, New York.
Let us briefly update you on the salient facts of the Oklahoma City bombing. Now, first, the death toll now has officially risen to 36, although it is, again, expected to go much, much higher than that. The reason for that is that there are still about 200 people unaccounted for in the bombing, in the building that was bombed, the Murrah Federal Building. And the rescuers and searchers in the building are largely bypassing bodies they find in their continuing search for survivors. More than 200 people were injured, 58 of them reported critically, still hospitalized, and the federal government has sent a large contingent of its most competent investigators from the several police disciplines available to the feds. The search for those who carried out the bombing is in full swing. Medical professionals face life and death situations every day, but when disaster strikes, they face even greater challenges. CNN's medical correspondent Rhonda Rowland looks at how trauma teams prepare for disasters.
This may look and sound like a real disaster, but it's not. It's a disaster drill. Hospital emergency departments must do them every year, so when the real thing happens, medical professionals are ready with a disaster plan.
You can activate it probably in minutes, but the actual real response time, of course, is going to take probably hours to get everybody mobilized. Human beings can only move so fast.
When disaster strikes, no single hospital is expected to handle all of the injured patients.
So you don't get all the chest injuries, for instance, going to one hospital, overwhelming the emergency room and the operating room. So you may distribute 2 here, 4 here, 3 to another hospital. So that's the idea, is to try to distribute the load as quickly as possible.
He says other groups such as search and rescue, fire departments, and ambulance services should have similar disaster plans in place. But it's natural in such situations for the public to want to help out.
Being available to donate blood is always important because you don't know how much surgery is going to be required. So having people that are willing to go and do that is an important thing.
For those concerned about the well-being of friends and loved ones, hospitals have systems in place to gather information.
Understand that it takes a while for this to happen, this to process. And sometimes minutes seem like hours, an eternity.
And cities the size of Oklahoma City are prepared to handle something like this?
They should be.
Even if a community thinks it's ready, when a major disaster strikes, lots of extra help is almost always needed. And that's when special medical teams can fly in to the rescue. Rhonda Rowland, CNN reporting.
We now join our CNN affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City for an update. I think we're going to join them in the middle of a live report.
On the way they're doing it anyway.
Okay, Hugh Jones, thanks very much for talking with us. So another snag in a long and grueling night. Now they're going to have to wait till daylight, it looks like, while they shut these generators down and refuel them. Any snag in this process is, of course, really tough when you consider that possibly there are still people in there that could be alive. Kent and Kevin.
Thanks a lot, Sarah.
Thank you. Well, for folks at
affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City, Tara Bloom reporting live from the scene. What makes the Oklahoma City disaster especially difficult for many to accept is that it was deliberate. CNN's Ann McDermott has some thoughts on that.
A bomb goes off.
I don't know my daddy. I didn't see my dad.
I don't just tell me that I'm sympathy.
Hearts stop, lives change, children die.
We've got a critical.
And fear rules. It is one thing to be terrorized by, say, an earthquake, but that is the way of things, a common enough calamity for much of the world. It is terrible and it is terrifying, but there is some comfort in the thought that its devastation is entirely impersonal. Nature does not seek vengeance. Nature doesn't care. And that's the horror of a bomb. And the horror of a person who goes to the trouble of building a bomb, who goes to the trouble of hiding a bomb, who goes to the trouble of detonating a bomb. Such a person does care. Such a person does kill. And how such a person must hate to do this, to hurt them, to kill so coldly and so cruelly. What child on earth ever deserved this? And people are still trembling. And not just in Oklahoma. Anywhere, everywhere, this can make you feel just so damn scared and angry and helpless. Because you didn't know you were so vulnerable, you didn't know they were. Sure, you knew about disasters, the natural kind, the impersonal kind. What you maybe forgot is that some disasters are deliberate. Some people don't care who they kill, so long as they kill. Ann McDermott, CNN.
Here's is an update on the death toll and casualty count in the Oklahoma City explosion. 36 now confirmed dead, at least 12 of those children, 200 injured, of those 58 critically, and at least 200 people are unaccounted for.
And the search continues. As we have noted, rescuers in many cases bypassing bodies they do find inside as they emphasize their search for survivors. As we continue our coverage just moments from now, we will be talking with White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta for an update on the federal government's role in what President Clinton outlined yesterday as an extraordinary and very high-powered and very quick investigation of this disaster. We'll also be talking with Oklahoma's Governor Frank Keating, we hope, during the next hour. Stay with us.
Personal guide to the information superman.
Rescue crews work through the night, searching for survivors and pulling out some bodies in Oklahoma City.
Good morning and welcome to our continuing coverage of Oklahoma City explosion. I'm Andrea Arsenault.
I'm Bob Kane. Good morning. An angry President Clinton ordered federal agencies into action quickly to help the victims of yesterday's Oklahoma City bombing and to make good on his promise to, in his words, find the people who did this. Joining us now from the White House is President Clinton's Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta. Good morning, Mr. Panetta.
Good morning.
Can you, first of all, tell us anything we don't know? I feel you're somewhat closer to what is going on there, what the federal investigators are finding.
Well, right now, Bob, there are literally thousands of leads that are coming in, and the police, the FBI units that are there, as well as the other investigative units, both state and local, are going after almost every lead. They are making some progress, but it's slow.
The president did not mention the CIA yesterday when he outlined his list of federal agencies that were involved in the search for whoever did this. Is there a reason for that?
Well, the CIA normally does not have any responsibility with regards to these kinds of domestic investigations of violence within the country.
Precisely, but that leads me to the sub-parts of that question. Are we not casting our eyes beyond U.S. borders?
Well, as a result of this investigation, obviously every angle is being pursued. The Justice Department is reviewing all of the intelligence network to determine whether or not there are any leads that may come out of that, and that clearly does involve looking at communications both within the country and outside the country.
The President, Mr. Panetta, said yesterday he will not allow the American people to be intimidated by this kind of thing. What kind of thinking is underway to do something then to minimize the prospects for this happening in the future?
Well, Bob, as the President said yesterday, these are killers, and we're going to exhaust every effort possible in order to capture these killers and bring them to justice. There are two things that I think are embedded in our minds here. One is the fact of looking at the pictures of the dead and the wounded, particularly the children. That's something that's going to be embedded in our minds as long as we live. But secondly, when these kinds of things happen, they're intended to rob us of our freedom and our security. And that's something we just cannot allow to happen. So I can assure you that the President is going to exhaust every effort to try to capture these individuals. That we cannot allow these kinds of unconscionable acts of terror to occur. I should point out that we've sent out a directive to all buildings, federal buildings in this country, putting them on a heightened level of alert so that we follow up on what the President said, which is that we're going to increase precautions to ensure that we protect other federal employees and other federal buildings.
Let me just try to push the envelope just a little in the area of prevention, though, Mr. Panetta. I'm sure you've heard said during the course of coverage of the aftermath of this explosion that after the shock and the fear and the horror comes the anger. And certainly there are going to be calls for some kind of action, possibly even draconian, to prevent repetition. For example, would a second look at certain aspects of immigration policies be in order?
Well, again, I think our first order of business has to be to
do the full investigation here and to capture those who were involved and bring them to swift justice. I think that's the most important focus right now. I recognize that as a consequence of these kinds of events, there'll be all kinds of other things that and other issues that'll be raised. And it's not to say that we shouldn't review, it's not to say we shouldn't reassess, but I think we ought to keep our minds on the first objective here, which is to capture the killers.
Do you know what Mr. Witt and FEMA are doing in Oklahoma City now? What is their role going to be?
James Lee Witt is on site. As the President indicated yesterday, we declared an emergency in Oklahoma City. I might point out that that comes under a provision of what's called the Stafford Act that has not been implemented in the past because this does involve an emergency related to a federal building. The President has initiated that frees up funds plus emergency action that we can take with the federal authorities. We've got teams there now for search and that are already in progress. The FEMA effort is aimed at trying to see just the extent of the damage. James Lee Witt told me last night that we were looking at damage as far away as a mile from the impact of this bomb. So there's a tremendous area that was affected, and the purpose of FEMA, Federal Emergency and Management Agency, is to try to provide as much assistance as possible to those victims.
Will that include financial assistance?
That's correct. It basically provides right now up to about $5 million as a cap under this provision. But I think it's likely that you'll see additional emergency declarations announced in order to bring the Small Business Administration and other disaster agencies into effect to try to help people in Oklahoma City.
Can all this be done by executive order?
That's correct. All of this is currently provided for under current disaster laws.
Turning again to the search for whoever carried out the bombing, Mr. Panetta, have the borders of this country, one thinks about, obviously, someone doing that and then trying to get out of town as quickly as possible. Have the borders of the country been tightened, sea, air, land?
I can assure you that the FBI has implemented all of the precautions necessary to try to ensure that we have a network out there to capture these killers. And obviously there's heightened security at not only the airports and our borders, but at our federal buildings and throughout the country in order to try to capture these individuals.
I realize that you may know things that you cannot talk about at this juncture because the investigation is so young yet.
That's correct.
But do you know whether the federal agencies have made any progress in their search?
Well, they're making some progress. As I said, they're getting a number of leads. They're following up on every one of those. They really have now implemented a pretty effective investigative effort there. But as of this point, frankly, I don't think it serves any purpose to speculate.
Sort of a philosophical question. On the question of terrorism itself, there's been some analysis of what terrorism is and what it's all about and why people engage in it. Does the killing of children work against the terrorists' goals, or does it enhance them?
I think the purpose here of these kinds of unconscionable acts of terror is to basically rob all of us of our security and our freedom and force us to live in fear. And obviously, when you see pictures, particularly those of children that have been killed here, it sends the fear of God into all of us. But I think this country has always responded to this kind of situation. And the key right now is to not let that happen, because this country has to have a secure feeling about our democracy, and that's for the sake of not only the dead children, but more importantly, the living children who really count for our future.
Leon Panetta, thank you for talking with us this morning.
Thank you.
And Godspeed in the job you have to do today. Andrea?
It's now 7 minutes past the hour. The horror in Oklahoma City continues to unfold this morning as rescue efforts continue and the death toll continues to climb. CNN's Gary Tuckman joins us from the scene of the bombing. Gary.
Well, Andrea, it's been 21 hours since this bomb exploded in America's heartland here in Oklahoma, and the nightmare is far from over. That's because while many families are mourning the loss of their loved ones, many other families are wondering whether they should be mourning, because there are a lot of bodies still in this building behind me. Rescuers are inside right now, and they're actually having to step over bodies because they're trying to find survivors. The sad news is that for the last several hours, they have not heard the voices of any potential survivors. About 5 minutes ago, we talked with Oklahoma City's Assistant Fire Chief. Okay. John, tell me right now, what is the death toll at this point?
36 confirmed. We have 33 here at a makeshift morgue, and then we've got 3 local hospitals that have passed away.
How high do you think this death toll will go?
It's going to go higher than that. We still have fatalities in the building. We found more fatalities through the night that we just hadn't brought out yet. I'm not sure exactly how high it's going to go, but it's going to be maybe even double that.
I mean, we've heard that there may be 200 to 300 people unaccounted for. Is it possible that it could go 3 or 4 or 5 times higher than this?
Well, we treated 432 people at local hospitals, and we're hoping that a lot of those people were out of that building. But that's all total now, because we had a lot of damage around the surrounding areas and a lot of people on the street that were injured.
Is there any indication there may be more survivors inside there?
We're hoping so. You know, we used what happened in the earthquakes out in California. There were some people that survived 3 and 4 days in that debris, and that's our hope. That's what's keeping the rescue workers going right now is the hope that we've got survivors in the building.
Thanks for talking. And that certainly is a fervent hope. Something important to mention, he mentioned that 432 people have been treated in hospitals. Now, about 500 people worked in this building. Another 200 people were visiting the building around 9 a.m. local time when this happened yesterday. But it's important to keep in mind that many of the people who were wounded were outside the building when this happened. We're in the streets, we're walking down the sidewalks, so it's hard to calculate how many people are still inside the building. It's a day of mourning here in the state of Oklahoma. It's been deemed as such, and flags throughout the state are at half-staff. A little later in this broadcast, Governor Frank Keating, the Republican governor here in Oklahoma, will do a live interview with us. Please stay tuned to CNN for that. Andrea, back to you.
Gary, how are officials conducting accountability procedures?
Andrea, can you tell me that one more time?
Yes, how are officials conducting accountability procedures? Do they know exactly how many people are unaccounted for?
Andrea, it's a very difficult situation. They do not. They have no idea, for example, how many people were wounded outside when this happened. They're not quite sure how many visitors exactly were inside when this happened. They do know that there are scores of people who are dead inside. There's no secret about that. Perhaps the most optimistic thing we heard is what the Assistant Fire Chief just told us, that perhaps the death toll would only climb to double what it is right now. But it's more likely it will climb higher because so many more searchers have told us that they've just had to step over scores of bodies in their efforts to find survivors.
Now, Gary, what about the building? How secure is it?
Right now, it's not very secure at all. Every time a rescuer goes inside, they talk about how scared they are when they walk inside. It used to be a 9-story building and 4 stories under in a basement, but at this point, rescuers are saying they're afraid that when they go in that it could collapse. Last night, it was raining very hard, and there was a very strong fear that the building was not secure and that more people could have been hurt. But so far, since this happened 21 hours ago, nothing else has happened to this building.
And so how large an area do rescuers have access to at this time?
They've closed off about a 4-block square area. We're standing 2 blocks away from this federal building right now. We can't get any closer. No cars or people are allowed except for the rescuers, and they're conducting their search, and they're sure hoping they find someone who's alive in that building.
And hospital and medical personnel, everything is holding steady at this time?
Yes, there are a lot of people here who are volunteering. There are literally hundreds of people, Andrea. A lot of people have been here since this happened yesterday. They're being strongly encouraged to only stay for 10-hour shifts, but a lot of people just don't want to leave.
Okay, Gary Tuckman reporting live from Oklahoma City, site of yesterday's bombing. We thank you this morning. CNN's live coverage of the Oklahoma City explosion will continue in just a moment. Stay with us.
Before you buy the all-new...
It's now 14 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Emergency crews still looking for anyone alive in the rubble of the AP Murrah Federal Building torn apart yesterday by a car bomb. So far, 36 people, including 12 children, are known to have died in the bombing. That is the confirmed death toll, but that number is expected to grow, and probably substantially. More than 200 people were injured. Another 200 are still unaccounted for. Authorities say they have seen bodies in the building that housed the offices of several federal agencies and a daycare center. Rescue workers have spent the night using powerful floodlights and sensitive microphones, looking for more survivors. Heavy equipment is being used to remove debris. In the meantime, local and federal law enforcement agencies are widening their search for the people who left probably about a half-ton of explosives in a vehicle outside the building. Another car, believed to have been used by the suspects, was found in Oklahoma City overnight. CNN talked by phone with Fred Macias of the Texas Department of Public Safety about the vehicle and the suspects.
The vehicle was a rental car out of the Dallas area, occupied by two subjects that were supposedly bloodied. They believe they were en route to Laredo or Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, to board a plane and depart to an unknown destination. We did receive a description on the subjects, two male subjects, Middle Eastern subjects, approximately 6 feet tall, between 25 and 28 years of age. Second subject was between 35 and 38. They both had black beards, the second one with a gray beard, wearing jogging suits. They should have been bloodied.
There are hundreds of federal, state, and local specialists in Oklahoma City searching for survivors and sifting for answers to yesterday's bombing. Among the response teams, the U.S. Secret Service and explosive experts. There are bomb technicians from the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department, aided by dogs and a robot. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has sent 2 teams, a mobile command center, 3 explosive technicians, 3 lab technicians, and more than 20 personnel overall. The FBI is staffing a command post with 4 special agents in charge, 4 evidence response teams, explosive teams, bomb technicians, 13 members of its rapid start team, and more than 50 agents. And the military dispatched equipment and personnel, including helicopters, ambulances, and an ordnance detachment. The Oklahoma National Guard is on the scene as well.
Should the United States have been on a higher state of alert for such an act of terrorism? CNN correspondent Steve Hurst joins us from the State Department with more on that. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Bob. Well, who did it? That's a prime question on the minds of U.S. officials nationwide, U.S. Defense Secretary William Perry among them.
He talked about the subject at a high-level State Department meeting Wednesday. There are 2 versions of what he had to say. An Australian diplomat who sat in on the meeting among Perry, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and their Australian counterparts, said Perry made the following comment after a discussion of Iran and its sponsorship of terrorism. The Australian said Perry said information about the bombing led him to believe, quote, "We're dealing with the same group we have been concerned about for a year or more." The Australian cautioned, however, that Perry did not specifically tie his comments to any group or region. A Defense Department spokesman said that Perry, after making a presentation about Iraq and Iran, broke in on Christopher, who was changing the topic, to say, and again we quote, "The bombing in Oklahoma City could be the same source because they have identified themselves as the Islamic Front. But, of course, we don't know. Anybody could identify themselves as some group." The department spokesman could not explain why Perry used a specific name and denied that any group had claimed responsibility. The spokesman insisted that Perry had no inside information on the bomber or bombers. A terrorism expert says evidence points to the Middle East.
The trademark of this bombing is clearly in the same manner that the bombers who did the World Trade Center, the Buenos Aires Jewish Center last year, as well as the numerous bombings in the Middle East over the past decade. A truck bomb, lots of explosives, basically low-tech type of technology designed to kill as many people as possible. This is not the same type of bomb that has been traditionally used by other terrorist groups in the United States, other than the Islamic militant ones. And for that reason, I believe there's a strong indication that ultimately it's going to go in that direction.
But so far, no U.S. official is talking publicly about information pointing one direction or another, saying that could hamper the investigation and perhaps complicate any future trial. Bob?
Steve, obviously we have to invoke the caveat that no one knows, or at least no one certainly has said yet who did this or what part of the world they may be from. But certainly there is an antipathy toward the U.S. government on the part of some Middle Eastern groups and organizations. What would you list as possible motives or grievances from some quarters over there that could be a motive for this?
Well, Bob, there are any number of grievances. Of course, if this was something that was coming out of a group sponsored by Iran, which we can't say that it is at all, there is a great deal of antipathy, of course, between the United States and Iran. There is also antipathy toward the United States for its continuing support of Israel in the Middle East, its continuing support for the peace process there. As you know, there is a great deal of terrorist activity inside Israel by the Hamas group based in the Gaza Strip and other parts of neighboring countries to Israel. So it is really impossible to pinpoint at this moment, but certainly, and again, no one is talking about this, no one is saying this publicly, but there is certainly a lot of circumstantial evidence, the kind of bomb it was, the anniversaries of where it happened, so far talk about suspects being seen that would point toward the Middle East. But once again, no one is saying that publicly, and certainly I think the investigation is going on many fronts beyond that.
All right, Steve Hurst reporting to us live from the State Department. Thank you, Steve. It is coming up now to 21 minutes past the hour. We continue in just moments our live coverage of the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, including, we hope, just moments from now, a conversation with Oklahoma's governor. Stay with us.
Windmere makes your hair.
The enormous loss and devastation suffered in Oklahoma City would be hard for any state or public official to deal with. In Oklahoma, that governor is Frank Keating. He joins Gary Tuckman now with a live reaction. Morning, Gary.
Good morning, Andrea. There are hundreds of people here at the scene working, and one of them is the governor of the state, as you said, Governor Frank Keating. Governor Keating, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
Well, pretty miserable. This was a defilement of my state and this wonderful city. Just before I came in here, I stopped the firefighter. I said, "Do you have any new news?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Tell everybody, find out who did this. Don't permit this to happen again." He said, "The only two things I pulled out of this rubble are a small American flag and a child's finger. We're probably going to have, well, who knows, but certainly far more casualties than we've already tabulated. We have 36 dead, over 400 who've been injured, upwards of 200 people are missing.
So what do you think
the
this
worst
death toll
terrorist
could climb
attack
to?
really in the history of the United States. Horrible.
What do you think this death toll could go to?
Significantly higher, because now we're going to start pulling apart the building and trying to find people. We're certainly hoping that there are some more survivors in the basement or perhaps in some air pockets, but we don't hear anything.
Governor, I know you've been privy to some discussions with the emergency workers here. Is there any hope of finding more survivors in this building?
Yeah, there's some hope. I still think that they're certainly in the basement. You know, as concrete falls in upon itself, people can be trapped in between slabs. But obviously, the front of the building where there were lots of folks, and it was at the worst time of day to do something like this, 9 in the morning when everybody was at work and people were coming to visit these government offices, all that concrete that pancaked, that flat upon flat upon flat, there's no hope for anybody under that.
Governor, you just brought up something. The big question is who did this. Have you been told anything? Is there any kind of hints you're getting about who may be responsible for this?
Well, obviously it's an act of terrorism, and I said in the history of our country, this is the most serious loss of life ever. Hopefully it's the last. But whoever did it, as President Clinton said yesterday, is a coward. This was a beastly act. It was a scene of horror and tragedy. We don't know who did it, but hopefully we'll find out. Right now, the most important thing to do is to pray we can find other people and work as hard as we can to find them.
You were telling me a short while ago, Governor, that you actually have some friends who you don't know their whereabouts right now who are in this building.
Yeah, and children of friends. I have friends in law enforcement who are here that are missing, children of friends who are missing, a number of people that I know very well that are confirmed dead. I mean, this is a horrible thing for us as a city, for us as a state. Absolutely senseless. Whoever did it, I mean, what's the point of this? To kill all these innocent people for no reason? It's just outrageous.
Do you think Oklahomans have lost a sense of innocence?
Well, of course, you know, we're part of the world community. Everybody is vulnerable. We have always considered ourselves vulnerable to crime like any other person in any other community, but certainly something like this, something as massive as this, none of us ever anticipated this would occur, which, of course, maybe for the people who did it was a statement that here in the center of the United States, this beautiful part of our beautiful country where we would be the most invulnerable to this kind of thing, that it could happen here, means it could happen anywhere. I suppose to that extent we've lost our innocence, but hopefully the people who are responsible will be apprehended and never permitted to walk the face of the earth again.
Governor, this is the state capital, Oklahoma City. What do you start doing security-wise at the Capitol building, whatever other buildings are here in the state capital?
Well, we're certainly going to take another look at what we've been doing, and we will do so. Yesterday, President Clinton, when I talked to him, made the comment that when this whole thing is over, he would hope that I would help him put together a response in terms of how better to provide for security for federal buildings. I'm an ex-FBI agent and supervised most of the federal law enforcement establishment nationally under President Reagan, and certainly I'll help doing that. The fact is, in a free society, as he noted, there's only so much you can do, but this inexplicable horror simply can't be permitted to happen again.
These kinds of things tend to bring people together. You were telling me there was an unusual situation last night in terms of other crimes in the metropolis of Oklahoma City.
Really remarkable. This is a metropolitan area of 1 million people, and law enforcement people said to me, all the drunk calls, all the disturbing the peace calls, nobody called in, or very few people called in. We had yesterday some out-of-state newsmen who asked whether or not there was a looting problem, and I said, the looting problem, we've asked the people to stay away from downtown Oklahoma City. They've stayed away. We've had no looting problems. People have queued up in front of hospitals to give blood. The city has really come together. It's just unfortunate that circumstances like this are what show how wonderful the people are.
And it doesn't look like there's reason to be optimistic, does there, about finding a lot more survivors?
No, I'm afraid not. I think that we'll find some, but right now it doesn't look very good.
Governor Frank Keating, thanks for joining us. I know you have a lot of work to do. We'll let you go back to it.
Sure.
Day of mourning here in the state of Oklahoma. All the flags are at half-staff, and the governor has declared there will be a memorial service in this state tomorrow night. Andrea, back to you.
Gary, the governor mentioned that volunteers have been lining up outside hospitals, and of course they're at the site of the explosion. What can people outside the city do to help?
Well, right now they are asking for anyone to send donations to charities here in the area. There are a number of local numbers that people can call to donate to charities. They're also asking people right now, anyone who wants to come to Oklahoma City to help out. They really don't need help from other places right now from civilians. They have officials who are coming in from various cities, including New York City, where they dealt with the World Trade Center 2 years and 2 months ago. So right now they got all the officials they need. As far as civilians coming here and helping out, that's not the kind of help they need at this moment.
You were at the World Trade Center bombing. You covered that story. How does this compare, and what does the governor face in the next coming days?
It's very different in a lot of ways, Andrea. That certainly shocked us, angered us, confused us. But there was a lot of gratefulness because the death toll did not go higher than 6. The World Trade Center is a huge complex, 2 110-story buildings, thousands of people work there. And it was terrible for the 6 families who lost loved ones, but only 6 people did die there. There's no such sense of gratefulness here. A lot of people have died. This is a much worse explosion, even though the bomb is believed the same kind of bomb that exploded the World Trade Center. This is just much more devastating. And the scene here looks like a cross between a terrible earthquake and a terrible hurricane. It's just much more devastation from the naked eye than the World Trade Center situation.
Okay, Gary Tuckman reporting live from Oklahoma City this morning. Thank you again. And CNN's continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City explosion will continue in just a moment.
It's something news
sharply higher against the Japanese yen.
Statistics from Oklahoma City. Authorities confirm the death toll has increased to 36, including 12 children, and more than 400 people injured in the blast or hurt by flying debris. But the toll is expected to increase, and the grim task of recovering bodies and searching for survivors has gone on all night. CNN's Gary Tuckman, who is at the scene, says at least 200 people are still not accounted for. On another front, authorities are working to find out who is responsible. Arab American groups have issued a plea to the media to refrain from premature reports on possible Arab suspects.
This is the action of a deranged, fanatic, or criminally insane group or individual. It is not the act of the Arab Americans or Muslim Americans who work next door to you or who go to school with you or who are a part of your community. And they ought not to be held responsible, just as Jewish Americans aren't responsible for Meir Kahan or Baruch Goldstein. We ought not to make the community as a whole afraid for the actions of a few.
Islamic militant group Hamas is also condemning the Oklahoma bombing.
Among the people in the army of investigators searching for clues, one group of experts looking for patterns to compare with other such bombings, looking for common elements. CNN's World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter has our report.
U.S. counterterrorism officials have already noted the similarities between the Oklahoma bombing and the attack which collapsed the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon in 1983. A car bomb, a big one, 1,000 pounds of explosives, officials tell CNN. Explosion immediately outside the building, collapsing an entire facade, with many casualties among those inside. U.S. officials insist they don't have any firm answers yet, but they have many reasons to suspect terrorists with ties outside the United States could be responsible for Oklahoma City. There's a trail of similar incidents in Buenos Aires, 1992, the Israeli embassy. Also in Argentina, 1994, a Jewish cultural center. In London, a short time later, a car bomb at the Israeli embassy. And the World Trade Center bombing in New York. Who does car bombs? One U.S. official asks rhetorically, then answers his own question this way. Hamas, the Palestinian group which has claimed responsibility for car bomb attacks inside Israel. Hezbollah, the pro-Iranian group which claimed responsibility for attacks against the United States in Lebanon. And the group of Islamic alleged co-conspirators on trial for the World Trade Center bombing and a plot to strike other New York landmarks.
I don't think that we should deal with what-ifs. I think we should make sure that those people who are responsible are pursued and brought to justice.
The arrest of Ramzi Youssef in Pakistan in February in connection with the World Trade Center bombing was followed by an attack against American diplomatic personnel in Karachi in March. That attack led U.S. officials to issue a worldwide warning of possible terrorist actions against American citizens and facilities. Officials say no further warnings were issued more recently. But top U.S. government officials suggest concern about a possible terrorist attack heightened when an associate of Youssef was picked up in the Philippines and flown to New York, where he was charged in the bombing conspiracy. Authorities will almost certainly investigate whether there are any connections between the New York group and Muslim organizations in Oklahoma known to be followers of Sheikh Rahman. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, Washington.
We are coming up to 23 minutes before the hour when our live coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing continues. An update from the White House. Stay with us. Just hours after the explosion in Oklahoma City, a grim-looking president of the United States appeared before the White House press corps and announced a series of steps and actions aimed at, first of all, coping with the disaster, and secondly, finding those responsible. For the latest from the White House now, we go live to correspondent Claire Shipman. Good morning, Claire.
Good morning, Bob. The White House is continuing to watch the situation closely, and while officials here say that they still have no hard evidence on the culprits, they do say that the scope of the investigation is narrowing, that they're looking at a couple of specific suspects. They also say that they've ruled out a number of possibilities. For example, that this was an isolated incident, the work of a mentally unbalanced individual. And they continue to say, although while not publicly making any ties to the Middle East or other international terrorist groups, that this bombing has all of the earmarks of an international terrorist incident. Now, CNN's Jill Doherty was here at the White House until late last evening watching events unfold. Here's her report.
Briefed by his senior staff on details of the bombing, shocked by television pictures of the devastation in Oklahoma City, President Clinton warned there would be swift justice for the killers.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards.
The president immediately deployed a crisis management team led by the FBI to the scene, bringing together top investigators for the Justice Department, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the military, and local authorities. He declared an emergency in Oklahoma City and dispatched the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, James Lee Witt, to the city to coordinate emergency services. Attorney General Janet Reno vowed the killers will face the death penalty. 18 U.S.C. Section 844 relates to those who maliciously damage or destroy a federal building. If there is death, if death occurs, the death penalty is available, and we will seek it. Across Washington and across the nation, security was increased at federal facilities. 6 cities reported threats against federal buildings. Some were evacuated. Senior administration officials, while saying they did not know who carried out the bombing, said the nature of the explosive device and the scale of the bombing pointed to international terrorism.
Jill Doherty, CNN, the White House. The president is due to meet the Brazilian leader here at 10:30 this morning, and while official functions are continuing here at the White House, most minds are focused on Oklahoma City. Bob?
Claire, we know that people are combing their telephone and other records now in the wake of the bombing. Have you heard anything at all there about anything that might have served as any kind of an advance warning?
Well, officials this morning here said they had been poring over intelligence reports from the last few weeks, both coming out of the Middle East and other international sites and around Oklahoma City, and said they could find no evidence, no hints that this sort of thing was going to take place.
Have you gotten anything there on what the White House is doing today on this? Any further steps, meetings the president may have scheduled?
Yes, there'll no doubt be a series of meetings. We were told that the first one will be 9:30 this morning. Leon Panetta will be holding an interagency meeting, much like the meetings he held yesterday with officials from the Justice Department and other related agencies.
The president said yesterday, Claire, that he will not allow the American people to be intimidated by this kind of situation. And when we asked Leon Panetta about that just a short while ago, he demurred somewhat, saying the primary priority right now is to cope with this disaster. Have you heard anything on what the administration might be considering in terms of prevention?
No, in fact, they really do seem to be focusing on finding the culprits for this disaster and dealing with disaster relief. It doesn't seem that at this point they're looking to prevention, except, of course, we should mention that there is heightened security all over Washington at federal agencies and around the White House.
All right, Claire Shippen reporting to us live from the White House. Thank you. Andrea?
If you are trying to locate a relative that may have been affected by yesterday's bombing, several area hospitals have set up phone information lines for family inquiries, and we stress family inquiries. They include St. Anthony's Hospital at area 405-231-3310, University Hospital at 405-271-4700, Baptist Medical Center, the number is 405-949-3181, and Presbyterian Hospital, 405-271-4266. Also, the Red Cross is providing a toll-free line for family inquiries. That number is 800-537-6374. And CNN's continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City explosion will continue in just a moment.
In Oklahoma City is terribly slow and painstaking work picking through the rubble of the city's shattered A.P. Murrah Federal Building. The search for victims and survivors from yesterday's bombing is expected to take days yet. 3 people were pulled from the building last night. One doctor on the scene tells of the difficulty in searching the tangled wreckage.
Well, the firemen, who were doing an excellent job, had identified 2 or 3 people that they thought were trapped, that they could not get out because they were in the basement and they had 2 or 3 floors of concrete on them and beams, and if they removed them, that those beams would collapse. 2 of the people were such that I couldn't see them. I didn't feel that I could get myself into those people, nor if those people were released could we extract them to bring them out. There was one lady that was within daylight who was down a long tunnel of concrete that I thought that if we could get her out, and she was moving all her other limbs, she was awake, she was talking, and so, you know, apparently for the rest of it, she was okay. And that
was she aware?
She was aware.
What limb did you have to amputate?
The right leg.
Was she conscious during this time?
We had Dr. David Tuggle administered some Versed anesthesia for her. crawled out, and I went in and amputated her leg.
And her condition now?
I don't know. I took her to, we rode with her to the emergency room. She's getting emergency treatment. She seems to be stabilized. I mean, I think the thing that we have to focus on is that this is a lot of what we saw when I was in the Army, and this was, you know, these are wartime injuries. This is the heartland of America, and it's happening right here. And we in Oklahoma think we're as prepared as anyone to take care of these sorts of things, but every city and every place is going to have to be ready now and have a disaster plan in place to handle these war-type wounds.
Did you have to perform the same type of surgery on anybody else in there, or were you aware of that happening?
No. The first time we went in, we were attempting to amputate her leg, and they evacuated the building because they thought there was another bomb threat. There were 2 other people, as I said, that they thought were trapped and still alive that we could not get to physically do this.
Any word on them?
No, none.
The death toll in the meantime continues to rise. 36 people are now confirmed dead, including 12 children. The toll expected to go substantially higher. More than 400 people reported injured.
It did rain in the area yesterday and somewhat hampered relief efforts.
It did make the search and rescue mission more difficult. Valerie Voss joins us now with a look at the weather there now. Val.
Well, Bob, Andrea, things are drying out across not only Oklahoma City, but the entire state of Oklahoma as the thunderstorms move off to the east. An area of low pressure, a trough, stretches across the east slopes of the Rockies with still some showers and thunderstorms north in Kansas and Nebraska. But in Oklahoma City right now, the clouds are breaking up, just a few scattered clouds around, and winds have picked up just slightly from the southwest.
Updating you on the situation in Oklahoma City. The death toll from yesterday's federal building bombing is expected to keep rising. At least 36 people, including 12 children, are confirmed dead. More than 400 people are reported injured. Special search and rescue teams are combing the building for more survivors and victims trapped in the rubble. Early this morning, authorities located a car believed to be involved with the explosion. A Justice Department spokesman says the agency is treating the bombing as, quote, a terrorist act.
You can go online to discuss this still unfolding story and exchange information. Viewers with CompuServe can go CNN Forum. That's go-CNN-forum for conferences and messages on the Oklahoma City bombing. President Clinton promised the nation yesterday that the bombers of Oklahoma City's federal building would be found.
CNN's Charles Feldman looks at how investigators are likely to proceed and what they face.
It remains one of the lasting images from the bombing of the World Trade Center in New York in 1993. Investigators deep inside the blast crater looking for even the smallest clues as to what type of explosive device was used in that terrorist attack. Law enforcement officials in Oklahoma City surely know that, like the Trade Center bombing, the first few hours in their investigation are the most crucial for recovering potentially vital information.
Because in that period of time, there's a great deal of disorientation with everybody, including those people who perpetrated the crime. I assure you those people are very, very alert and are somewhat disoriented themselves because of the enormity of what's happened, and they want to escape.
When it comes to a bombing investigation, experts will tell you no stone should be left unturned.
It is amazing the extent to which little pieces of the actual explosive device will survive, and how those pieces are assembled and where they came from can often lead the investigator to who did it.
The Oklahoma City investigators will try to determine what the bomb was made of by looking for traces of chemicals used to fashion explosive devices. It was such a chemical trail in the Trade Center bombing case that led law enforcement authorities to this New Jersey warehouse where the bomb ingredients were actually stored. By examining the way the explosion ripped apart the federal office building, Oklahoma investigators will be able to figure out just how powerful the blast was and whether any special devices were used to enhance the explosive force. Looking at pieces of the vehicle that carried the bomb in Oklahoma City can also prove extremely important. In the World Trade Center bombing case, investigators located the vehicle identification number, and they say that led them to the first arrests. But the physical evidence is only one part of the investigatory process. Equally important, analysis by various intelligence agencies.
Intelligence is probably, in this case, the very best thing, weapon we have in our arsenal to combat this, to infiltrate these groups, to keep tabs on their suppliers. They've got to get their things from someplace.
It will begin be very careful going through all of the indices, all the records that we have, all of the background information we have that may indicate in some way, what caused this crime.
Seasoned investigators will tell you that there is one other thing that may, in the end, be the most important part of any bombing investigation. Luck. Charles Feldman, CNN, Los Angeles.
CNN's live coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing continues in a moment.
We'll be back after a short break. Stay with us.
Is CNN.
Very painful, but I knew that they had to do it, and at this point I thought, I don't care, I just want out, you know.
Lights illuminate a scene of horror as a long night in Oklahoma City stretches into morning.
And the search continues for the living and the dead.
Our extensive live coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City continues. I'm Andrea Arsenault.
And I'm Bob Kane. Good morning. Authorities say the death toll will rise today in Oklahoma City. There are simply too many people still unaccounted for, and there are many uncounted bodies seen but not yet pulled from the wreckage of the A.P. Murrah Federal Building.
But as of this hour, 7 a.m. Oklahoma City time, officials list at least 36 dead, more than 400 injured, 58 critically. At least a dozen of the dead are children.
Coming up during the next hour, we will update you on the search for survivors and victims of the bombing. An army of searchers worked through the night, some with tiny cameras and sensitive listening devices that can even detect breathing.
We'll update you on the search for the terrorists who caused this devastation. There is some news from that front, and in a few moments we will talk with Vice President Al Gore for the latest on what he's been told.
A disaster of this magnitude is a hospital's worst nightmare. Its people train for it, but pray it never happens. We'll see how hospitals in Oklahoma City reacted to yesterday's bombing. Rescue workers have been successful in finding some people alive in the bombed-out hulk of the Murrah Federal Building overnight. CNN correspondent Gary Tuckman's at the scene of the bombing and joins us now with the latest. Gary.
Well, Bob, a new day has dawned here in Oklahoma City, but yesterday's nightmare lingers. The death toll is still at 36, but that's just a tease. It's just a fraction of what the death toll is going to go up to. The most optimistic officials say it will double. The most pessimistic say it could go up to 200. There are believed to be 200 to 300 people still unaccounted for. The last time they heard a voice in this building of a survivor was about 3 or 4 hours ago. That's when they found a 15-year-old girl who is now in the hospital. But it does not look good for survivors. However, they are certainly not giving up hope. A short time ago, we talked with Oklahoma's governor, who's a very angry man.
Well, obviously, it's an act of terrorism, and I said in the history of our country, this is the most serious loss of life ever. Hopefully, it's the last. But whoever did it, as President Clinton said yesterday, is a coward. This was a beastly act. It was a scene of horror and tragedy. We don't know who did it, but hopefully we'll find out. Right now, the most important thing to do is to pray we can find other people and work as hard as we can to find them.
The United States has never seen a terrorist incident of this magnitude, so naturally, for the city of Oklahoma City, a metropolis of about 1 million people, this is a very difficult time. A few minutes ago, we talked with the city's police chief. Chief, how are you feeling at this point?
Pretty drained, pretty shocked still. Like I said, the first day you pretty much run on adrenaline. You have to get things done, and you get a little bit of sleep, and you wake up, and the reality of it hits you, the horror of it hits you. It's hard to cope with the reality of it.
Right now, how much higher do you think this death toll will go?
Well, we're trying to be optimistic. We still have about 200 people, I think, that are unaccounted for. We would hope that we would find some more live people inside the building, but as time goes on, it gets less and less likely.
Is there any reasonable expectation that some of these unaccounted for people are at home with their families and just haven't told you, or is that unrealistic?
We hope not, because we've asked for yesterday at the press conference, we asked for people to call. We asked last night the news, asked for children to call if their parents had made it home that may have been down there. So at this point, we think that if they're not in the building, they probably are accounted for.
Is there anything else you could have done in this city to have made this area more secure to prevent what happened yesterday from happening?
I don't think so. Oklahoma City is a nice Midwest city that's kind of laid back and relaxed. And I don't really think so, not without the bridging of rights of a lot of people.
What does it do to the psyche of this laid-back Midwestern city that something like this is happening?
Well, it really wakes us up. I guess it wakes the rest of the nation up that we can't get complacent in what we do, that we have to always be prepared that this can happen anywhere. If it can happen in Oklahoma City, it can certainly happen anywhere.
As a police chief, you've seen a lot of terrible things, I'm sure, over the years. But did you ever imagine you would ever see something like this in Oklahoma City?
No. I mean, we're well known for a lot of tornadoes in Oklahoma, and we see a lot of destruction by tornadoes, but nothing like this.
With us now, Oklahoma U.S. Senator Don Nickles. Senator Nickles, thanks for joining us. Are you privy to anything on Capitol Hill in the recent weeks or months that indicated that something like this was a possibility in the United States again?
I haven't heard anything recently. I heard from the news media that somebody said there was a new report that there was some potential acts, but I haven't heard it personally. So if it was going through Congress, it didn't happen, or not all senators were apprised of it. This is the type of violence, though, I mean, that, it's a real shock to not only myself, but to everybody across the country, and really the free world is concerned. You see this type of violence, so violent, so deadly. I'm afraid the death toll today is going to multiply several fold.
Is there anything that Congress can do, you believe, in the near future to help stem the tide of this type of thing? This is the second incident like this in the last 2 years now.
That's true, and I hope and pray this is the last. When people realize how easy it is, that hopefully it won't become contagious for different radical groups. But there are some things we need to do. The House has passed some elements of the crime bill, which I think are positive. We need habeas corpus reform. The president talked about we need to have swift justice and bring these people to justice. Attorney General Janet Reno said, the death penalty is called for, and I agree with her 100%. But under present law, you can have endless appeals. We have people on death row in the states now 15, 16, 17, 18 years, and that's not appropriate justice. That's not justice. We need justice in this case. We need to find those people, those organizations that are responsible, and go to the root of those organizations, find the people who are financing and so on, if it is a large organization, and make them pay a significant penalty.
Everyone probably agrees with that in Congress, but as one of the 2 U.S. senators from Oklahoma, people may be taking an extra close look at you when you get back to Washington. Will you ask for anything specific about this, specific laws to track down the money coming in from other countries?
Well, we'll do whatever's necessary. There would be a good chance to review the laws and find out if we need strengthening in other areas. I mentioned habeas corpus reform. There may be some other things we can do to combat this type of terrorism. There is a death penalty for this type of act, and again, we need to find out who's responsible and enforce it to the utmost.
So I would assume that you were enthusiastic about Attorney General Janet Reno saying that she would use the death penalty in this case.
I was pleased to hear her say it, and she's been an opponent of the death penalty, but I think this is an excellent case. The World Trade Center bomb is another excellent case for the death penalty. Anybody that would plant a bomb that has a good likelihood of killing hundreds and hundreds of people, and they're willing to, kill innocent people for whatever crazy cause they have, they should have to pay the ultimate price.
Senator Nickles, one thing I'm curious about, after the World Trade Center explosion, which was 2 years and 2 months ago, did you ever have an occasion to talk with an Oklahoma constituent and talk about the possibility of terrorism happening in this state?
No, I think it's hard to imagine that it happened here. It's hard to imagine we've had the United States' largest case of terrorism, most deadly case of terrorism, happen in Oklahoma. It means it can happen anywhere in the country. So no place is invulnerable to this type of attack.
Senator Don Nickles, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
One of the reasons it's taking so long to upgrade the death count is because right now the top priority is not recovering the bodies inside. The top priority is trying to find the survivors. And at this point, they haven't heard any voices for the last several hours, but people here are maintaining their optimism, knowing that at earthquake sites like in Kobe, Japan, people were alive for a couple of days afterwards. This is Gary Tuckman, CNN Live in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Gary, you have full daylight there now. Are you noticing an increase in the intensity of the search operation?
As As a matter of fact, Bob, we are. The sun just came up about a half an hour ago, and although they've been working all night, there are a lot more people here right now, not only rescuers and police officials, but also members of the media and curious onlookers for that matter.
Have you heard anyone there involved in the search say anything like, I wish we had this, or refer to something they don't have but need?
That's a good question, Bob, because you so often hear that people don't have everything they need, but you haven't heard that at all here. People are getting everything they need, it appears, at this point. They're working very hard. It, frankly, seems to be a very hopeless task in a lot of ways, because there are just tons and tons of steel and beams that are lying all over the place. And the greatest fear people have is that there may be survivors who have been in there and don't have many hours left, and they will never be able to get to them.
Thank you. Gary Tuckman reporting live from Oklahoma City. Andrea.
As the search for victims in Oklahoma City continues this morning, the White House is conducting a search of its own. President Clinton has dispatched teams of agents to the area and has vowed to find those responsible for the bombing. CNN's Claire Shipman is at the White House with more on the administration's reaction. Claire.
Good morning, Andrea. The White House is continuing to monitor the situation closely. Mr. Clinton is due to meet with the Brazilian leader here at 10:30 this morning. It's an official state visit, but no doubt the theme here today will continue to be Oklahoma City. This morning on CNN, the President's Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta, reiterated Mr. Clinton's determination to find the culprits.
There are two things that I think are embedded in our minds here. One is the fact of looking at the pictures of the dead and the wounded, particularly the children. That's something that's going to be embedded in our minds as long as we live. But secondly, when these kinds of things happen, they're intended to rob us of our freedom and our security. And that's something we just cannot allow to happen. So I can assure you that the President is going to exhaust every effort to try to capture these individuals. That we cannot allow these kinds of unconscionable acts of terror to occur.
We were told that the President was up past midnight last night monitoring the situation. When he spoke last night, he laid out the steps he's taken so far and a threat to those responsible.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards. Let there be no room for doubt. We will find the people who did this. When we do, justice will be swift, certain, and severe. These people are killers, and they must be treated like killers.
Attorney General Janet Reno was more specific about their fate when and if they're found.
We cannot tell how long it will be before we can say with certainty what occurred and who is responsible. But we will find the perpetrators, and we will bring them to justice. 18 U.S.C. Section 844 relates to those who maliciously damage or destroy a federal building. If there is death, if death occurs, the death penalty is available, and we will seek it.
Now, officials do say that the scope of the investigation is narrowing to some extent. They're talking about some specific leads, a few suspects. And they also say they've been able to rule out some possibilities. For example, that this was an isolated incident, the work of a mentally unbalanced individual, for example. Andrea?
Claire, what about financial and other relief aid?
Well, essentially, I think it's what you heard the President outline last night. He's sent the team of experts. They are willing to give federal aid. He's declared it an emergency, a federal disaster, and so clearly all funds that are necessary will be forthcoming.
Okay, Claire Shipman reporting live from the White House this morning. Thank you. Bob.
Coming up in our special coverage, Vice President Al Gore will join us to talk about the Oklahoma City bombing.
Proves the value of the bond goes up. Interest rates are the main determinant, though, for most of the solid core bonds that one normally talks about, governments and so forth. You talked about utility stocks. Sure, people do buy them very conscious of what the dividend is, but nonetheless there is appreciation in the share value.
I think the whole thing is based, I think you'll agree, too, on timing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
I mean, let's face it, if you buy it at the right time, you can make good capital gains. Otherwise, it turns into somewhat of an income type of thing.
And, of course, if you are a real crapshooter, look at all the money that's made and lost on bonds on Wall Street because of the leverage that you're accorded. Bond traders are the real gunslingers of the world. I mean, those are...
Surprisingly enough, I'm a buyer and a holder. I'm really not as much of a trader. And, of course, let's face it, there's a lot of people that were very conservative, got into so-called U.S. securities, government securities and so on, thinking it was safe, and found out that it was loaded with derivatives and took a big hit.
Well, that was one of the dirty, rotten tricks of all time, though, wasn't it? Nobody put that in their prospectus.
That's exactly right. And, of course, I don't know, I'll be honest with you, I had more or less tinkered a little bit with mutual funds, and I don't know what it is, but I've always been able to do better just buying on my own.
Well, maybe you're a conscientious investor,
market, though.
and you do your own homework, and you can beat the averages.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody can beat the averages.
Right. But I do enjoy your show.
All right. Well, it's very nice to have you call in and give us a shout next time.
Sure will. Thank you very much.
Take care now.
Right.
Bye-bye. Let's talk to Amy from Boston. Hello, Amy.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
Fine. Is it a little chipper up there today?
Yeah.
All right.
Not quite as much spring as we want.
All right. Well, we had a nice one in New York.
But yeah, that's true. I have a question about I'm 34 years old. I have about $34,000 in mutual funds that are all in aggressive growth funds.
Aggressive growth or, excuse me?
They're in growth funds.
Growth or aggressive growth, okay.
Yeah, in mutual funds. I own my own home, a two-family home, and I'm considering if I took about $15,000, how to look at how that might do in a mutual fund versus if I invested in a piece of real estate that would have income. And I get a little bit confused about, I can sort of make assumptions about how the stock market might act over a 10-year period or a 15 or 20-year period. But I have a little bit harder time figuring out about what I can expect in a rental property.
Right.
Mainly because I'm confused about how to think about the tax implications of that. So I was wondering what you thought about the how to figure out how to compare what my money might do in either one of those two investments.